The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Everybody's tired, but nobody gets denied. Yes, you know I get it. I'm getting free. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경도 오다 같이 free. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경도 오다 같이. Yeah, 나는 bossy. I'ma be alright, 'cause you know 나는 갑이야. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경도 오다 같이.
It's a moment we've all been waiting for. This is the NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. I'm Necro, John alongside with me in CA, and these are the grand finals. I'm definitely pretty hyped up, I'm not gonna lie. I was waiting for this moment since a long time. So as the viewer, CA, how are you feeling?
Oh, I am pumped, man. I can literally feel my heart beating against my chest because the adrenaline, the excitement is so high. And I'm sure it's the same for the team because, as you mentioned, Necro, this is the culmination of a lot of work. It's been a long journey. They've been through qualifiers. They've been through wildcards for one of the teams to get here. And the fact is that all of these teams have emerged out the best versions of themselves. Now it's to find out the best among the best.
Exactly. Considering the fact that we started off with the regional playoffs and finals, and then we came down to only 4 teams in the grand finals. I mean, we started off with so many teams that I even lost the track of myself, but I mean, that's how many we started off, and now it's just down to these top 4 teams, right? Team Exploit, Enigma, Global Esports, and VLT. Of course, one of the best. I'm pretty sure each and every single viewer at this point, they know of these names, but in general, the first match is pretty much going to be starting off. It's going to be Team Exploit and Enigma. Now, to make my mind up for these teams, it was definitely one of the most difficult tasks in general, but for example, let's take a look at the prize pool, right? I mean, it's just in front of our eyes because this is going to be the main factor to actually create a lot of jitters in the players.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, all of these teams have the $3,500 guaranteed, but it's an exponential increase. Win one, you jump up to 8 grand and then 16.5 and so on. But do remember, this is still a double elimination, you know? So the teams have quite a bit of distance to go. But what I've really got my eyes on, Necro, and I think you know this because I have got my eyes on this since the start of the tournament, that $1,500 individual prize for the MVPs. The contention for that starts right here. You got to perform great on the go. You have to get started with all of your cylinders firing to try and contest for the MVP of the tournament prize.
Exactly, the MVP of the tournament. I mean, consider the fact, let's take a look at the trophy as well. And well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the coveted trophy of the Valorant Conquerors Championship. One true champion team will earn this along with the first prize of 16,500 USD. Also, it's not only about the prizes, the champion will also get a slot in the APAC Last Chance Qualifier, which is literally their last chance to qualify for VCT 2021. But for now, let's just adore this beauty here.
Yeah, damn, that trophy is fantastic. Yeah. I'd love to have that, like, just, you know, in the backdrop of, like, my street baby, just, you know, showing off a little bit, like, hey, look at that, man. Boy. Definitely. As you mentioned, like, the money, obviously, it's a huge incentive. The slot itself, a huge incentive. But when you look at such a stylistically designed trophy for yourself, like, that just ups the motivation along with the bragging rights, right? Like, it's everything on the line, and there's a lot to fight for these teams. There's a lot to really get them up and going.
Exactly, but just to get in-depth more kind of description over here, just to get your eyes on the brackets, let's take a look at that. As I did mention, the first matchup, we're going to be starting the day off with Enigma versus TN. Then we have Global Esports versus VLT, pretty much lined up later on. But for now, let's have a talk about T versus Enigma. So, I mean, we have kind of a team here, one team which is really flexible, the other team have their kind of decided role. So what are your kind of, like, you know, thoughts about that?
So when you think about Exploit Storm and Enigma Gaming, you think through their journey. It's been a rocky start for both of them. For Enigma, they went through Q1 with a Ghost, and they lost him subsequently post Q1. They lost Q1, they lost Q2. They proceeded to lose in the initial stages of Wildcard even to drop down and come back, but won in the finals. It was all a story of redemption, and it's the same for Exploit Storm. They lost that Q1 when HSB wasn't there with them, but ever since he's returned from Q2, it's been a continuous Stomp. Their dominance has been increasing level by level, and now they've come here, both of these teams at their peak. But technically, both of these teams, the dark horses of the current stage, because I want to see which team is able to just come out firing and be like, I am the one to take it all. I am the dark horse that can take the giants down.
And the thing over here is like both the teams are really well matched when you compare their skills, right? I mean, both the teams, I feel like they're equally skilled without a doubt, because Enigma as well, they're not really far behind. They defeated EXO. I mean, the place where it really did seem like in the wild card, okay, EXO is probably going to be wrapping it up, you know, like 3-0, but then they just wrap it up like 3-2. And then Enigma they completely turned the tables against them. So I'm expecting Enigma is one of those teams that kind of make those comebacks happen in those final days. On the other hand, though, Exploit is kind of a team who works really hard in researching about the teams. And we have also taken a look at the rosters, but one thing that really stands out for me is going to be King here. Now, he's kind of like a Sentinel main, but in the map of Ascent, he switches over to Jet. So what are your thoughts? Like, what makes him do that?
I think he's either going to play Jet or more likely the Raze on that map. But it really speaks to the versatility of Exploit Storm. You know, we've seen them continuously change up agents. We've even seen a dedicated initiator player like HSB switch up to Reyna once in a while. So this team is not one of those that they have set roles. Don't get me wrong. Sorax definitely the IGL plays a lot more of the back controller role, except on maps when they need the operator. The time where their roles or positions, responsibilities really change is within the match itself. They continue to mirror what the other team is doing and try to make it better, and that's really risky. Don't get me wrong, like if you're not able to mimic it properly and make it better, you're definitely going to lose, but it has a huge reward, and the reward is what we've seen from them so far, because every single time it looks like the opposition team is just confused with they're doing what they're doing, but they're doing it better than us, huh?
Well, yeah, the mirror composition, the tactic is definitely one of those tactics that has been standing out for us, especially from the side of Team Exploit. But on the other hand, though, imagine a team like Enigma, right? They have this composition set up, and then they pretty much know how to counter their own composition as well. Now, if they do have a backup plan ready, instead, if they do have like the mirror kind of composition thing going on, Exploit, but then imagine Exploit gets countered by Enigma, then that could be a little bit of problematic factor. But what do you think about that?
I think it comes back to what I've always held in terms of what I believe for Enigma, which is I believe this team is significantly stronger in a best of 5 as compared to a best of 3, and it's because of their map pool. Like for me, Enigma Gaming is the jack of all trades within these 4 teams. They are really good on all maps, but they don't really have a fortress. You know, there is no one map where they are unbeatable or formidable the way all other teams have that one map. Enigma doesn't, because they're really good. But what that means in a best of 3 is that they usually end up losing 2 of their stronger maps, and they have to end up playing on 3 of their weaker maps, and the other team always gets a better veto because they have one map they prefer and they have one map they don't like.
Now, over here, one thing that is easily seen, right? Enigma has been really stronger on the map of or Haven, I would say. Really stronger, yeah. They have been pretty good, I would say. So, expected bans, I mean, we had a, talk about that last night as well, that, maybe we might just be seeing Haven ban from the side of Exploit. And I feel like that could be a comfort ban, at the same time, a target ban for them, because Haven on the side of Exploit hasn't really been that great, let's be honest. And then, on the other side, though, on the side of Enigma, Haven is kind of their strong suit. So, even if they do ban Haven out, it's kind of a target ban and a comfort ban. But what do you think? So what bans we might just see from the side of Enigma then?
I think it's exactly that. Haven, I think Exploit Storm is not going to bother with understanding what is to target with Enigma because of what I said. I think there is nothing really to target for Enigma. You can ban their Icebox, they're really good. You can ban their Breeze. So for Exploit, comfort makes a lot of sense because if you look at their statistics in general, they have a sub 50% win rate on Haven, and then they have plus 70, 80%, 100% even on certain maps on every other. So Haven definitely out of the table. And I think for Enigma on that regard, Split likely to be taken out, because if you look again at the win percentages, Enigma do have a very low win percentage on Split compared to the other maps, and Exploit have 100% win percentage. They pulled out even that KO. So for Enigma, a bit of that mixture, like hybrid ban, whether it's a target and comfort ban, but Exploit definitely just looking to get comfortable against Enigma Gaming today.
Exactly. Now, we also had a convo where Enigma Gaming also has kind of like their dedicated roles, right? Especially considering the fact that you have Badman playing as controller, then you have Rawfield playing as duelist, then you have Vexy playing that session, then you also have Hika with like Sentinel, and then he also does play Sage, Sentinel sometimes, he plays that Sage. On the other hand, though, you might just see a flexibility pulled out from the side of Easy You know, he's a man who actually is kind of flexible, and Batman as well is kind of like flexible. Whenever you do see those switches coming in through, it's always going to be Easy and Batman switching things up while the rest of the team sticks to their basics. Take a look at the predictions as well. I mean, it seems like the entire English desk has gone towards Exploit. I'm the only one. It's kind of like the odd man out.
But you do have a lot of backing behind you, Nectar. On the desk, you might be solo, but the audience, look at that, 84% towards Enigma Gaming. They've got your back, so we'll see how this pans out. I'm not really faced by this, you know. I found that throughout this tournament, my predictions are almost always on the opposite side of what the audience is saying. So it's like this mini battle going on. But either ways, I think what both me and the audience can agree on is some exhilarating matches. I want to see some intense action. I want to see both teams coming up at their very strongest. And yeah, let's see what comes up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing that we were really waiting for, finally the map veto is here. And as expected, right? Haven being banned from the side of Exploit. Then you also do see Split being banned from the side of Enigma. Exploit, again, the first match is going to be played on Icebox. Oh my god, I can already tell this is going to be so close. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think what we really need to note in the veto is the way the maps have been picked, right? So as we were talking about, both of these teams have very similar map pools. There is no like Exploit picks Icebox, yes, but that doesn't really give them as much of an advantage as you would normally consider. So it's about the order in which the maps are played. Now, when you look at Icebox Bind, for me, I feel like this instantly sends me back to my prediction of a 2-0. Honestly, that could go either way because both of these teams, once they get the momentum going, it becomes ridiculously hard to stop, and both of these teams have very similar styles when it comes to bind and mirror compositions on Icebox. So you're gonna expect one team to not just take the lead initially with the first map in terms of tacticality or in terms of just having that extra momentum, but in terms of the mind games, knowing where they're at.
Exactly. I mean, now, considering the fact that it seems like the game will pretty much be started soon. So, but one thing I really had in my mind is kind of boggling is that I feel like each and every single team, they should have their secret card being pulled out, right? Considering the fact that these are the grand finals, this is where you need to be the best. You have no other chances. Yeah, you definitely do have those lower brackets, but it seems like, hey, the game's lined up and ready for you all. So it's time for me to welcome or pass on the torch to the casters. Welcome, Blay and Dinko.
I feel very underdressed right now, man. I was like, I'm just going to put on a shirt, and these guys rock on the bow ties and the suits and everything. So, yeah, I feel a little underdressed, but I'm sure the teams are feeling very comfortable. I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be my first, I guess it's my second intro into Valorant in South Asia. And for me, it's kind of like coming home, right? I know a lot of these players, a lot of these teams that go back like 7 years, 8 years, and I remember casting them in Counter-Strike, for example. So now, coming back into Valorant in South Asia and India and having the opportunity to cast these guys again, for me, is truly wonderful. I think Dinko's disconnected here. Oh no, he's frozen. I guess it's just me, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, he should be back very, very quickly. We do have the game ready right now. And yeah, he's back. He's back.
I'm alive. Yeah, I mean, get the problems out of the way as quickly as possible, right? But that's the issue. You wouldn't believe we're actually online, given the situation we are in. The production's been incredible, right? You get this virtual studio flying around, play. It's awesome. I always forget I'm not in the studio.
Yeah, I even have a floating microphone. My elbows cut off. You know, fun times right there, green screen and all of that. But yeah, jokes aside, man, I am actually pumped and ready. I haven't had my my heart rate this high to cast a tournament in a very, very long time. So I'm ready to rock and roll here.
Yeah, I'm happy to finally get back on the mic with you, but this time in Valorant, right? This is where it's going to get real exciting, and it's in a region that I haven't been able to cast too much, right? I had a stint out in Europe doing some of the VCT stuff, but here in South Asia, I haven't had the chance to see a lot of these teams in action, and I always was a big fan of the Asian scene in FPS games, so I'm sure it's going to be the same here in South Asia, and obviously with the situation we've got in this qualifier, you get into the APAC last chance qualifiers, and that gives you a chance to fight for a champion spot to play against some of the best teams in the world. So this could be a life-changing moment for these teams, and that's not even hyperbole. It's not even hyperbole to say that, because you know these teams can actually go ahead and get themselves an opportunity to show what they can do on the big stage. So this is a real chance for a lot of the guys coming into this.
Oh, absolutely. And you're talking about pretty much a brand new game. It's just a year old. Everyone started off on the same foot, right? So obviously you have NA and EU where they are, I guess, a couple of steps ahead of almost everyone else, but that's about it. It's not as big a gap as it would be compared to other esports esports titles for that matter. And you look at these teams in South Asia, they've been grinding out since beta. I know a lot of these players used to play online in EU before Valorant was even launched in Asia. So they've been grinding out for a very, very long time indeed. You have a lot of teams popping up in Southeast Asia as well. Of course, the Koreans are a force to be reckoned with. So yeah, it means a lot, and it could be, like you said, not just a game changer, but a life changer, as we are going to be jumping into Icebox, and we do have the agent picks coming in as well.
Yeah, Agent Select coming through. You know, Godvexy going onto the Sova, Ezzy pulling out the Killjoy Sentinel. Hika straight onto the stage. Don't think that's too much of a surprise when you take a look at his recent matchups. Definitely leaning towards that. It is the Viper matchup that I'm most excited to see, right? You know, head-to-head Vipers on Icebox, it can become a very central part and a big focus coming into this map. So that's what I'm most looking forward to seeing, is that Viper head-to-head. Soulmate, very comfortable playing the Viper or the Killjoy. Obviously on a map like Icebox, you want to be pulling out that Viper as much as you can. But here we got the player camps. Things are looking good. They're looking chilled. They're looking ready, blah. I'm feeling, you know, Velocity coming into this one, or should I say Exploit coming into this one. You know, they've taken the likes of Velocity down before. I feel like they've got this play.
I have to agree with you, right? Like, if you talk about dark horses in this tournament, it has to be Enigma as well as their opponents in the form of Exploit. The thing with Exploit they don't just win against some of the lesser teams, but against the top teams, they are able to pull off these upsets much more consistently than, say, the likes of Enigma Gaming. Like, you look at the VLT matchup they had, where they got trashed in the first map, and then they pull off the reverse sweep and took it 2-1. So that win is going to be very telling for me. But we're not going to be wasting any more time here, Dinko. It looks like it is going to be an early B hit coming in from the attacking side. That is going to be TE. Starting the attacking side on their map pick here, map number 1, it is going to be Icebox.
Yeah, straight away sending that owl drone out to get some early info. Immediately they tag up Badman, and it's interesting to see this aggressive stance coming in from the defense early. You will see a lot of this early control in around the containers towards B early. You can delay with the Viper snake bites and Toxic Clouds, because obviously you want to try and allow some time for those rotations to come back in from your teammates. Often you will see just one player stand here, so they have got quite a bit of help. As you were saying, a straight up execute this time though from the attacking side. They'll put that Toxic screen up, stage wall in, but the Nano Swarm has actually come through, and Badman's got a kill.
Badman out of nowhere just finding an easy frag there, and that's at least traded though. Now the spike dropped, and that wall, they really haven't been dealing much damage to the wall, so it's still going to be up, and instead they're going to be taking the fights. It's going to be trades. The Jet in the form of Storax coming out on top, finding raw fuel, and out of 3v3. Once more, the Viper wall is going to be coming up. They have a chance to put the spike down, but a push in from the stage. Again, the trades are back and forth. It's now down to a 2v2. The Sova and the Viper make that one player left alive. It is going to be all in the hands of Easy, but this one is not going to be easy at all. The wall comes up again. It's going to be tapping in through the Viper wall, spotted out, crossing across.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. They need to get the spike down at one point, and there you have it, Soulmate. That was a bit of a messy fight at the end there, but they managed to pull it off. It could have gone either way there, Dinko.
Yeah, it definitely could have, and I liked the initial setup from Enigma in terms of going for some of that aggression and trying to take the fight to them early on, because it can be quite difficult, especially in these pistols, to really hold off some of that early aggression, but they did a good job initially. The stage wall going up, I thought that was the confirmed spike plant, but the Nano Swarm just slipped underneath it, and a little pop-out kill from Badman. So yeah, very crazy start to the game so far, but TE, they'll be very happy with the start that they've been able to pick up here. The issue is about how close it has been. You can immediately have a round loss here, so they need to be careful, Exploit. They need to try and replicate this into a second round in a row.
And these conversions, right, that's where everything's on the line. It's like, you talk about pistol rounds, and I've heard a lot of people say, you know, it can be a little RNG, and I won't lie, right? Sometimes, if you look at the previous round, it could have easily gone the way of the defenders as well. It could have gone the way of Enigma. But HSB, he has gone for the early Phantom upgrade, you know, with the light armor, Dinko, something which you don't see that often, but that's going to enable him to go for these longer range duels where you might have to go up against maybe a Sheriff, perhaps even the Marshal. So they're taking this one slow, catching the one player, the Jet in the form of raw fuel, who was looking to be a little, you know, just going for the info plays, maybe trying to spot someone out, but gets his head plucked from his shoulders. It is, however, just a full eco here coming in for the side of Enigma, so should be on paper a pretty comfortable round for TE.
Yeah, they're just going to try and play this Sage Swap plant tactic, and I thought God Vexy actually had a chance to get over the top there, but in the end getting cleaned out by the Spectres. Spike going down, extra money in the bank, and things are going to start looking good for their credits going into the next round if they don't lose a single player, and that's exactly what happens. The Flawless coming through, and you love to see it play. You love to see a good, clean start into the game after a scrappy pistol.
Now it's going to be the real test, though, right? We have guns coming out. It was the full save coming in from Enigma in round number 2. Unfortunately for them, not even getting a single kill with the Classics means all the 5 guns, as you pointed out. It's going to be 4 of the Spectres and just one solitary Phantom in the hands of HSB. This is where I'm curious about, right? Like, usually in a round like this, you might expect to see them play a little bit more fast, you know, just try and go for a bit of a blitzkrieg approach. But they're taking this one slow. A little bit of presence towards A, but they also have the Viper and the Sword waiting outside. But I love this aggression from Raw Fuel. The Jet making a difference very early in the first buy round for the side of Enigma.
Yeah, and I'm loving these early signs of aggression from Enigma, right? They've shown the willingness to go in for these early fights, try and pick up that early info, and if they're going to find success doing that, I'm looking forward to seeing more of that play, because this could get real messy for Exploit if they're constantly in a situation where they're down a player, so they're going to have to try and get some information back. They realize, okay, top middle is actually clear. We've got this Aldron through, trying to pick up some info, and in fact, it hasn't spotted anybody, but that is enough info to realize maybe we can take some mid-control. But with Enigma, with that early aggression and the early man advantage, Blood, they can afford to just sit back. They can play passive if they want.
Right now, that B defense, it's on an island, right? You have the Viper all the way towards B long, but apart from that, there's no one there. It's kind of cut in half. And if you look at the Jet's presence towards mid, it could be problematic. Raw Fuel, again, going for some tentative info plays. He's going to spot a number of players out. With 30 seconds on the clock, they need to go for a play here. It looks like the A site is going to be where the remaining players of TE are going to be finding themselves on. King able to dodge the recon bolt. He can actually get the flank on here onto the Sage, goes for the spray, but Hika is good, and it's going to be the trades. Only one for the side of TE, and it's going to be a clean round coming out, all things considered, from Enigma. And Raw Fuel with a bit of teabag as well. Round number 3 of the game, and we are already seeing a bit of teabagging. I love it.
Yeah, you love to see it, and the cool thing about this round for Enigma, obviously, is it gives you a bit of confidence, but overall, Bly, it's not too much of a loss here for Exploit. Considering it was a bonus round, you had those Spectres still in play, you wanted to just try and take straight up duels. With Spectres, it just isn't going to work. So I feel like the Rifles were kind of destined to win that, and here comes the real test. 2-1 scoreline, Exploit still in the lead, they've got the Operator out straight away, and Storax is going to updraft straight into the first kill, and he's found the opening.
That's a lovely read. He knew exactly where the recon bolt was going to be launched from an Enigma, losing a player very, very early on. So the Jets are being very impactful in these early buy rounds, Dinko. We saw Raw Fuel, and now Storax opening up with the Operator. And now Storax just waiting for a potential flank to come on in. It looks like the A side is going to be where TE are looking to put the spike down. But again, look at Raw Fuel's position. Again, forward positioning. Looking to catch a player and then immediately tailwind his way back towards safety. But they need to find a man advantage early on. The one thing they have going good for them is the Viper's presence towards B mains, right? He's pushed in so very deep that they can allocate 3 members on the A side.
Yeah, this has been a very slow, tentative approach from Exploit, and I mean, it's no secret where they're going right now in Raw Fuel. Another good headshot for him. Can he get a second? He can! Just dashes straight on out of that wall up to try and delay and hold off. Finally, Raw Fuel's been taken out of play, so Hika has a little bit more pressure on his shoulders to try and dish out some damage with his Bulldog. He's tucked in the corner, and here comes the flight. Batman's in behind him. There's no fallback. The spike's down, and it's all falling away here for Exploit. They took way too long getting towards the site, and now they've just got to frag out. They've got a couple of kills. In fact, they've turned it back into the 2v2. It's even once again, but easy. He could end it all. Side of the cloud. It's going to be one for Soulmate. Headshot coming through, and Storax somehow wins the round for Exploit. I have no idea how they've done it, Blood, but they've turned it into a round win.
Oh, that was a round that was in the bag of the Enigmas, and then a couple of deals they really didn't have to take. Raw Fuel, right? He did such a fantastic job getting the first kill. He's still stuck on a round towards the boost area, and he gets a second kill, which he really shouldn't have. He finds it, and he still sticks around for the third frag, which really should not have been the play, in my opinion. He gets a second kill here, right? He dashes away. We have the flank on. It's a 3v2 spike down, and somehow, as you pointed out, Storax just not missing any shots with the operator and being very, very impactful this early. Now, it is the light investment coming in from the side of Enigma. However, the Blade Storm, it is online, and Rawfuel has already shown how absolutely deadly he can be with that jet of his.
Yeah, we have seen that already, so I'm excited to see this come through, because Storax is obviously playing in the jet very well so far. In the last round, opening things up, closing out the rounds as well, so definitely a game of the Jets so far. We'll see if Benny joins them. I'll be the recon dart, just trying to pull out some info, because at this point you're so passive on A, you don't really know how far up Rawfuel can be, and he has shown aggression before. So they're just trying to figure out, is there anybody in this close quarters position? And finally being spotted, he has to use that tailwind and get out of that. Still online though, still has the Blade Storm, and that's the most important thing.
I like how trepidant TE are being here. They're being very methodical, clearing out all the angles here. Of the Blade Storm, and it has been neutralized on the ropes. He can just reply back with the Sheriff, but only good for one.
I mean, that's just what happens to me in matchmaking, boy. I have no idea. But the ropes, death from above. It's Scott Vexy getting something done on the Sheriff, but trying to follow up a little bit further at range, and it hasn't worked out as well as they would have liked. And now as he getting brought down, HSB eliminating him, and it is 4-1 for Team Exploit. Initially, obviously, the first couple of rounds looked extremely close. That one, you didn't have the best weapons for Enigma, but I think they'll be kicking themselves about the fact that they lost the previous gun round. So this would be a great opportunity in this one, Blah, to just answer straight back, because they've got that operator out.
I just hate and love everything about that headshot. Like, I love how he finds it and neutralizes the one big threat in the round. At the same time, if I'm Rawfuel, I'm seething inside. I'm like, come on, like, come the hell on. How do you land that shot, right?
Yeah, that's a straight up Gillette game face moment right there, Blah. I think
Absolutely.
that's just smashing their faces, just straight off the top of the ropes.
Well,
Hunter's Fury, that's pulled out early on, and well, it actually has spotted some info. A little bit of damage being dished out, but no, right now, not feeling like it got too much done with that, unfortunately.
Yeah, again, taking slow. They know it is going to be the buy coming out. The only switch up this time around for the defensive side is that we have Rawfuel with the operator, right? And we haven't seen him yet with that. So far, we've seen him pop off with the Vandal, looking really good. But this Jet versus Jet battle, it is shaping up to be very, very interesting indeed. And right now, they did use up the Viper spit in the previous round. I think it was a 4v2 in which they popped it. So maybe a little premature, leaving them just with the Jet and a Blade Storm online right now for the side of TE. But still, 4-1 up. They have quite a bit of economy as well, considering some of the rounds they've won in the past 2 rounds have been very, very solid indeed. And here we go. The KJ comes into play. Actually, my bad. She was only 1 orb away from picking up the ultimate, and with that, that's going to empty the A-bomb site of the defenders, and that's going to be an empty site for them to take.
Yeah, so obviously getting that lockdown in, but not detaining anybody, and they didn't really capitalize on their opportunity, so they still have to try and push in. Luckily, Storax and HSB taking kills between them. Ezzy's found one, and luckily getting the spike down in and around the chaos. Cloud bursts and walls everywhere, and he's standing in a snake bite. He's got to get out of it. And Shooter will drop back into the corner, slow orb in, and a peek out for a headshot, but holding the angle is Rawfuel. And he's able to get one, but looks at the scoreboard, sees 3 more players in front of him, and realizes on 30 HP it's a far better chance of just saving this operator for the next round. 4-1, quickly made 5. And Exploit, they seem to be doing a really good job in the chaos of turning these rounds in their favor. It doesn't matter if they're down early, it doesn't matter if they have to dig deep. They're doing it, and they're doing it again and again.
I love everything about that take, right? Like you said, it looked chaotic, but if you look at the way they went for, firstly, they used the lockdown, and then you have the Sage going for the spike plant, puts up the wall. There was a nanoswarm on top of the rafters. So even if the defenders wanted to push up on top of the rafters and maybe prevent the plant from taking place, maybe try and find an easy pick, the nanoswarm just kept them at bay. So fantastic utility usage. And more importantly for me, it was about how they were able to use it at the right time, right? The nanoswarm a little early, a little too late, and it wouldn't be doing as much of it wouldn't be having as much of an impact as it did in that round. So just one constellation frag for the side of Rawfuel. He does have the operator still in play. And with the loss bonus kicking in, it's going to be a light investment from the side, of course, from Enigma. They have the Marshal as well, a few Sheriffs. One thing I cannot from any of the players in this tournament, Dinko, is that when it comes to just sheer raw aim, they do have what it takes. Although there are a few outliers, there are a few freaks in the server. Players like Rawfuel, they have players like the Shooter and Storax as well. They hit shots which just make me want to toss my mouse away and just retire from playing games.
Well, keep doing it, guys, and we will work towards our goal to get blood off the servers. No, I mean, definitely incredible when you see some of the outliers, and you will see those players like take the top spots in the region. And I think we're going to see some more of that later on today as well, Blay. I think we're going to start to see who the best players in this region are when it comes to the crunch time. It's different playing in qualifiers, but when you're in these moments where you really are looking at possibly getting a strong career, well, you gotta deliver here. And Easy's got a good angle. Wall goes up, a headshot immediately in from Soulmate. Again, remember, the situation right now over on the defense, weaponry-wise, isn't great, right? You got that operator, but the rest are on a couple of sheriffs, so things aren't looking too hot for them. This post plant, it should be going exploits way. This retake really should not be happening. We'll see if they can make it work.
I'd like to see the Jet with the operator just play this one passively, just hold on to the operator for the next round, because their economy still isn't in a very, very solid space. Speaking of Jet and the operator, I was actually talking about Rawfuel, but Storax instead is going to get a kill of his own. Attack does take place, but the flank comes in from behind, and nothing will be saved. It will be yet another flawless round coming out from the side of TE. Denko, they are showing why they picked this map. They're looking fantastic right now.
Yeah, teammates coming through, and I think it's a good time here for Batman to call this timeout, because Enigma, I don't know, Blood, they didn't look too bad to begin. And I think it's kind of one of those games where they're certainly still in it, but they've got to make sure they don't let it slip too much further, because yes, 6-1 scoreline, it's looking pretty rough right now in terms of the score, but considering the game and the gun round so far, it has been close enough, right? You had that opportunity, that round you should have won a little earlier to start off this game. You could be looking at a pretty equal scoreline if they didn't throw away some fights. So I think it's probably just a good time to take this time out, get the nerves settled, get into the game and realize, you know, we're still in this. We're very much in this. Look how many ultimates we have going into this next round. 4 available. The only player that doesn't have his ultimate is the Jet Op right now. So, I mean, things are definitely looking good for the defenders in this round, and if they win this one, that's the first step in the right direction. You can definitely turn this campaign around and come out on, well, not maybe on top, but certainly a better scoreline.
Yeah, for sure. And even if you look at the maps, right, like we don't really have too much information when it comes to exploit and how their iceboxes, but they have beaten Velocity Gaming, who are one of the favorites of this entire thing, to take this entire tournament, 13-10 in the just last week during the group stage, during the playoffs. So they can definitely play this map. The thing with Icebox and Enigma are, when they play any team of a similar or lower caliber, they completely dismantle them. But when they face off against teams of a slightly higher caliber, like GE or Velocity, they do tend to struggle quite a bit on this map. So yeah, it's a map that they can play, but against top-tier opposition, they do seem to struggle quite a bit. And against a team who did manage to take down Velocity on its very map, I don't think it's ever going to be easy, even though we still have a number of rounds remaining here. Once more, a slower approach, but this is aggressive posturing towards A side, but they are slowly sneaking in towards the B side, where we haven't seen any action at all, Dinko, apart from the pistol round.
Yeah, they're thinking about, do they want to make that rotation back over to B? And luckily with Badman, he's playing a real passive position, right? He's not really playing too far in front of it. He's got that util to try and slow things down. In fact, he got the snake bite out just before that wall went up, and Shooter's just going to go aggressive. The Battle Sage coming in. Storax started his position towards A, and now he's found the kill as well. Spike down, 2 versus 4. Things are just looking so bad for Enigma, and they just happen so quickly. It just dismantles just in the blink of an eye, Blah.
Just the sheer conditioning coming in from TE, right? They've been posturing so much on that A side that they play this one very passively indeed. A good read coming in from Vexy and Easy. But, is he going to go for it? He could go for this. And they don't really have an ultimate. The Sova doesn't have an ult to try. Actually, they don't even have a Sova, never mind. So they have to just try and stick this, but they have nothing to obscure the vision. The wall's going to be coming out again, and they have to push on in aggressively. Vexy, he's got to hold the line. They are sticking this.
Oh my god, okay.
Are they? Yes, they are!
Wow!
It's gonna work out, and despite the snake bite, it doesn't kill him in time. And what a round to win for the side of Enigma. It took everything out of them, Dinko. They had to use everything they had.
Yeah, he's gonna. I was thinking as soon as that lockdown went in, I was worried about the fact that they don't have any cover on the spike, but it was how Exploit played the post plant, man. They didn't have anybody sticking around, no one peeking out. At that point, you've just got to swing. You've got an expendable player. You've got to actually just swing out and take that fight, stay in the lockdown, put some pressure in. But right now, that's a stinging round, and one that Enigma desperately needed, so I'm happy they're into it, but there's no time to really talk about it, because we're getting right into this one, and they're on a low buy, right? They've got Spectres, their economy's not in a good spot right now, so you've got to try and make it happen again here, Enigma.
Look at the B push coming in as well. This is a lot of aggression coming out from the side of Enigma, and for the side of TE, they don't seem to care that there is a snake, that there's the Viper Spit online. They're just going to be walking on in, and Badman has a lot of work to do now. Even though he does have the Bulldog, if he finds a player who's walking inside of his pit, he's going to have an easy time getting the kill. But right now, TE they're just waiting. They're just biding the time.
Yeah, but that's the problem though, Blood. Because look, like, as you were saying, that aggression in towards B, look how much info and control they've got. So that Viper's Pit isn't going anywhere. So you've either got to drop back. If you want to go B, you got to fight 2 players in close choke points, or you got to walk through the Viper's Pit. So they really got to figure out where this Viper's playing from. They're trying to get that info with the Sova. They haven't been able to pick it up yet, and now just climbing over the top of the Viper's Pit on the ropes. They're straight into the site. King and Storax have found kills, and then suddenly the defense is falling down. It's all on Batman, and he's doing a lot of work. 2 kills already, finally taken out of play, and that's that Viper's Pit down. Resurrection coming through. Things are looking good here for Exploit.
I love everything from Exploit in that particular run. You see Viper's Pit up on the A side. What do you think, right? You think there's only going to be the Viper over there, maybe one player for backup, and it's going to be a much more of a heavier defense coming in towards the B side, which is exactly what Enigma were up to, right? And how do you counter a Viper Spit? Get on top of it. They manage to slowly creep on above, finds 2 kills, and Batman, he did a good job, but when you're alone on the site against 5 players, there's so much you can do. So he got a couple of kills, gets traded, and then a revive comes in from the Sage, and yeah, the round's done. Exploit I feel like they're at least 2 or 3 steps ahead of Enigma at this point in time, and now it looks like it's going to be a no-nonsense fast hit towards the B site, and that is going to be Storax once again finding the opening kill onto Badman. Only easy. Now, bear in mind, it's just the pistols for the defenders, so it should, at least on paper, be a very comfortable round here. Easy is going to crack open the wall and get smacked down into the ground by King. This round's done. It's an easy anti-eco coming in from Exploit.
Man, that's just like cutting through a heavy jungle with a machete just to get eaten by a Jaguar at the other side, man. It's just pointless, cutting through the wall. But in the end, there we go. It's going to be another round here for Exploit. And, you know, I was definitely seeing a close game in my eyes at the beginning of this blab, but given the situation for Enigma, the fact that they aren't really able to win gun rounds unless there's a lockdown use or some gimmicky or some sort of outlier situation, it definitely feels like Team Exploit are looking just a lot better today. And it's not just on the tactical level, because it has just been very simple Valorant coming out of them. It's also just individual level, right? They're just so good at getting these kills, and they're not really being traded. There's no trades coming through from Enigma. Maybe they get 1 or 2 kills, but always is the Team Exploit with a man advantage. Oh, that's better.
They need that. They need that so desperately. The problem has been Enigma. They seem to manage to get these kills, these opening picks, thanks to raw fuel again and again, but they're not quite able to capitalize on it. I say that, but Hika's going to get a nice frag on HSB, looking for more. Hika has to contend with 3 players who just wide swing and peek him. Now, with the KJ, with the lockdown active, that's going to give them a little bit of time to get the spike down, and the Viper Spit comes in, but it is a 4v3 favoring Enigma.
Yeah, Viper's Pit really making it quite difficult, but Izzy's trying to figure out if he can get the lineup right now. He's looking exactly where the Viper is. He's going to dive in, though, and Shooter takes him down. It's 2 in terms of the scoreline. It's looking like this could go a little further, but Team Exploit are losing players, and this Viper still alive, still under pressure, though. Batman and Godvexy have taken the kills, and finally, another round for Enigma. They're getting onto the defuse, and they've finally put a 3rd on the board play. They've desperately trying to get this over the line, and finally another chance.
Almost every round they've won it's just been so scrappy, right? The first round they won was against the the bonus round, right, where they had 4 Spectres, and then you look at the second round which they won, which required the Killjoy ultimate, and where, as you pointed out, TE made a little bit of a mistake not knowing that the lockdown was online, and they kind of played it way very passively in a 3v2 post plan. And this round again requiring the opening picks coming in, and he could really popping off as well. So it's requiring individual heroics from the side of Enigma to win these rounds, and I don't think it's going to be sustainable, at least for the duration of this map.
No, definitely not, which is why you want to try and get as many as you can out of that. If you get 4 or 5 rounds, even playing that playstyle, you're not going to complain, but yeah, it's difficult to do that. And look how quick this round has been in terms of getting that spike down. Updraft tailwinds just to get up towards the upper level. And this is a weird post plan to try and deal with if you're Enigma, right? You've got the first kill, but trying to flush your opponents out of these spots is so hard. And so they're going to try and play this much more passively on the attacking side, just sitting back, holding their close angles, making Enigma go to them, and now the defuse has been tapped, wall up as well. Oh, defuse is still coming through, even though kills are coming in. The defuse needs to be stopped, and finally, in the dying embers of the round, it's finally shut down, and King, with his kill to close it out, 9-3 on the board for TE. Blah. This game is chaotic.
I love how they waited till the last round before they pull this particular strat out. They're like, all right, we've been hitting A, we've been hitting B. Let's try this. A fast split from kitchen and from inside of mid, and even the plant. The spike went down with 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock. That has to be the fastest round we've seen so far. And despite there being a man advantage for the side of Enigma, the post plans, you said it was looking awkward, but when you have the line of sight on that spike way above, and especially if you look at its position, it's really hard to kind of defend that position, right? What do you set up for that? You can't even really use your smokes that much, and a jet was sticking it, so even if you had a cloudburst available, it would just dissipate in the next few seconds. It did come very close, but then TE with a very, very quick round, 9-3. They're looking solid, and Storax looking to be aggressive as well.
Well, Altron going through to try and pick up some info. Alarm bot has been spotted out, so they know this player is coming in towards A. Looking at the rotations, it looks like it's going to be the full heavy rotate from Team Exploit. No flank, they are leaving that Viper over towards B, but mostly this setup looking strong. Raw fuel, as he often has to be, is the battering ram that opens up the round again. First kill's in, but look at this. Batman slipped in behind, but he couldn't get a kill out of it. And that spike is not going down yet. Finally, they feel comfortable about putting the spike down on the ground. And now 3v4 is this retake looking so good right now from the defensive side. Exploit starting to come in and finding every kill. And that's just that individual skill we're talking about, Blair, right? They're just winning every one of these duels. They're just quicker, more accurate. And that's all it takes in the pistol.
I don't know if it's nerves or whatever, but like individually, like you said, like the side of TE, everyone seems to be online. Everyone seems to be stepping up. And Raw Fuel seems to be the only shining light right now for the side of Enigma. But then again, I'm just going to give them a bit of a benefit of the doubt here, Denko. It's still not their map pick. We have data which shows that they do tend to struggle against teams who are very comfortable on Icebox. So I'm just going to count this out as a map where they're just not very comfortable on. You can clearly see it as well. Even tactically, TE just know exactly what they want to do. Storax is 14-5, mind you, at the end of round number 13. He's been having a hell of a game so far.
Yeah, I think Raw Fuel is really just trying to drag them through, kicking and screaming in a lot of these rounds. Blah. He's trying, but you know he can only do so much.
It's like Batman strat. It's like Raw Fuel, go kill, and then
yeah,
he kills, he gets traded, and after that they're like, okay, what do we do now? He's dead.
Yeah, Raw Fuel, go kill 4, and let's see if he can do that. He's got 1. Batman's come in for the quick kill, and actually a good round so far in terms of Eden trading. But okay, Shooter out with a 3rd kill. Ezzy down. And it's death all across the server as Exploit pull it back again. It's all on Godvexy. 1 versus 3 to try and make this happen. Spike not down. He's got to try and pick that up and get it down in play. He's got to worry about these 3 players lying in front of him. Godvexy looking to commit to the plant. He's done it well, but now 3 players still to find. It's all about positioning. He's got a good spot for it. Turned it into a 1v1. Turns behind him and nearly had another chance, but King will take him down. 10-3, and Blair, we're about to get a Gillette Game Fest moment right there. That was incredible on the 3K.
I have no idea how he spins around and gets a 3rd kill as well. The Battle Sage in the server really stepping up. Storax is looking fantastic, but overall, yeah, that retake, I love the attempt at the end there, but when you're going to be planning, when you're going to be Soulmate with a bit of BM of his own, I love it. I love everything about the BM. I love the teabagging. Please do that. Look, as long as it's in the server and you're not using like text chat or like talking,
And you're not
trash,
teabagging in real life.
as long as you're not teabagging in real life. Okay, here we go. It's the Gillette Game Fest moment. That spin around was just absolute filter. Oh, easy.
What?
Oh, easy.
No, man.
No.
That just happens to me on matchmaking as well. And also, Easy's just been having the worst game possible, man. I feel so bad for him. He's like 2 kills right now, and then that happens to you. You're like, finally, a free kill. And then suddenly you just get headshotted without really having much of a say about it.
I feel you, which is why we talk about the game, Dinka. That's why we don't play the game. But it is going to be the purchase coming in from Enigma anyway. They don't really want to play for OT. They want to try and break this, and they might get the spike down. That's a pretty decent trade, all things considered. And now with the Phantom in the hands of Easy, he could go ham here. He's been having a rough time, as you pointed out earlier, Dinko, but this is his time to shine. Redemption.
He's just going to be holding down with his teammate in towards hell right now. Good position to try and hold off this retake attempt, and look at Exploit. They're taking their time. They're wanting this flank to start to come through, but finally that first kill comes in. King cracking it open. Hika gets away with a double kill on the Spectre. That's 3 in the round so far from him. And now they've really got to start thinking about that flank, and it's taking its time to start coming in, but Shooter's finally in behind them. And Soulmate, he's done well as well, and suddenly they win the round, Blur. I have absolutely no idea how they get those kills, and the defuse, it's close, but it's done. 12-3 scoreline. TE have done it again. These rounds just should not go their way, and they keep pulling them off.
Like, you look at it, you're like, all right, you know, it's a 3v2, Hika pulling off the 2K over there, and you're like, okay, maybe they might have the round. And then, like you pointed out, they had a long-range flank coming in.
How does this happen?
Okay, how it happened was mainly because Soulmate takes his fight, and Sova was watching the flank. I do believe it was... Who was it? It was Vexy who was watching the flank, and when he realizes his teammate on the side has to take a fight, he leaves the flank, and just the timing could not have been worse for Enigma. So we're down to map point here, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be 8... No, it's going to be 9 map points for the side of TE. They can basically do anything they want at this point in time, and it looks like nothing's going to fail. As I say that, the Rawfield's going to open things up. He's going to find one, but the pre-fire from King, he's going to get the trade.
You'll love to see a King ruling over his lands with a headshot. Spike getting planted. Lockdown in as well for this retake for Team Exploit, though, and that Nanostorm was actually going to hold them back, so they're not able to capitalize on it, and that Hunter's Fury has destroyed the lockdown, but the flank from Shooter again, he's got away with it again, he's got in behind him, but he couldn't shut down the lockdown, and so Enigma, he's able to take one. It's Ezzy who's finally getting on the board again. 3 versus 2, though. It is going to be Exploit with a man advantage, but they got to deal with Hika. They got to find him, and he's got 1 and a second picked up as well for Hika. Defuse tap, but it's not going to be the stick, and they're trying to sprite through it. They're trying to get him off the defuse. Soulmate has got it into the 1v1, but Hika with the headshot. The round is saved, and the rounds continue to come forward on Icebox.
The battered, bloody, and bruised Dinko, but they're still clinging on the precipice, right? They just need to win 8 rounds in a row. That's all. 8 rounds in a row.
That's it.
OT.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, we've done it.
How many gun rounds have they been able to put together in a row?
0.
So,
but there's always a first. But right now, they have to face off against... Well, they still have money for the buy due TE, but they also have raw fuel... that is Enigma, and they also have raw fuel with his Blade Storm. He's got a Spectre, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Blade Storm come out here, because like you said, 1 round gone, and it's going to be over. First Blade tossed in the direction of the Viper towards V, and you can see him immediately falling on back, calling for backup. And look at the flank, look at the early flank. Raw fuel with a great find of the Soulmate, but there are 2 players flanking in from behind. Make that, yeah, just 2 players right now, and that could actually catch a player off guard. Badman holding the flank. Vexy finds 1, and it is going to be Vexy finding both Storax and Shooter. Those are the 2 danger people taken care of, and that could be another round coming in for Enigma. In the dying embers of the map, they seem to be coming alive here, Dinko.
Oh, the King with a headshot. The Sheriff has come through. Raw fuel out of play, but like you said, this is a very good round so far for Enigma, and I don't see that changing at any point, especially with just a classic here of Wretch SB. But yeah, it's a great time to really get into the game in terms of the fact that it has been so rough for them, Blind, and suddenly get a few rounds to stretch your legs, get into the game for what really feels like the first time. I don't think Enigma have actually been in this game and really felt confident or comfortable at any point. They had that opportunity, I think, in the first couple of rounds, maybe that first gun round, but since then, it's been a pretty rough showing from them. So 12-5, yeah, still very difficult to get into this, but they're doing well.
If I'm Enigma right now, look, obviously, I don't want them to get into defeatist mentality, right? That is still, I've seen bigger comebacks happen in this game at different levels of competition, right? So there is still a chance it can take it to OT, but even if they don't, right, it's about trying to get a little bit of the confidence on, right? Players like Easy, who's been struggling quite a bit, just feel a little bit more confident, and then you're going to be heading into map number 2, which is your map pick. You're going to be feeling much more comfortable, right? So it's just trying to get that little bit of an edge going your way, as once again the hit is going to be coming in towards speed. It's just turtling up together here, Dinko, looking to try and deathball their way towards the side, and Hika able to res raw fuel. So the trade will be neutralized, and Storax has a lot of work to do here.
Well, the lockdowns come in, and Storax isn't really caring about that, right? He's just sticking around, and maybe a little too long. He has to get out of that. Has a few seconds to get out of dodge, and that wall's going up. Nanosaur's going to keep back the plant for now, at least. Storax is just hanging around, hoping they got a bit too aggressive, but they finally go forward. That wall's going to protect the spike plant. And actually going to get away with it as well. So now it has to be the retake, and Velocity, well, sorry, I say Exploit are down a member into this retake.
Thing is, though, their retakes have been ludicrous so far. Fakes to defuse. And, well, okay, that's a much better hold coming in here, Dinko, from the side of Enigma, leaving all on Soulmate, and he will at least get a consolation kill. 4 players survive, and now, Dinko, 6 rounds on the board. They have strung 3 rounds together. We all know how Icebox can be on the attacking side. The only problem is there is absolutely no margin for error. One misstep and the map is done.
I feel almost like the strategy for Exploit could be just getting a bit more aggressive on the defense, because right now what Enigma are doing is just the classic straight up execute, put the Sage wall down, get the spike planted. And if you're like pushing forward, causing a few problems, eliminating a few members, it's very difficult to play that playstyle. So I think Exploit, they've got so many good individual players. I think some aggression could really work again in their favor. So I want to see that in the next gun round.
It's actually happening right now, but then again, it's just the... Ooh, that was almost a headshot.
See, that's it. Finally.
Eco frags, but still, you know what? Doesn't matter.
Easy gets kills, man. He makes them look easy because they are easy. But no, we're looking at... we want to see him get some confidence. Obviously, in a round like this, if you pick up a few of those kills, Black, can really make a big difference to your mindset, right?
Absolutely, and that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, even if this game ends, let's say 12-7, sorry, 13-7 or 13-8, if they're able to put up a little bit of a fight, if players like Easy, like you pointed out, and Vexy and Batman are able to have those, you know, couple of big rounds and get a 3K or a 4K, perhaps, they're going to be feeling much more comfortable entering into map number 2, which will be Unbind, their map pick. The money is looking very, very good, of course, for the side of Enigma, having strung 4 in a row together, that too, without losing too many players. But as we have pointed out, again and again, doesn't really matter at this point. At this point, it's just about making sure they don't lose a single round. And now it's going to be the buy coming in. The Viper's Pit is online for the attacking side. And for the side of TE, they do have the Hunter's Fury, which will be unleashed early on. He's looking for the info play towards B, and that's going to allow his player in the form of the Jet and the Viper to potentially push on up and get a lot of map control here. Towards the A side, it's a bit of a defensive setup here. It's a bit of almost like a post-plan setup. They're not really looking to take any fights. They're going to be allowing Raw Fuel to make his way almost at the entrance, and it looks like the hit's going to be coming on in.
Yeah, they've made a really good call, actually, to go over towards A. It feels like Enigma are finally getting a little bit of luck to go their way, and they go into the A site. Spike down, Raw Fuel has been able to pick out one Viper's Pit invested. There comes the Resurrection as well, but look at that! Spotted on the gap of the wall, it's Hika in with a kill, and he's been so good. He's really been a battle sage so far for them. It's him and Raw Fuel really leading the way in the kill count. Hika drops back inside his teammates' Viper's Pit, but Batman's down, and so the Viper's Pit falls. Soulmate in with a headshot, 3 versus 2. This could be it. This could be the ending round here on Icebox. That's been the updraft straight into the headshot of Easy. Tap on the spike. It's going to be the defuse being stuck on the other side of that toxic cloud. In fact, it's stolen away. And Convexy did not spray through. 13-7. Icebox goes in the way of Exploit Blood. It was one-sided up until the little mini comeback at the end. But in the end, Exploit looked like the far better side.
You had to be a hell of a believer if you expect them to pull off that comeback, in all honesty.
Wow.
And looks like Dinko's frozen again. Dinko, you're a picture right now for me. But yeah, hell of a game overall. While we wait for Dinko to probably reconnect, and he should hopefully be online for us again. But Enigma, they tried their best at the end. It did become very, very close, but they weren't quite able to pull it off. So a very convincing win coming in from TE, but we do have the analyst desk to break this game down much better than we possibly can.
Well, thank you so much. And yeah, well, a dominating win, I would say, from the side of Team Exploit. None of us expected it. I personally expected this game to actually be really close in general. But yeah, with that being said, again, a dominating win from the side of Exploit. And as I did mention, none of us expected. CA, what were your expectations? I mean, what did you think after initially seeing what exactly happened in that previous game?
I mean, my expectations always were for Exploit to try and mirror what Enigma were doing, but do it better. And I think I got to see a lot of that throughout the match. As the casters also pointed out, though, it did feel like a few members of Enigma were just having a really bad day in general. And I think on the basis of that, it became very difficult for the entire team to rally around. We know how much this team relies on synergy itself. So a nice rally back from Enigma towards the end, but Exploit clearly the deserved winner.
Exactly. I mean, Exploit, yeah, it was a one-sided game throughout. Yeah, in the start as well, they had like 1-5 lead going on. And then slowly, steadily, as the casters did mention, yeah, it was a little mini comeback in the end, but hey, not really enough to seal the deal on the map of Icebox. Instead, it's going to be Exploit, as you guys pretty much predicted, but I still went for a 2-1, so maybe this first map was the one from the side of Exploit. Maybe later on, it would be a flawless wins from the side of Enigma, but hey, we still never know, you know, I might just be a little bit too early. But take a look at the stats as well. You can clearly see on the side of damage, I mean, Exploit are just leading the charts way ahead, but then on the side of headshots, you see Enigma way ahead from them. Well, this initially just tells us that domination, I would say, aim from the side of Enigma, yeah, it was working, but still Team Exploit, somehow, they were really winning those initial duels, and that's what was really insane and throughout. And I also had kind of like this one question to ask you, right? So, we did see teams kind of hard prefer A side, leaving B alone. So what do you think? So what's the theory behind it?
And before we get to that, though, taking a look at this scorecard, Rafael with 7 first bloods, I think that answers the starting part of that question perfectly. The idea always for Enigma was to answer what Exploit was doing in their attacking side, to try and get Rafael ahead, find that first blood. But the reason they were doing that is because in the initial rounds where Exploit kept going for the executes, you could see Badman trying to flank, coming in from B long and trying to set up a retake on the basis of that. But every single time, Exploit shut down that flank. Without that flank, the retake is incredibly harder. So instead, they started putting up Rafael. But if you try to see the same from the other way around, where Exploit were the defenders and Enigma were the attackers, where Enigma kept going for the A execute, Exploit played on the retake, but with one key change. Instead of having only one flank come in from B long, they were contesting mid as well. And for me, this was the biggest gap for Enigma. All it took Exploit Storm was one Viper smoke to shut down mid altogether. Enigma did not contest it once in their defense. I would have liked to see some aggression, like we see from VLT, for example, the stage moving in through kitchen tube, looking for the peaks, the drone set up to get that extra bit of information. Leaving mid completely as defenders just leaves you continuously confused as to what rotations can happen.
I mean, yeah, this game definitely, I would say, Team Exploit just brought in a lot of mysterious things kind of with them, right? And with that being said as well, I will have to say, Enigma did do quite decent, I would say, in the start. Yeah, Rafael, as you did see in the first blood count, he had like 7 first blood in itself. So Rafael, always that man who had the pedal to the metal, he was trying his best to find those opening frags. But in the end, it just seemed like all the other players, right? Yeah, I mean, they did have their pop-off moments sometimes, but it just did really seem like Hika and Rafael were the only one who were like doing a lot of things in the team. On the other hand, though, the rest of the players, it did really seem like they were having kind of an off day. But with that also being said, I mean, you know, Enigma, what did you feel like? What really fell apart? Yeah, it just seemed like they were really not able to read what Exploit is doing.
Exactly. Like, I felt like the reads for Enigma had just completely disappeared, and it has to do with the fact that their biggest strength is their tactical superiority, right? And this goes in perfectly with the narrative I view for Exploit as we've come into the tournament. They've continuously been the team that reacts to what the opposition is doing while keeping a foundation of their own. They have their own setups, they have their own defaults. Like, for example, on attack, you would see them continuously getting the early B-long information. As soon as they find out that the Viper is playing that one-man setup, the anchor setup, they're like, okay, chill, Badman can stay there. We know that he's going to delay a lot if we go there. So instead, we go back towards A, and that little bit of information gathering just continuously keeps them a step ahead, because Enigma are just like, well, they showed presence towards B. They're showing always presence towards A. You think they're going to come back to A, but we can't do anything to stop them. So I did feel like in terms of the mind games, in terms of the mental, Enigma was definitely lacking behind.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Enigma were definitely lacking, like, behind without a doubt. Yeah, as you did beautifully mention, yeah, the mind games were being played from the side of Exploit, and it did really seem like they're playing it to perfection, right? Yeah. But on the other hand, we also did see that flank coming in through from Badman, as you did mention in the past. It only worked that one time, and he was also not really able to get away with a lot of kills. I think he was only able to get away with like one kill, right? If I'm not really wrong. So with that initial flank, I feel like Badman should have realized that now they should have at least one player all the time watching the backs, and I feel like Badman almost got caught like twice after that while he was trying to flank. So I feel like he shouldn't really have done that. Instead, he should have played for the retakes, just like how Team Exploit was doing.
I actually think there's a way to allow Badman to keep going on the flank, because he attracts the turret's attention, right? As long as he's in B garage, attracting the turret attention, you just need one more player coming in from either the kitchen tube or the mid. That way, one of those players can sneak up and surprise them, because Exploit Storm cannot have two players watching the flank, because if they do have two players watching the flank, suddenly their execute is a lot more shady. That's what Enigma need to do. They need to make Exploit commit resources into areas they don't want to, so Exploit has to change their game plan, not just be in their comfort zone altogether. And this did happen for a little bit towards the end of this map itself, but the fact is, with that big a lead, like, that is just a matter of one round, one great shot to just take the map away, and that's exactly what happened. But yeah, like, coming back to the reads, right, it's not just the round reads that Exploit had on point. Like, I still remember, I think it was 1-2, Storax randomly picks up the operator, updrafts to that box right behind Belt, and picks out Vexy while he's trying to set up a line of Vexy. He's like, wait, what? You can do that? What?
Yeah, unexpected aggression, as I would say. Clearly, it did really seem like Team Exploit were confident, right? Now, I would say one thing here. In the third round, yeah, Enigma did seem quite confident when the gun round just started, right? Especially Rawfield going in aggressive, getting himself that opening frag onto that lad, instantly dashing back as well. That was an incredible frag, by the way. But then later on, Exploit, it just really seemed like Enigma was really being predictable. We didn't really see a lot of changes coming in through from their side. It was just like they were sticking to their defaults, how they were playing throughout the games on the map of Icebox. Nothing really, it did seem like nothing really was changed.
That's the thing, though, right? That's what we really applaud Enigma for. Even when you look at a map like Vine, their setups rarely change. They're a team that continues to maintain discipline, because their style is tactical superiority, efficient plays resulting in efficient engagements. And the issue with that is that you're never going to change it, because technically you're already playing the GTO, the game theory optimal way. You know, you're playing the way you have your plan set up. And if a team is able to counter that, suddenly you're in complete chaos, because it throws away your identity, it throws away your style, it throws away all the work you've done to even set up till here, which is why I think Exploit is honestly the worst matchup for Enigma among these four teams, because as their name suggests, they continuously exploit what Enigma is predicted to do, what Enigma is strong at. And if Enigma were to change, that's again a win for Exploit, because Enigma is a team that doesn't like to change.
And exactly, we had this convo, right? Enigma is kind of a team, they have their dedicated roles set. For example, Easy on that Killjoy, and then Badman on that controller all the time. So these kind of fixed roles also do make you kind of predictable, but at the same time, this also does give you a lot of experience to kind of play with that incredible agent, whatever you like to play, right? For example, Badman on that controller has always been a fantastic man throughout the game, right? But he also does bring in kind of flexibility, as I did talk about. Easy and Badman do tend to switch in some matches, but yeah, let's not focus on that for now. But yeah, consider the fact that this really went predictable on the side of Enigma. I feel like they need to bring in some astonishing factor in the game. If they don't really do so, then I feel like problems will keep on knocking their doors. Consider the fact that my map of Icebox, we do know they aren't really, they aren't really that bad on the map of Icebox. We have seen them actually have some pop-off moments as well against EXO. They were pretty fantastic, I would say, on the map of Icebox. But still, Enigma, such a dominating loss. Such a dominating win from the side of Exploit. I would say this was pretty much unexpected, right?
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't say unexpected in terms of the win itself because I predicted a 2-0, you know? But
Oh, yeah.
unexpected definitely in terms of the way the map went. I did expect Enigma to put a much bigger fight, at least change basic
Close,
setups.
close,
Like,
yeah.
I keep going back to the defense because for me their attack was fine. Like they did what they always do. They started with the A conditioning. Unlike other teams, Enigma likes to set up A executes first and then move towards the mid and B side, whereas generally internationally we see B conditioning a lot more. They maintained that style and they found relative success with it. Like Exploit were good with the retakes, but instantly Enigma adapted. But on the defense, the adaptation was missing. Instead of switching over Badman's setup, like you don't even have to switch him over to A. You just need to free up your Killjoy from mid to play on that B anchor. You play one Killjoy, not just to anchor down B, but also the kitchen tube. So you set up a turret right inside kitchen. You set up an alarm bot on B long, and the Killjoy is free to play Nest, just waiting for someone to come in. This would have worked perfectly for them because Exploit were they were taking B long control, but they were rarely actually getting into the site. So you take that Viper towards A, you have these snake bites to deny the sandwich control, 410 control, ramp control, and suddenly because of that, it's not about denying the execute, more about delaying the execute. If you're able to stall long enough, then they don't get post-plant positions, and if they don't get post-plant positions, well, the retake is a piece of cake.
No, I mean, it just really did seem like Enigma was having an off day, right? I mean, as Blay as well just pointed out, like, you know, beautifully, especially when you do have the Viper's Pit popped on the A side, that means you're only going to be having one more player to back him up. On the other hand, though, defense should be heavy on the B side, and that's what exactly happened. They found a way to pretty much get on top of it. Throughout that, they managed to sneak up all the way in the back. They took out the guy who was backing up Badman, and then later on, they started pushing Badman together. And in general, that execution was pretty much perfect on that side, and that's how they got it. So I would say Team Exploit, man, if you talk about improvements, insane amount of improvements. Yeah, as we do know, since the qualifiers too, they have been, you know, kind of undefeated up till now. They have been doing a great job throughout. But now I don't really know what's going to be happening on the second map because I'm expecting Enigma to actually be really angry at this point. Yeah. I'm expecting Enigma to, because we did see those teabaggings come out literally on the third round, right? We did see those teabaggings come out. So we do know the heat is on an equal level on the both sides.
Yeah, definitely. You expect the competitive spirit to really light up in Enigma because irrespective of what happened in the second half, this map, when you think back to it as the players or even the audience, you're going to think back, well, T just kind of stomped that all the way through. They for the top 4 stage, you know, 13-7 is not a scoreline we ever expect. So in general, we'll see if Enigma can pull it right back up.
Well, it seems like, well, the game's lined up and ready for y'all. You guys don't really have to win here more longer. And, well, again, it's time for me to throw on to the casters. Welcome, Blay and Dinko.
Thank you very much. I've actually mastered the art of perfectly being still while I talk.
How are you frozen every single time we come back to you?
You know, it's actually I've mastered the art of just sitting relaxed. I'm actually
like it.
It's a new art form. But yeah, anyway, I am going to be frozen. Hopefully, we get that fixed a little bit later on. That's the wonders of doing broadcasts over the internet. You know, it's just I'm very far away. But yeah, anyway, we're hopping back into this matchup. Luckily, you won't have to look at my creepily starry face for much longer.
You have a very pretty face, Dinko.
Thank you very much, Vlad.
It's okay. People probably going to enjoy watching that over my boomer mug any day. But here we go. It is going to be Bind. It is going to be, of course, the agent picks coming in as well. And looking at this, anything that kind of sticks out to you? Obviously, the Viper picks coming in is kind of expected, but like the Sky picks coming in, obviously a map where the Sky is much more used than, let's say, a map like Icebox, for example. So anything that kind of sticks out to you?
Yeah, I always like to see a Riz in play on Bind because I think it's just so strong in this map. So it's cool to see the shooter going, the Jet still, and the Viper. Actually, in a couple of the European games I was doing, some of the teams weren't running the Viper on Bind, and we're not running it at all. So I find that quite interesting. There's like quite a few different compositions you can run, but for the most part, this makes sense. I think it's pretty safe from both teams. You can see it's pretty balanced across the board, and I think coming into this, Exploit are very good at adapting from what our analysts were saying. You know, watching at them throughout this qualify stage and watching them throughout this, I think they're okay playing everything. I think the word we can use to describe them, if we had to in one word, would be versatile, right? They're just so versatile in terms of what they can do. If you look at the scoreboard through all the recent matches, you'll see different players at the top a lot, right? You'll see King up there sometimes. You'll see Storax. You know, they really do have a team with so many good individuals I feel like they just can play anything and do well. For Enigma, I feel like it's incredibly important here that they get off to a good start. I think they've got to try and forget about everything that happened in that previous map and just come back into this and mentally reset.
Absolutely, and looking at the side of TE, what does I wouldn't say surprise me, but what's interesting is the double initiator. Where you have Sky, who can double up as a duelist as well, right? So that's going to be for Storax. You have King on the Sova, and of course we have Shooter on the Jet, which should be interesting indeed. And of course, like you said, attacking side is going to be. It's going to be technical timeout rather. That's unfortunate, but we have technical issues. Players can have technical issues as well. Completely understandable. But you can maybe talk about like how Bind plays out, right? Like I've been watching a lot of the VLT events, primarily in EU because of the time zones. It's much more easier for me to watch. And having watched a lot of the South Asian and Southeast Asian teams play as well, I feel like Bind is a map where you can actually see quite a lot of variation or like different approaches coming in, but if you look at like you mentioned, like there's not much of Vipers being picked in EU right now. What do you feel might be an ideal approach on this map, at least on the attacking side, considering that it is going to be Enigma who have to get as many rounds as they can here on the attacking side?
In terms of strategy, I feel like Enigma have shown that they're willing to play this really simple playstyle, right? And I think Bind can definitely pivot into some of those team executes and splits. It's one of those maps in the attacking side where you can get some of that bathroom shower control and split in from A short, right? And you can get a lot of these A site splits going. You can go a lot of these B long hits. I think it's one of the more simple maps in terms of figuring out your approach in the attacking side. And in particular, you will see a lot of rounds you get that spike down, especially if you have this Sage in lowered by rounds. So you should be able to get those credits in play. And I think that simple play style of just effectively splitting and playing together across one map is probably what we're going to see from Enigma. And that's exactly what they're going for in this pistol, right? It's this 3-2 split in towards A. They really need the showers control. And HSB's done well. That Trailblazer trying to force him back, and he's actually going to drop back, try and throw that molly down to slow things down. But he's been caught and by the Trailblazer, and this attack's starting to come through.
Interesting pincer coming in. The wall's up. And you can see the Rays actually looking for a potential flank. Now, for the side of TE, they have taken a bit of damage for the Jet. That is Thorax, I believe. So he's going to be playing this one very, very passively. It's all a ruse, though, Dinko. But it looks like the read is on. It looks like TE have a very good idea where the hit's going to be coming in. They're not falling for the fake here. And Raw Fuel showing his presence. What are they going to do now? They still have the opportunity to head on back towards the A side, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing. However, that being said, they do have the Brim for the side of TE. He was pushing towards U-Haul, so this hit could get messy.
They're going to try and run it down straight through a short. Shooter's been able to pick out one headshot. Raw Fuel down. Hicker has been picked up, but HSB is trying to do best work as possible with that Frenzy. In fact, they've found 2 kills between them on this defensive side on the Frenzies, and now into the 2v3. His position now revealed. He'll begin to heal up, but only to 68 HP. So you are looking at Badman to try and step up with this Ghost, and he's been found. Soulmate takes him out of play. Hicker at least looking for the plant. He will get that down. But on the other side of this wall, the flashes start to go through. The guiding light in. Soulmate with the headshot. They close it out in the end, and that'll be exploit with a pistol.
Yes,
a war of attrition, but in the end, it is them to take it.
I'm sorry. I just love the little bit of BM coming in from both the teams. I hope to see this till the end of the game. I hope to see this throughout the tournament. It adds a little bit of extra spice, doesn't it? It's more like, you know what? It's not just about, we're not just going to be shaking hands and going to be like, GG guys, we're still best friends. No. We're going to win the round, and then I'm going to shoot a body, and then I'm going to teabag you. And I love everything about that. It's old school. Old school's the best school, Dinko.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. And like I'm saying, we're not on LAN, so teabagging's okay, because
Just do it on LAN. Just don't do it in real life.
Yeah. But yeah, we're looking like we're gonna have a fun, exciting tournament. We got some personalities in here, which is definitely cool to see. But at this point, we're looking at Soulmate in towards Hookah. He's gonna try and open things up, and on the other side of this wall, down in that archway in mid, is a couple of players, some weaker weapons that the Spectre would love to tear up. He's actually going to drop back and use the range. He's got his teammate out towards long here. King feeling like he needs a little bit of help. He needs some backup as he sends that Owl drone down long. With a minute and 10 seconds, Hookah has been taken by Enigma. They're not making any secret about that though, Bly. They're being quite loud in towards this position, so they know that they're in there. And Soulmate, he knows they've got better weapons, so look at him just dropping back, playing this really tight, difficult angle in towards elbow. This should work out for him if they approach his position, but it looks like they're going to go and try and get back into A.
Where it is the Soldier moving from the sky, and that's a dead giveaway. That should draw to rotation, right? And no, they're still ticking around. Brim making sure just not one player. They're making a lot of noise. That's a huge opening from Easy to Fine. He had a terrible game on map number 1, but this is a good way to start things off with a man advantage here. Dinko, they can get the spike down, which they will, and even if they lose this round, that's mission accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about just getting some extra credits in these kind of rounds, getting yourself into a situation that you get some money out of it, but they've actually got a chance to do even more than that, Blake, because they are still alive. They're still kicking with 5 players to 4. Finally starting to get torn down. HSB's come in with a double kill, and the smokes are up, making this quite difficult. Snakebite actually onto the defuse. That's going to hold them off for the time being, but it has been stuck to half. Going in for the knife. Okay, this is chaotic. At the end, Roadkill nearly gets away, and finally taken down by King. That's your Asian Valorant clip of the day, blah. The knife's pulled out. They're trying to get it done, but they couldn't make it happen.
I'm a little disappointed they didn't commit to the knife battle. Like, they both pulled out their weapons. That's disrespectful for your opponents. If you take out the knife, you go for the knife. I'm joking. Doesn't really matter. They do, however, get the one consolation frag, Dinko, and more importantly, they get the spike down. There's a little bit of extra credits, meaning that they will not just be able to afford their weapons of choice, but will also have quite a bit of abilities and utilities available as well. And that, because of that, look at the aggressive play coming in from the side of TE. They're wasting no time. They know they have Spectres. They know they have a weaponry disadvantage. So they're going to try and close the gap. They're going to try and take the fight to the attacking side, and I love this from the side of TE. Shooter gonna make contact, avoids the flash, but he doesn't quite land the shots. HSB able to trade, and so does Storax. So it's still a 3v3, and Storax now needs to hold the line, waiting for the flag to come in from his teammate. And a flashbang is perfection, but he doesn't get the kill, and just a dink.
How does Raw Fuel get away with that play? He was fully
know.
blinded by the guiding light, and then suddenly just flick headshots. But anyway, straight to the teleporter they go. Soulmate trying to catch them off. Good trigger discipline. Unfortunately, couldn't find more than just one, but Raw Fuel going down is a huge player to lose. And that spike getting planted. Batman, good angle in towards Hookah. Starting to smoke them up as well. Most favorite flavors. Goalie going through as well. Batman shuts it down, and the attackers will win their first round.
That was a good hole coming in from Batman. I got a little worried there. It was a 2v2. He heard the TP as well. He knew where the Viper was, and he should have been maybe played a little bit more passive perhaps, but he takes the fight. And very smart. I love the way he held the angles as well, right? Ensuring he gets a 1v1 fights. And the call from Enigma to go for the to use the TP to head towards the B side, it couldn't have been better timed. If they'd waited a few more seconds, the Viper wouldn't come in from behind. They wouldn't have been expecting the flank potentially. So a very crucial round for the side of Enigma to win. It is still going to be a bit of a light investment coming in from the side of TE though. But the Sheriff won't find anything easy, holding the line, and Dinko, I gotta say, he's been having a much better time so far in this round.
Oh yeah, I think we started to see him warm up towards the end of the first. You know, it can be a big nerve settler when you get a couple of kills. Okay, Snakebite going through. Luckily the Boombot did get off, but unfortunately shut down as well. Not really the best start for TE, but Enigma, at least they've lost one player, so it is within touching distance for TE to pull this round back, but at the moment, Enigma realize, okay, we probably need to slow this down. We don't want to get this into a chaotic situation. Want to slow this one right down. We still have a minute to play with, and Batman should be about to find a kill over towards Showers. The issue is you don't really want to be in there taking solo fights, and the timing couldn't have worked worse against him, right? Look, he's just giving up the position. Now the flank's starting to come in, blah. This could get real messy because they think it's clear.
The timing on this could be nasty. No one's holding the flank. No one's really looking for the flank. They seem to be... Oh, here it comes. Here it comes, but no one's still watching it. As I say that, though, we do have the Sky making sure if the flank does take place, she will have her eyes. But she's kind of out in the open, so a nice shot coming in from the side of TE on the Brim could potentially get a kill. King's going to try and play distraction here. He's going to try and break the wall, which he will. Trying to force a couple of these players to take a fight, but a well-timed smoke being deployed as well by the Brimstone. Ooh, that's a great recon.
Yeah, that's caught a lot of info actually for King, but fortunately couldn't do anything with it. He knows where they are, but you know, getting anyone near them is a big problem. You can see on the right side of your screen what's on the other side of that smoke. Slow orbs, everything, and finally, okay, 2 headshots for King. Doesn't really amount to much, but still beautiful shots coming through nonetheless. And in the end, they skip through the teleporter. 2 players stay alive for Enigma. Significant damage done, though, from that Sheriff towards the end. And a little bit of flash and skill points, I would say, as well, Black, because that was sexy to watch.
Oh, that indeed was. They're gonna be happy with that, right? I'm sure, they would have wanted more kills, but even wanted a round. But here we go, the game face moment replay coming in, sponsored, of course, by Gillette. Great clean shots. I never, ever land shots like that, Dinko, in my games. It just makes no sense. But the fact they're able to take away 2 rifles is definitely going to be detrimental to the economy. So if you look at the money for the credits, rather, for the side of Enigma, it's still not that great, considering they've won a couple of rounds back-to-back. So good job coming in from King to get those 2 kills. And now it's buy versus the buy. We have 6 ultimates online. For the side of Enigma, we got the Sage, we got Sky. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Seekers come into play here.
I wouldn't either. Right now, we're looking at this scenario while there is a few ultimates at their disposal on both sides. Information is being picked up the risky way, though, the old-fashioned way, jumping out, shoulder peeking for info. Snakebite to try and hold them back in lamps, and here comes the Viper's pit right in towards the middle of the site. Seekers out to try and figure out where that Viper is, and they've done well now. Oh, the orbital strike is going to catch them as he's taken down, and King on the double kill. That is perfect ultimate usage. Getting rid of that Viper's pit, putting the spike on the ground again. With 40 seconds left, this is impeccable from Team Exploit.
King, not just in the name, but in the server as well. What a play. Just the combination timing with the recon dot, as well as the Seekers and the Brim ultimate, and shooters to finish it off with the operator shot. What a retake. They didn't even get the spike down, Dinko. And King, well, we saw the 2K with the Sheriff, and now he's just popping off against the Byron, looking really good indeed. And I gotta say, this is a very far cry from what we witnessed on Icebox, which is just very lopsided. It was a 9-3 half for the side of TE. And heading into Bayern, you would expect Enigma to put up a better show, and they have already. But just the fact that TE, they're always nipping at their heels, always making rounds expensive and never easy for the side of Enigma to close out. And with that, they're down to the pistols once again. Just maybe 1 or 2 SMGs in play, and Soulmate with the Viper's Pit of his own.
Always love to see the Viper's Pit being invested so much. We got to see it so many times over on Icebox. It really was a battle of Vipers, and I think Exploit definitely had the better of the 2 throughout. Operator missing its initial shot in towards Hookah. Actually, Raw Fuel's very lucky to get out of that one alive, Bless. So he's going to drop on back and away from that situation. Now, Viper's Pit's so deep down in towards a short, so they've got to really worry about that, because you can't really comfortably go through that at all, and you usually have to use up quite a bit of utility just to be able to deal with this situation. I like that Exploit are actually countering the playstyle that I said Enigma would be going for. Is a lot of these simple splits. They're not allowing that split to come through. They're funneling them into one position, and that means they've really got to pop off.
They need to pop off here, but Soulmate once again holding the line. And the thing is, with the Viper's Pit active, any potential flank through short was going to be spotted out. And Soulmate's doing a great job at getting the kills, but Easy's going to find him running on in straight through the pit. And it's now a 3v3 as a res takes place, but Shooter finds Hika. Easy, though, still alive. Raw Fuel trying to be problematic, but even spotted and tagged by the Hunter's Fury. And a 2v2. Bear in mind, the Raze is internally hemorrhaging as well. So even though the spike is planted, it's going to come down to the Viper to do a lot of work for the side of Enigma Gaming. Easy. He has a pop-off. He's been having a much better game than he did earlier on Icebox. And Raw Fuel's going to be playing contact here. Oh, he's going to use the Viper's utility to isolate a player. Easy gets 1 kill, but King, he's been fantastic so far. But Raw Fuel from behind, and King, his spider sense tingling, Dinko, and he clutches out the 1v2.
Yes, sick stuff again from King. He has just been so good so far.
BM? No.
No, he's been respectful. And
he's a king. He's a king after all.
He doesn't need to stoop to their level, Blair. He's a king. He rises above them. 9-3. He has been doing some unthinkable stuff so far, hasn't he? And I look forward to seeing more of it, but this is what I'm talking about, right? They're getting funneled into this one position where they're having to come out of showers. They do a really good job, actually, at being able to pull off a couple of these initial kills, and then King decides to save the day.
His kills have been so impactful, right? You go to the previous round, you go to this one, the 1v2, and even the round with the Sheriff. He gets 2 kills. Sure, they don't win the round, but the amount of economic impact he was able to deal out just with 800 credits worth of a weapon. Just fantastic so far. We've been seeing Shooter and Storax kind of being the pick of the lot, but King is showing what he can do as well. This team, they have been looking quite tremendous, I might say, even during the playoffs as well. And now in the finals, where everything is on the line, they are really stepping it up, showing that their win over VLT, the 2-1 win they had, where they lost the first map. If I'm not mistaken, Tinko, they lost 13-1 on the first map, and then they won the following 2. So the mental strength these guys have is quite fantastic. And these are players I've been watching for a very long time. You know, they've been playing competitive shooters for over 5-6 years, players like HSB, for example. So they're veterans in the scene. They're not players or a team that you can really trifle with, as we do have an attacking Viper Spit being utilized here early on by the side of Enigma. The question is, what are they going to do with it? Because look at the defense. Look at the wraparound coming from behind as well.
Well, Hellfire goes through Soulmate on the 3K. Another one from Soulmate. It's absolutely phenomenal and just stolen away. He didn't have the final bullet for the ace, but it's incredible from Soulmate. He shuts them all down. And that is exactly what you love to see early in the morning, Blight. That is all the Valorant action you need.
Oh my God, that was filthy. That was dirty. I need a shower after that. That angle he held, like, it's a choke point, right? So I'm sure he had some vision, but it's almost like the moment he spots them out, they can only shoot him from that one particular angle. 4 kills. I mean, what do you really say about that?
I mean, I'm just disappointed he didn't get the ace blood, to be honest. Yeah, he was 1 bullet away from it. As much as you're going to be happy about the 4K, you just look at that, you're like, I was so close to everything. But it will be the showstopper, pulled out immediately. Raw Fuel has actually just run right through Lamps and invested that, and no one's been there to really be on the receiving end of it. So luckily the spike gets planted. Enigma, again, very simple executes in towards this A site, getting that spike down. And in fact, you're going to have to play the 5v5 post plant. So this does get quite difficult. The retake have so much resources to play with.
Yeah, I feel like if they'd managed to keep a showstopper for the post-plant, it would have been much more effective. But I mean, they didn't obviously know that there was no one playing towards U-Halts, right? So totally understandable why they used it early on. King once more leading the pack on the retake. Gonna find everyone. Should be a clean and easy round coming out from TE, unless Badman does something truly miraculous. But he will fall, and so will Easy. Another 3K coming in from King. And well, at least to get the spike down, to get a constellation kill. But at this point, it's starting to, I hate to say it, it's starting to resemble Icebox a little bit. You know, we see a couple of competitive rounds, and then we have TE just running away with the game, and they're looking pretty comfortable right now.
I think TE, again, they're just looking like the better team on the individual front, because you mentioned that earlier, right? We've seen that was the case previously. And obviously, when we move over to a different map, I thought maybe it'll be a little bit different here on Bind, but it has been much of the same story. I don't think you can deny their individual ability for TE. And Enigma found it very difficult to deal with. Boombot being shut down, TE looking for an opening pick, and Shooter, he gets away with it. Blood, beautiful stuff on the Jet Orb.
Not too sure why HSB wants to continue taking this fight. Storax has been found as well. Oh, okay, HSB is so lucky to stay alive. On 9 points of health, he will fade away from that battle. When you usually get an opening pick, you just want to maybe play a little bit more passively, perhaps, but he does survive. And again, player advantage for the side of TE. Barely, though. Considering the lack of its Sage on the side, and also the fact that the Sky has been taken down, there's not going to be any heals available for Batman. So, sorry, for the player, for the Brim on the side of TE. However, with his ultimate available, it could potentially thwart the plans of Enigma. Now Vexy sneaking up at the edge of the pit will be found by Soulmate, and it's all on Badman. 1v4. It is not going to be easy. He's just going to try and leg it towards the B side, Dinko. Now, he could get the kill.
30 seconds
He
left.
could get the kill on the HSB, but the TP comes in, he finds one. Expect a second. What a shot from Batman. Now it's going to be, where does he go? If he goes towards B, there's a player waiting just right next to him, and he can't be expecting that an HSB, despite surviving on 9 points of health, he will be the contingency plan for his team. Nice attempt from Batman. Those two shots were just pure filth.
Yeah, it was crazy to see again. Batman has been another one of those players that just has these little moments, Blair, where you show that individual skill, and that's what we're talking about when we're speaking about the individual skill across the board and the versatility you can get out of both teams. Batman hitting some nut stuff, but unfortunately, too many players in his wake. Right, he had to do that onto a few more, and it's very difficult to just get those first two. Never mind the rest of the side. So definitely looking a little rough. And right now, 7-2 scoreline. You got to start winning a couple of those rounds. You got to start taking those opportunities. You know, send that Trailblazer out in towards A short early on to try and cut through any of that utility. In fact, it will see another Trailblazer on the other side of things. Hunter's Fury trying to come down, and actually has got a kill out of it. Easy out of play. Viper down, and the man advantage in play for the defense.
I'm sure the analyst desk can do a much better job than we can with breaking this game down, but I have to say, so far on the attacking side for Enigma, it has felt very one-dimensional, right? They really haven't been able to force off too many rotations from the side of TE, that they've been flanked multiple times as well. Finally, though, they show themselves towards A, they lose a player, and now, maybe for the very first time, we might be seeing a proper hit coming in towards the B site, and Raw Fuel, what an opening, as Godflex is going to join the fray as well, but Shooter through the smoke with a shorty, finds one, and neutralizes the man advantage they had just for those 5 seconds.
I've got your trail.
Well, that wall has a hole in it. Guardian Light's going to go try through it. And the spray down trying to come through, but Batman again on the double kill. Storax and Shooter both down. And finally, Batman is taken away, but he's already put his team in the better position. The 2 versus 1. It has to be a retake on 33 HP from the Bremen. On the other side, he thinks he's got this iron hole crossfire between 2 players. He's got to make his way through it in the clutch, and it's not going to be easy for him. The HSB, they know exactly where he is, and they peek right into him. Enigma with another round. They're starting to come to life here, Blah.
Is it too late, though? 2 rounds remaining here, Dinko. I don't know. I love the switch up, and I love the conviction they went for that B hit. Finally, right? Like, they've been so trepidant. They've just been avoiding the B side time and time again. But finally, it was Raw Fuel, who's been having a surprisingly, an uncharacteristically slow and very quiet game so far. He's only on 3 kills and 10 deaths. Bottom fragging for his team, especially when you have Raw Fuel in your team, as a Jet or a Raze, you expect him to be like the main guy. You expect him to be the player leading the charge. Although, that being said, if you watch some of the games in the past, he's always been much more comfortable, I felt like, on the Jet rather than the Raze. So that could be a reason.
Spike down B.
Vexy, Raw Fuel, again opening things up. The B site is ready for the taking for Enigma. Now, they do have a player coming in from the elbow position, as King is going to find Easy, and dealing a bit more damage on the Batman as well with his shock dart. Now, they're aware where they know there are 2 players coming in with the flank, and Batman's going to be holding towards Hookah. But Raw Fuel, he has a lot of area to cover. There could be a player coming in from elbow, which no one's watching, and is holding a very close angle towards long, where it is going to be the Sova and HSB coming in together. Shooter finds Batman jumping out of Hookah, and now Raw Fuel has a lot of work to do. He hasn't been spotted out yet. He sees 1, goes for the spray, finds 2, and now the 1v1, and Shooter is going to clutch it out again. Vexy not able to do anything as Shooter is burning, but he will get the defuse very, very comfortably. And they get 1, Dinko, and then TE, they just take it back again.
Yeah, just get out of the fire, Black, because I needed him to win the round there, but 8-3 on the board. I mean, at this point, TE, they are looking very comfortable in terms of being able to reply and have the response. I needed Enigma to give us that round. I needed to give them a little more in this half, and I think when you're just looking at the sheer individuals, you're expecting this kind of round to come out of Raw Fuel sometimes, but Shooter has made the difference again, and it feels like there's just more of those players on TE right now, Blair. They just have more players that can be the X factor, can be the difference maker than the likes of Enigma.
Absolutely. It feels like everyone seems to be able to step up when they need to, right? It's not like one player is standing out altogether. Soulmate playing a pretty aggressive stance. Now, they do have 2 ultimates available for both the sides. It is the final round of the first half as well, so would be expecting to see the Seekers and the Blade Storm coming out for the side of TE. For Enigma, though, they have a res and they have a showstopper in the hands of Mr. Rawfield, who, as we pointed out earlier, he's been very, very quiet, and that could be the deciding factor here. Aggressive stance coming from Batman. That's a great find. There's another player still to find, though. He doesn't check the angle. King's gonna find one, but he's isolated. And there you have it. The showstopper finally coming into play and being impactful. And the paint shells as well. Finding Storax. A res has taken place as well. And this round should definitely go the way as Rawfield has woken up the 4K. He's had enough.
He is just raw fuel right now, blood. Just nothing. Just charging right through them, making them explode. Just 4 kills coming through on the board. Paint shells, showstoppers. Doesn't really matter what he's got. This is incredible from him. And I said, you know, we know Rawfield can do that kind of stuff. We know Enigma have those individuals, but they have less of them. So that means we expect more of the bigger players. We need more out of Rawfield. And man, he has stepped up in that last round. That was an incredible performance from him. The King as well at the top of the other side of things. 16-7. Badman leading the way on the Brimstone of all agents. 11 kills for him. It was a great half of Valorant, and 8-4, it's not too bad. We desperately needed that last round for Enigma. If they go down, you know, 9-3 at the half, I don't see much of a comeback. But now it's 8-4. I think they've got a chance here, Blah.
And the double initiator as well, right? You got the Sky, you got the Sova as well. It's going to make life much more comfortable. The B hit coming in. The wall comes right in the nick of time. Hika is so lucky to escape unscathed. But he will be spotted out, I believe, by the drone, unless I'm very much mistaken. A rotation already taking place. 3 players now. The hit's going to be coming on in. Hika hiding inside. Shooter opening things up. Hika, he at the edge of the smoke, and Shooter's going to find 2, but Rawfield able to trade with the boombot.
Yeah, Hika was just trying to avoid being spotted by the recon dot and start the cloud burst. He did it for long enough, but couldn't quite get a kill out of it. And Shooter now got control of the tuna can. In a good position now, pushed up into the corner. He hears those footsteps crossing over towards elbow, so that's information for his teammates. The 3v4 still looking good for Exploit, but they've just lost a player and they've lost another one. King has to step up, and he's got 1, but that's not going to be enough. Once again, it falls on Shooter. He has to do it again. Shooter McGavin, let's see if he can get it done, and he's picked it up. 4 kills picked up, 9 rounds on the board. Shooter is a one-man army.
Is some of the stuff he's just pulling off, it's just illegal, Dinko. I mean, you see Rawfield pop off. Even in this round, they lose it to defenders on the B side. Rawfield gets a couple, and Shooter just denies everything. 4K from him. The Jet has been instrumental, like, so far for them. But apart from that, just look at the scoreboard, right? Like, you see Shooter on 14 kills, but you look at Soulmate. He was so impactful on the Viper on the defensive side, and King, as you pointed out, just being an emperor in the server so far. And winning that round, Dinko, it's still not too late yet, but unless you're like a diehard fan, you might be expecting this could very well be a potential 2-0 for TE. And it could be Enigma going to the lower bracket where they will be facing off. Hold on to the thought. The classic from Hika just smacks Shooter down in the face. Another thing coming in from Vexy though, but they have managed to get the kills. Now Rawfuel having to do quite a bit of work, but the classics up close can be nasty, but at that range, yeah.
Yeah, that was something. That's the classic. That's a classic moment, really. Blah.
Classic squared.
It's just, yeah, it's unbelievable. But I don't think this one's gonna be doing much. Easy, he's got 1. Okay, let me hold that thought. He nearly gets away with a 2nd kill, but finally shut down. 10-4 on the board for TE. And yeah, you know, we talk about, obviously we come from Counter-Strike. You in the Asian scene, you have the delusional Tyloo fan. Now we've maybe, if you're believing Enigma have got this, maybe you're a delusional Enigma fan. I don't know, but audience poll still favoring Enigma into this one. They committed this one favoring them, and yeah, I feel like they're gonna be disappointed.
And you don't want to go to the lower bracket because you're going to be facing off against either Velocity or Global Esports, which is not going to get any easier. So yeah, this matchup, even though it's a double elimination, although you won't go out after losing this match, it's still a game you really, really want to win just to make your lives a little bit more easier. So here we go, Dingo. 10-4. 3 rounds remain for TE on his attacking side, and they're posturing outside of B. Posturing outside of Hookah as well. Rawfuel having to go big here. They have 3 players clustered on this B site to prevent a take from the side of TE. And there is a flank taking place from Batman, but it might take a little too long, Dinko.
Well, Shooter is walking in the corner. Vexy unchecked and unscathed. They will get a double kill, but finally taken down by HSB. And that spike has actually made it so all the way into the side. But Storax, he's the only cover they've got right now.
This is big. Soulmate, oh, if he stayed alive, that could be massive. But now they are trapped. But the Brim ult being used doesn't deal quite too much of damage, Dingo. But a 2v4 post-plant, this isn't going to be easy.
No, 2 versus 4, difficult situation here for TE, but they've got to be able to frag out, and we've seen that happen before, but Easy coming in, good headshot. Now on to Storax. Got a good position, but too many players standing in and around him, and that will be the retake recovery for Enigma, finally onto the board in the second half. And maybe this is the first step right back into this game, because Vlad, they did have a comeback in the previous map, right? Yeah, that mini comeback over on Icebox. Yeah. He started to get into it. Maybe they're late bloomers. Maybe they're a team that takes a little while to get into things. And I love how TE are calling for a timeout immediately.
At least over here, they still have a bit of a buffer to work with, right? Like a bit of a mattress where it's 10-5. And TE haven't yet managed to get to map point. In the previous one on Icebox, it was like 12-3, and they had to basically win 9 rounds in a row. Where it is probable, but you know, it isn't impossible, but it was very improbable. And here, though, they have that opportunity. You know, 2-3 rounds back to back. 10-8, suddenly things are looking much more likely. And then if you're able to break the economy, if you're able to stave off, you know, some of the ults being popped off by the side of TE, primarily the Blade Storm on the side of their Jet, there is a real possibility that things could be tied up in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
I mean, yeah, that is a possibility. But I do think that we speak about TE just not really having to rely too much on the system. They rely on those individuals, and they've just got so many of them that surely at some point or another they roll into a couple. So yeah, Enigma really have to play a perfect game at this point. And it really does come back to the point where they get those 4 rounds in the last, or should I say the last round of the first half to get themselves up to 4. That really gives them a better chance. Yeah. And fighting into the second half and getting right into the action. Straight away, that Viper's toxic screen went up in towards A, but it looks like a heavy B play. Coming in early from TE, they have some weaker weapons in play, so it should be Enigma taking this one.
It is interesting. The attacking game plan for these two teams is so different from each other, right? Like much more aggression towards the B side from the side of TE, while for Enigma, it was always the A side, time and time again. Here we go. Gets the orb, and that's all that Shooter wanted. This guy's aim is cracked, especially with that Blade Storm. Right now, for the side of Enigma, it's not just about winning the round. Not just about neutralizing the Blade Storm, but also making sure they don't lose too many players, they don't lose too many rifles. Still have a long path ahead of them. Here comes the hit, though. Counter Viper orbs, and there we go. Shooter from above finds 2. Dinko, that's the ace side days for the taking.
That's incredible from Shooter, really making that Blade Storm work. And we talked about how they're on weaker weapons. Well, that doesn't matter now. They've got this Blade Storm cracking through them, and that's what you can do with your ultimates. A Phantom picked up, tossed over, the upgraded weapon now in play for the post plant. Not only have they got those upgraded weapons, they've got them at advantage in spades. They've got it in a double factor. So this is starting to look real difficult for Enigma to get back in here. This is not a round you can afford to lose. This is your foothold back into the game, and right now it's crumbling from beneath them. They're about to fall off the side of the cliff. It's going to be the guy who likes trying to go in to crack open some space and give them a chance back into the retake attempt. They found 1 kill, tapping the defuse to create a little bit of pressure. Now the swing out from Lamps begins to come in, and all the kills are starting to come in as well here for the defensive side, but Soulmate standing up with a double, and HSB with a final kill. A thrifty round, an 11th in, and TE have made it happen off the Blade Storm.
That could be the round. That could be it. This could be the round that decides who's going to be moving on. I was talking about the Blade Storm. I was like, they need to neutralize it, and Shooter's like, nope, look at me. I'm a bird, and I'm going to kill every one of you.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Shooter with his Blade Storm.
That is just killing every single one. It's even worse than It's even worse than Superman, because Superman doesn't kill.
Yeah,
Shooter
Superman
does.
Doesn't kill. Shooter is evil Superman. He's like Zod.
Listen, Evil Superman is terrifying, okay? It's terrifying. And if I'm going to have to choose a side, I'm going to choose a side with Evil Superman.
Yeah, screw it, kids. Just pick the winner, man.
Yeah, like,
I live in tyranny.
Screw it. It's like, oh, Superman's evil now? Well, guess I'm evil too, because I'm going to fight that guy. Well, 11-5, the scoreline. 1 round remains for TE to get to map and match point. And I like how passive they are, right? I feel like for the very first time on this attacking side, TE have been extremely passive with the defaults here. They know it's going to be just pistols being upgraded here for the side of Enigma. And Batman is going to be expecting this. I don't think he's going to be. And there we go. Storax immediately finds him. And what they're going to do here is just play passively, get a man advantage, maybe a 2-player advantage, and then just deathball their way in towards the site.
Yeah, huge advantage is picked up early on. Shooter down. I'll play. You want to be losing, especially with the impact he's able to have in the late round. So, trying to look now at this situation. Storax having to do a bit more of the step up on the Sky. Not exactly the agent you could do as much of the heavy lifting on as he was previously over on Icebox, but still making it happen. And the rest of his teammates standing up around him. These weaker weapons from Enigma, unable to get much done. Guiding Light trying to blind them on their way back, but King does not care. He just continues moving forward. 12-5, and it really is a tragedy, you know, just like Superman versus Batman. We've got Batman here on the other side of things, and we've already called him Superman. So yeah, we've got this blood. We've got some sort of superhero story going on.
Yeah, Shooter. He's got an extra R in his name. You know, Shooter R. I'm not sure what it stands for, but more like, you know, here's a replay for you. Well, right now, I'm guessing Enigma would like a replay of the entire game because this has just been very lopsided. You know, we expected it to be much more. Raw Fuel.
Okay, this is more like it from Raw Fuel. This is the kind of play he likes to go for. Oh, he's making it happen as well. A double kill in for Raw
Spike
Fuel.
Down.
God, Vex, he's been able to find one as well, and as you so rightly point out, Spike down, but the problem is they don't have enough resources to commit to holding it, so they're just going to have to drop back and leave it behind. And that does allow for it to be picked up, but 3 versus 2, the damage is already done. Enigma have the man advantage.
I would have liked him to pick up the orb there, the Sage. I'm not sure who that was, but he was just 1 orb away from getting the res, right?
Oh, so yeah, that would have been huge.
So you have your ultimate ready, and if it's going to be an A-side hit coming on in, he can easily resurrect one of his teammates, and now it's suddenly a 4v2. So I guess a little bit of a panic setting in, but still, it is a player advantage for Enigma. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, everything on the line. Everything on the line here. They lose this round, it's over. They're going to go to lower bracket where they face off against either GE or VLT. So Hika has to go big, but here we go. It is going to be Secrets coming out. Hika, his position given away. The flash is good as well. The guiding light forcing Hika back, and his position compromised as well. And now, here we go. It is going to be the Viper Spit coming in from Soulmate, and things have gone from not bad to kind of bad right now.
Pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Well, Viper's put up right now, and Soulmate's just going to try and stay inside of it. Easy's on the other side. Just trying to jewel it out. This is a little chaotic, but now he's spotted the snake bite start to come out. He knows the general position. He's so low, so it's a risky job doing that. But Storm from the double kill runs right into the Viper's pit for cover. Guiding Light about to go through as well, and it's all crumbled. Easy left alone. Low HP was, but he's got out of the Viper's pit now. He's back up to 100. He goes in again, trying to get it done, but Storax on the 4K play. 13-5, 2-0 win. Incredible showing today from Exploit.
They looked fantastic. And if I'm VLT or GE right now, look, I know everyone, myself included, we would kind of expect GE and VLT to be the 2 favorites here, but right now TE are a massive dark horse. I feel like if there is going to be a big upset taking place, it has to be TE. They have looked fantastic. What a clean win coming in from them, Dinka.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to hearing what the analysts have to say about this one, because this is a huge statement coming into the tournament. So it's over to you guys.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of things to talk about here. Especially the first thing I would say, Enigma, a lot of mistakes have been committed from their side. A lot of mistakes, fights that they don't really need to take, they are doing so. And because of that, that's why their main key pillars inside the game are really falling down. Especially Raw Fuel. Yeah, you are getting those opening frags, but at the same time, you don't need to do that a lot of times, right? Sometimes you need to hold your horses back and maybe try and play a retake with the team.
Exactly. There is a key lack of discipline from Enigma Gaming, especially on the defensive half, where the the idea of picking up that raise in this composition is so you can get the extra strength in the defense, right? Even in the stats, you can see again, Enigma leads in headshot percentage, but the damage clearly in favor of Exploit, and this story has been carrying on over from Icebox. And I think the primary reason of this is that continuously Exploit have much better utility usage. They get a lot more value of the utility. You see players like Soulmate very willing to use his snakebite proactively to cut off sights, right? These particular usage gets exploit these advantageous areas, and then the way they hold those angles just beautifully done to cap it all off. I think Exploit clearly superior tactically, and I feel like Enigma, yes, we didn't expect them to change Necro, like in terms of compositions, in terms of roles, but I expected the setups to at least change. It doesn't look like there's been much preparation put into this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. It just really did seem like Exploit just woke up from their sleeps. I mean, not Exploit, my bad, Enigma. It just really did seem like Enigma just woke up from their sleeps and they were like, all right, it's time to play the grand finals. Get ready, boys. And they just directly, just had it right inside the game. But on the other hand, though, one thing I would really like to point out here, take a look at the stats as well, right? Damage numbers way ahead, but on the other hand, again, Enigma really ahead on those headshot percentages. Now, what this really tells us here that Team Exploit, when it comes to that tactical approach, when it comes to that strategical approach inside the game, they're way ahead of Enigma, because Enigma, it seems like they were just getting completely outplayed throughout these games or throughout the past map. But now, taking a look at the team stats as well, King, again, all the way on the top, King definitely had the day of his life, and same goes his Soulmate. And talking about these two lads, I don't know if you remember, whenever Soulmate had his ultimate available, which is Viper's Pit, they always played on the A side. So what do you think of that?
I think the idea for Exploit is that they have strong defaults, wherein their defaults aren't dependent on the agents, they're more dependent on the players, right? Even King, for example, you notice that the composition has changed for Exploit Storm. King used to play either Jet or Raze. Now he's playing the Sova to allow for Shooter to pick it up, but his positions, they don't change. He still plays the A side the way he would when he plays Jet and Raze. He still plays aggressive defaults. The only difference is now he's got a buddy with him every single time, because they understand how vulnerable that Sova is when he's making those aggressive pushes, and that speaks to the style of this entire team. Like, I even remember a round where the Sova and the Brimstone, yes, I have to repeat that, the Sova and the Brimstone are pushing down B-Long and getting a kill on their defense. I'm like, bruh, like, this should not be happening in general against any attacking team. It demoralizes you, You're like, wait a second, it's like they're smurfing, they're just wherever taking fights and winning them. And I feel like that's what ended up happening with Enigma. We always applaud them for their communication, their mental, but today it just wasn't there.
Yeah, exactly. As I did mention, take a look at the MVP of the BO3 first. It's of course going to be Shooter. Like, how can you rule this man out? He's just having a fantastic day throughout. But we also did see a composition change coming in from the side of Exploit. So, do you have anything to explain here about that?
I mean, I think it just speaks to this man's strength right here, right? You see the MVP of the BO3 Shooter. All about getting him to his comfort. The Jet has always been where he's looked best. All the way back from Q1, where he used to play only Duelist, to now, after HSB came in, they started shifting it around a lot more. He started playing a Scythe a lot more on Bind. But I think coming into today, their understanding was simple. You know what? Only Raw Fuel is the one who is going to take initial engagements from the side of Enigma. He's the one who creates the initial space. So let's get Shooter on the Jet. If you get Shooter on the Jet, he can match Raw Fuel, try to either take him down or force him back, because Jet versus Raze 1v1 in a engagement itself, not a delayed engagement, in a moment, the Jet will always win. In the delayed engagement, maybe the utility, the nades, the boombot come out, maybe the Raze wins, but the idea for Exploit, very simple, right? They're like, you know what, Enigma play Bind very complex in nature. They play very extreme defaults where they're trying to hold down a particular site on the basis of utility. We're just going to break that down. We're going to play pure brawly Valorant right here and take over them. And I think they did that brilliantly. 13-5 in the top 4 teams, Necro. That's astonishing.
Yeah, exactly. 13-5. None of us expected this to be this one-sided. Yeah, I mean, you guys definitely did go for a team exploit. And with that being said, I've also been called a delusional EG fan. Well, it seems like definitely I am. I mean, I can't really disagree on that, because the way had just went completely one-sided. And I'm definitely a lot disappointed in EG, because we didn't see, it just really seemed like they had no preparations going it through. And also, as you did rightfully pointed out, that staying on that comfort zone, right? They pretty much sent Shooter on that Jet back in. I feel like over here, Raw Fuel would have done way better job on Jet.
Yeah, and at the end of this series, like the question we asked in the initial pre-show was, this is a matchup of dark horses. One of these teams is going to take the win and come out as the actual dark horse, the one that the favorites have to be scared of taking away the win. I think the casters as well mentioned this, the idea that now Exploit Storm has not only won, but won in such a dominating fashion. It really puts that fear into the minds of our next two teams. Like, okay, wait a minute. I know we have to focus on our match, but that was some next level play there from Exploit Storm. So I'm excited to see how this team keeps on developing. And also for Enigma, I'd like to point out, we're still in double elimination. This team is not over. This team's story has been about coming down from the ditches. They've risen through the ranks to get here even. So I'm sure they still have the capability in them to replicate that form once again, replicate their run through the lower bracket.
Exactly. In the attacking side, though, we didn't really see, like, you know, those panic rotations coming in from the side of Exploit. They were always fixed. They had that one guy, which was Shooter pretty much, who was just, you know, moving around from sides to sides. As soon as he kind of hears the call, he was the only man who was making those rotations. He was always the one who was kind of that rotation guy moving around between both the sides. And that's what I really liked about Exploit, right? If they don't really get a confidential info, if they don't really get a confirmed info that it's a full commit, they weren't really, you know, switching up their pace in the defending half. They were just staying, they were anchoring down the sides. And as I did mention, especially when the Viper had the Viper's Pit available on the defensive side, which is Soulmate, they always played it on A, and she usually used that on the A short side as well. And on the bathrooms, I mean, you just had the Soa taking care of it. It was my man King. He was just having the day of his life. He was absolutely single-handedly popping off. So in general, like, that setup, right? Those switches coming in through, what are your, like, initial thoughts about that? I'm pretty sure a lot of people missed those switches because later on, as soon as the Viper's Pit was being deactivated, I mean, they didn't really have that available in the next round. You saw them instantly switch over back to the B side.
I think it's just the strength of that Silver Sky when it comes to bind. You've got consistent info on both sides of the map, and you've got an ability to continuously use that info to enable players like you see on the screen. Shooter, continuously letting him be the flexible player, giving him the reads, like, hey, we expect to push here. Do you want to go take a peek here, or do you want to trade out for another side of the map? Do you want to push belong together? Continuously giving Shooter an array of options to enable him. You can see the stats paid off. Their play and their win condition paid off because they certainly get that. And for Rafuel, like, this was my fear going into that. Don't get me wrong. Rafuel is an amazing race player. He's just not that scary on race when as compared to when he's popping off on Jet, you know. And I completely understand why Enigma needs the race in the composition. It's not even about want, they need the race because otherwise the compositions look completely changes. They have to play much faster, their tempo needs to change, their style needs to change, the way they look at rotations needs to change. So maintaining that is cool, but 1-0 down when I'm going into the second map and I know Rafuel is not playing Jet, I just feels it feels like a doomsday for me, you know?
Nah, I mean, Raze is definitely one of those agents which is heavily preferred on the map of Bind, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, a lot of teams do like to play Raze on the map of Bind, but on the other hand, Exploit was just like, all right, frick it, we're not really going to be doing that thing. Yeah. Shooter, you can pick whatever the hell you want. You can go with Jet if you want, and that's what he did. I feel like if Enigma did the same thing with Rafuel, because Rafuel had so many moments where he was just going in, you know, sometimes all he was doing was just using those pain shields. He wasn't even using the rest of his abilities, and he was just straight up going in for those kills, and a lot of times you did see that. But again, as you beautifully pointed out, Raze is kind of an agent which is really useful for that controlled aggression. Yes. On the other hand, the Rafuel is a man who doesn't really need a controlled aggression. He just straight up goes inside. He's a man who's kind of the pedal to the metal. He goes in, he tries to find some kills. He's kind of like the wolf being unleashed right here. He's like, all right, go in, get those kills, and then come back to us because we want you alive for the rest of the game.
Exactly, right? It's also the X factor that set Enigma apart from all the other wildcard teams, where Rafuel stepping up and swaying away from Enigma's general tactical style, the cleanliness of their play, the smoothness of their execution, all of it was there for Rafuel, but with an uncharacteristic level of aggression, and that's what really got them ahead of those teams, but that was missing today. And Icebox, he made a couple of pushes, was able to punish Thorax a couple of times, find some kills, even on Bind, like he was able to, a couple of times, I remember, double satchel into the side, create the space, but it was glimpses. And when I think of Rafuel, I don't think glimpses, I think reels. There was just not enough highlight reels there.
Exactly, but I mean, it does really seem like we've talked quite a lot, and there's still a few more points that I really want to talk about, but it does really seem like that's going to be it for now at least, but we'll be back after a short little break.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'm a bring it crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freak. Yeah, I'ma bring it crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
it and forget. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky freaky on. 신경보다 같이 forget. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner and Talk Esports as a digital publication partner. CA, what's going on? You already seem like you're having a great time. And let me tell you why is it so, because we just have gotten the info from a flying bird is that Marzil is going to be subbing in for Vapor, and this is huge.
Exactly. I'm feeling so excited. Like, first up, it's the Val Classico, Global Esports versus Velocity Gaming. As we've talked about as well, it's almost a finals matchup that's happening in the first round. So, really exciting to see both of these teams come up. And as you mentioned, there's a small change from Velocity Gaming. Now, we know that Vibor isn't necessarily unwell. Maybe some emergency came up. But the understanding so far is that it's a tactical substitution, which immediately brings my mind to what could happen, because we do know what the Vito setup as well is. But we'll save this conversation for when we actually get there. Because now I want to talk a little bit more about the storyline behind Global Esports and Velocity Gaming, Necro. Because these teams, they've been arch rivals. They've been the nemesis of each other from the very start. GE took down VLT in all the way back. Sorry, VLT took down GE all the way back in Q1. But recently, after losing to Exploit, it looks like GE are back in form. So what do you think, Necro? Are we going to get to see like that level of action again?
Well, definitely, yeah. I'm really expecting Q1 all over again, but instead this time there's just going to be 3 maps. So yeah, that is a little sad, but we are also going to be seeing the ban phases coming in through. And the one thing that is really going through my mind is what bans you think, because if I remember last time correctly, it was GE who actually won the map of Ascent in Q1 against VLT. So I'm expecting an Ascent ban coming in through from VLT. But what do you think, so?
Yeah, exactly. Like, as we've talked about as well, I think in general, most of these teams don't really like Ascent. I think Global Esports is the only team that actually likes the map of Ascent among these 4 teams. So the ban of Ascent definitely very much expected. On the other side for Global Esports, though, I think it's between Bind and Haven. I personally would like to see Bind being taken out, because I feel like Haven is a map that they can answer a lot better, especially since recently Velocity has shown that they play the Breach on Haven now. So if Global Esports are able to answer back with their own Breach, I think matching that a single duelist setup is a lot more favorable for Global Esports with SK Rossi in general on Haven. So I want to see Haven being at least left out, maybe not picked, but I think if it's left out, VLT very likely to pick it up, because it is one of their strongest maps.
Oh man, as you did mention, we already do know the map Vito, but well, we're just going to be keeping on the secrets, going in forward as well. Yep, we need to keep our mouths sealed until you guys see the map Vito screen. And guess what? We both are cruel, so we're going to be doing that. So viewers, you will have to wait. We're not going to be opening our mats anytime soon. But yeah, as you did mention, finally, the Val Classico and the El Classico. I'm pretty sure it's like 80% of the viewers were literally waiting for this. This is the moment you guys are waiting for. I'm pretty sure most of the viewers didn't really care about the last match as well. Yeah, they did, but not as much as they care about this one. I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers are going to be so stoked to watch this, so excited, because I myself am, right? You can clearly do see my energy level going up. I'm already like feeling good for myself. Same with CAC. I was already vibing to the music. And of course, I mean, yeah, the intro bumper is the music is quite insane though. Yeah, I definitely need to ask what kind of music it is. But yeah, with that being said, I'm pretty sure the map will be on our screen soon. But again, this also brings us back to Q1, is that GE last time, they pretty much had a rough kind of ending against VLT. So what are your kind of turn things around, right? So considering the fact that Marzil is coming in on Vabor's side for like a substitution for Vabor, what do you think? So what kind of changes he's going to be bringing inside the team here?
I think it really does have to be to try and play a lot more around MW1 to keep him on the jet, right? So if the substitution is to happen, I expect it on the maps of Split or Bind, because that's where they really need the raise. I expect if Marzul is coming in, he's going to pick up the raise, so then they run a double duelist setup. Now, if they are running that, the biggest question mark is going to be who plays the initiator. Is it going to be Amitarasu's Breach, or is it going to be right to Ace's Sky? Because depending on that initiator pick is where the controller pick lies. Like, the initiator and controller very much intertwined within each other, because if we get to see the Sky, I will not be surprised if we see an Astro Viper pulled out by Velocity Gaming to go along with their double duelist Sky composition. But without that KJ, that composition looks a little sus, you know? But on the other hand, if Amitarasu pulls out the Breach, I expect right to Ace to actually pull out the Omen, which is really interesting for me, because if you think back to Global Esports and Split, you think Hellranger on Omen. So I wonder if the substitution is just to try and mirror match Global Esports composition to composition with the pre-match preparation done to already understand their defaults, whereas on the other side, Global Esports, well, they don't have much of an idea. But I do think we can stop being cruel now.
Yeah, well, it seems like finally the mean boys, or the mean analyst desk is not going to be mean anymore, because we're finally revealing the map video in front of you, lads. And, well, the first man coming in from the side of G, Ascent as expected, well, because actually G was the one who won Ascent last time, and they're the one who are banning Ascent this time.
Yeah.
And instead, Velocity banning Bind. Now, last time G actually banned Heaven, but they did realize, well, Heaven is not really a big of a problem because they got over it last in the playoffs.
I think this shows the preparation done by the teams and the win conditions they have on board coming into this matchup. So G's Ascent ban, number one,
No
I think it has
icebox.
to... yeah, no icebox. But I think it has to do a lot with the fact that they don't really want to play the breach style that we've seen Velocity Gaming pull out and demolish Exploit Storm 13-1 in there. Because in general, Global Esports Ascent, the biggest take back we had away from, like the takeaway that we were really confused about was the fact that they didn't necessarily seem to have a select style with that breach, right? So they're taking that murky map off the table, but VLT's ban a Bind. Now this is a big question mark for me, and it really tells me that they have something special prepared for Split, because if you're leaving Split open against Global Esports, you need to have a plan on the table. They're one of the few teams that still plays the very old meta, the double duelist breach Omen meta, and they do it phenomenally. They stick to their defaults and they maintain the status quo that is that Split is Global Esports Fortress. It's always been a map where they've been ridiculously good. But hey, let's have a look at where both of us are lying here.
Hey, it seems like Blay, this time you're on my side. Hey, Blay, I feel like you should join the analyst desk now. So yeah, you should go on the caster side. Well, but hey, Blay and me are completely on that one side. And on the other hand, though, CA still believes in VLT. Now, let me tell you why I didn't really go with VLT, right? Especially that loss against Exploit. It did really seem like their mental was shaking. Let's be honest. Against Exili as well, they struggled quite a lot. Now, none of us expected that matchup with Exili being that close, especially on the side of VLT, that how much dominating win they had last time, and then later on it just went really a kind of a close call, right? It was also a close call. But on the other hand, though, if you talk about one more kind of a fun fact, or if you talk about one more fact over here, is that last time VLT were the one who actually won Bind, and last time Ascent was the one who actually was won by GE. And now it seems like this time they have banned the maps that they actually won in Q1. And what do you think is going on in their mind? Because with that also being said, they're kind of playing mind games with me.
It's just because of the fact that in general, back in Q1, the composition were definitely very different. The styles were very different. And since then, the teams have progressed so far. Yeah. And even back in Q1, right, Bind was very slow. So we'll see. Maybe this time VLT have something special up their sleeve.
Exactly. We definitely do want to see. But with that being said, again, it's time for me to pass on to the torch to our lovely casters. It's going to be none other than Blay and Dinka. Welcome back, boys.
Thank you very much, Necro. I'm looking forward to getting into this one, Blay. You know, I've been told so long in the build-up to this event, this is the match to look forward to. Doing my preparation, watching the likes of SK Rossi, I'm so excited to see this play out, right? This should be a real banger of a matchup. The level of Valorant should be raised out quite a bit going into this one, Blay.
Yeah, I mean, there is a saying in India, or rather in South Asia, that the few things certain in life are death, taxes, and VLT and GE facing off in the finals of the tournament. Now, this isn't the grand finals, right? It's still the upper bracket opening matchups. We still have to see which teams are going to be making all the way to the finals. But these two teams have been playing each other for so very long, across multiple games, across 5-6 years. You look at some of the players, the right two ways. You look at Amaterasu, you look at people like Marzil, more of a newer blood, but considering how long he's been around, he's kind of a veteran as well. You look at Hellranger. I played with him back in 2013. Like, we used to play together in our team as well. So I know these players very, very well. I've been casting them for over 7 to 8 years right now. So for me to be presented the opportunity to cast this El Clasico of South Asian Valorant, I am very, very honored and I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's awesome to see, legends of the region in terms of FPS experience, whether it be in Counter-Strike or other FPS titles, are now coming into this new game of Valorant and still carry the torch of Indian and South Asian FPS. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. I think it should be really cool. I think obviously when we're coming into this, they're going to be very familiar with each other to the same extent you are, right? So hopefully we see some more of that BM. We see that in the previous game. I'm always a big fan of it, but I don't really get when people don't like it. I think it's part and parcel of competition. I think it's cool. I think it adds something to it. So I want to see more of that. In fact, I want to see even more. So bring it to the next level, please.
I do love to see it. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much from these two teams, though. They know each other very well. They're actually friends. They played with each other and against each other quite a lot of times as well. But what I do enjoy is the level of competition that comes out when these two teams face off, right? Like, it's going to be mind games. You can look at the stats, you can try and break down as much as you can, but it just comes down to the day. Like, on any given day, it could be either of these two teams coming out on top. It was last time it was VLT who were able to take down GE in the first open qualifiers for India, and GE winning the second one pretty convincingly. So I feel like this game is going to be pretty telling which way it's going to be swinging or who might be the favorites to take the entire thing. For me, what is very interesting is my dear friend Marzil is going to be stepping in instead of Vibor. Now, he is a player who usually steps in for MW1, if memory serves me right. He is the duelist, so to speak. And they rarely field him against GE when it comes to these finals, because they're like, he hasn't really reached a level where, he's comfortable or the team is comfortable with him playing against a team like Global Esports. But with him coming in here in a matchup where everything's on the line, I'm excited to see what Marzil has in store for us. He is a player who a lot of people might be used to seeing as a duelist, but he's also someone who can play almost virtually any agent. And I want to see him in this roster play against the likes of GE, because when you have Hellranger as the IGL of GE, and then you have someone like SK Rossi as his right-hand man, as his Excalibur, as his sword, it is never going to be easy.
Yeah, and I think maybe they're bringing in a little bit more firepower. Obviously, you want to get as many duelist ability players on the board, right? Get as much firepower to try and compete against SK Rossi, because, this guy, everybody's talking about him, right? He's one of the best players in the region, so you got to really put a lot of resources to try and neutralize him. Maybe fighting fire with fire is the way to go, Blatt. Tell me a little bit about SK Rossi, because obviously you're far more familiar with the region than I am, undeniably so.
The guy's a freak. The guy's a freak of nature. He legit...
Tell me about his Valorant skills anyway now.
Yeah, his Valorant skills? Yeah, he's a freak in the game as well. One of the best jets. I'm going to say that, look, I'll be very real, right? When you look at Asian Valorant, the Korea is still leagues ahead of everyone else, right? And when it comes to Southeast Asia and South Asia, I feel the two teams from South Asia who can contend with some of the better teams in the region, like, let's say, Paper X or even Bren for that matter, would be these two teams. And right now, I'm even going to say TE. I think Exploit have really shown that they can hang with some of the best teams in the region. But when it comes to pure firepower, you have someone like Forsaken who plays for Paper X and an incredible jet. I'm still going to say Forsaken might be a little bit better than what we have pure firepower-wise, but then he's probably one of the best in the entirety of the continent of Asia as well. But I feel like SK Rossi can probably hang with some of the high fraggers when it comes to Southeast Asia overall. So he's definitely going to be very impactful for his team. But you got to touch upon the veterans as well. You have someone like Right to Ace and Amaterasu, two veterans in the scene for VLT playing there. Right to Ace, famously, he played for Team Wolf in one of the majors in 2014. So he has that experience, mind you. He has years of experience. On the other side, you have someone like Kappa, who's playing for Global Esports, who he might not be as sharp as someone like SK Rossi or Lightning Fast or any of these younger players, but he's been playing forever, it seems like. I think he's been playing for as long as I have been playing esports competitively. So you have some clutch situations. For example, you have Kappa alive in a 1v2. He's the one who usually delivers. So yes, it's easy to talk about players like Marzil or MW1 and of course SK Rossi, because they're the exciting duelists to watch. But when it comes to the entire team as a whole, every player on both these teams have a role to play.
And I think it's kind of, we don't talk about the experience enough, right? Because it really makes a difference. Like you're saying, those experienced players in FPS know how to play these clutch scenarios much better and really add that level of maturity that can make the difference in close matchups, especially like this one, because we see they compete quite often. Are we about to see a KO? Are we about to see a KO? This would be incredible.
Oh,
No.
come on.
No,
damn it.
come on, man.
Almost. Don't really see KOs being played in South Asia. I've been keeping an eye as well. I'm like, maybe the meta might be different, but no, KO has been ignored. I like playing it, but then I play in crappy, like low-rank matchmaking, so I really can't count. If Marzel goes for Yoru, he's going to be a madman. I don't think he's going to go for it. He has to be he's going to go for the raise. That'd be interesting.
Oh. Well, they're taking their time over the global esports side of things. Haven't been quite selected just yet, but no surprise.
Escarosi's the Instalock Jet. He's the Interlock
he's
Jet.
The guy
He's like, yeah,
matchmaking.
I'm playing Jet. Like, screw
Yeah.
you guys.
But
Except he drops 30 kills.
Exactly. The difference between him and your matchmaking in Instalock Jets is he actually does something and doesn't cry every round and sit at the bottom of the team. I've been scarred for life after playing Valorant matchmaking, but here we are anyway. It isn't going to be that Yoru, like you were saying, is the raise that comes through. I'm looking forward to seeing that. And, we're looking at this. We've got Kappa. I don't know, he's drinking soup or tea, something of the sorts, maybe a little crossbreed of tea and soup, but they're getting ready to get into this one. And the agent composition looked pretty standard across the board for me. I didn't see anything that jumped out off the page to me. What about you?
Yeah, neither for me as well. I feel like neither of the two teams are going to be trying anything too crazy. And if they do have certain tricks up their sleeves when it comes to different compositions or maybe trying to mix things up, I don't think we're going to be seeing on this particular game. On the camera, we have Marzel there coming in, usually the sixth player coming instead of Vibor, so that is definitely something I'm going to be keeping an eye out for. We've got Hellfighter, we've got MW1, Amaterasu, and of course Right to Ace. A lot of veterancy, a lot of experienced and tenured players on this Velocity side. And Amaterasu and Hellranger actually played in the team together just a couple of years prior. So they have a lot of history with each other. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be jumping on in straight into game number 1, map number 1, which will be on Split. And it looks like it is going to be an 8A coming in from Global Esports.
Yeah, the most exciting game of the day so far. And we're looking forward to seeing if it is going to deliver and live up to the hype. MW1, aggressive in towards A shore, looking down the rampers, has been spotted. Shock Dart looking to do some damage early on. That spike is already being planted. They've managed to get their way through, and this is looking quite rough now because, they've managed to get to the site. Now the Frenzy's charging forward. SK Rossi's picked up one, and they're trading blow for blow. 4 kills so far on the server, and they continue to rain on in, and it's all down to one player left for GE. It's Hellranger, the highest health left in play. All he needs is a couple of shots, but straight down with the paranoia. Amaterasu taking him out of play. The Ghost with a headshot, and the first round on the board.
Look at how low both these players are. Look at how low they are. But it was MW1 on the Reyna, Dinko, delivering. And they knew exactly what hell was. I love the take coming in from GE, but considering how fast the rotation was and how MW1, he didn't just... I know they were playing for the retake because, well, honestly, they didn't have any time to defend that bomb site. But he just kept poking and prodding and making things very uncomfortable for GE. They weren't really able to get into any comfortable post-plant positions. So... yeah, spike down, but the round will go the way of VLT on the defense. The Astra from the Astra for the side of GE, of course, going to be lightning fast. And gotta say, Astra on this map can be so annoying to contend with.
Yeah, Astra, we started to see less of, obviously, with the recent changes to her, but yeah, I'm excited to see her come in South Asia. Hellfighter taking one, MW1 getting involved as well. He keeps going back, just missing away. And getting healed up by his team, and I'll throw the layer on out. Amaterasu peeking with it. Now Marcel's actually found one in the paint shells. Elrincher doing a good job at least getting one, but again, he's alone, and he's turning them into 1v1 fights. Guiding Light does catch him, but he's still alive, and he's still got full health. This is a big problem right now. He can still win this round, especially if he turns it into 1v1 fights, but he's spotted by Marcel, nearly turns out to the left side. Right to Ace with a headshot, just about saving the day.
That got very close indeed. I love what MW1 did there, Dinko. As a Reyna, right? He peeks out. He ensures that it was Hellfighter on that side. I feel Hellfighter was a little lucky to get the kill. He should have been taken down by SK Rossi, but SK Rossi not fully clearing the angle. And another 4 spy coming out from GE. They're like, screw saving. We're just gonna keep pushing. And they know it. They know the money is not that great for VLT, and they want to break it this early in the game.
This is quite an explosive start to the game. And I mean, lots of positives, even for the sides that aren't winning rounds of GE, right? You're getting this rounds close, you're doing this damage, you're making it look competitive. So definitely excited about the first couple of gun rounds that'll be coming up shortly. We've still got these SMGs in play, these Spectres. Updraft, Tailwind into heaven, but Right to Aces comes swinging by, and SK Rossi is taken down. Right to Aces in a decent spot as well to try and deal with this onslaught of attacking players. Nanoswarm's going to prevent his fallback, but he's doing well. He's found another. They're doing work as well, and his team shut down. Defenders will win with just one casualty. 3-0 start coming in for VLT.
They need a save now, right? They have to save. I mean, they can upgrade some of the sheriffs, obviously, because they do have the loss bonus kicking in, 2,900 credits there. But I gotta say, everyone in VLT, they're looking very, very sharp right now. Right to Ace as well. And of course, the two duelists in the form of Marzel and MW1 have been very impactful. 8 kills between the two of them. And now we got the judge in the hands of SK Rossi on the attacking side. What is he gonna be up to?
MW1, he's gonna push through. Droney, here's on the other side, no one pushing through into his crosshair. In fact, the judge is going to go straight charging it. SK Rossi, unfortunately, the only casualty is a Trailblazer. I think they'll be happy with that. They stop him from getting any further with that judge. And then the Seeker's out as well. Things are definitely looking like a 4v3 situation that GE are not looking too hot in. They're losing another player. Hellfighter getting involved with a Spectre. And now at this point, the investments, you can really see how much they are affecting the economy game. It's 1 versus 3. He's really only got a Spectre to play with again. This isn't the best scenario. He's going to walk right into Marzel, and that's the round finally shut down. 4-0 start for VLT. And things are looking very rough for G in terms of that money. So they've really got to start recovering that blow. Otherwise, you know, this what was a closely contested first couple of rounds can quickly turn into a one-sided affair if you lose this gun round.
Oh yeah, it can really spiral out of control. Nice shot from Skills stuff. Able to at least get a couple of consolation kills, but right now, like you said, 4-0. VLT is going to be feeling mighty comfortable, and the credits, the money is looking very solid as well. Hellfighter is still going to be sticking around with the SMG, with the Spectre, and of course the rest of them with their own rifles. Marzel, early boombot to try and gather a little bit of information. Nanoswarm being deployed early on, and it's going to be a fast take towards ropes. Now, SK Rossi, man has no fear, and it's going to be leading the charge. Getting control of mid. Finally, a slower approach coming out from the side of Global Esports. They're getting a lot of map control here. In fact, it looks like VLT just very content going for the retakes, and why not? It's been working out fine. Although, this one's, I believe, the first time we're going to be seeing 2 full buys in the server. And early KJ lockdown being utilized. This is interesting. It's going to force out players from heaven, and that is going to be the play that SK Rossi was waiting for. But look at this, though. Right to Ace gets taken down, and a hit is going to be coming in towards B. SK Rossi still sticking around, but Marzel's going to get the kill, making it a 4v3.
Yeah, perfect use of that Rolling Thunder really makes things quite difficult to stick around, and Marzel continuing to crack skulls. 3v3, Spike finally going down, and now we gotta look at this retake attempt for VLT. The first time they've really been under pressure. I said a retake, but the Spike hasn't even been planted because of the pain shells. They're gonna use those smokes up. The Nebula's trying to come in, allowing for the Spike to go down, and then one revealed. Lightning Fast tried to swing on by, tried to take a fight, but ended up just losing his life. So that lockdown used up for this retake attempt, that makes things a little more difficult. But Hellranger, he's got such a good position. He's outside of the lockdown, and he's in heaven to try and play for the post plant. He's eliminated an opponent right in front of him. That smoke on, yeah, but it doesn't matter because Hellranger can still look down into the site. He can still take these kills away, and he's done it again. 3 kills for Hellranger, just peeking out and out again for the first round on the board for GE.
At least based on the cameras, though, like we can see the players' faces. VLT don't seem to be too phased with that, right? They're like, yeah, it's all right. They get around. We got money. We have a 4-1 lead. That's good. But Hellranger, the IGL, leading by example. If there are 2 players on this GE side who I want to be alive in a clutch scenario like this, it has to be Hellranger and Kappa. These 2 guys have been around for so very long. Nerves of steel. Great play there from Hellranger. And he needed that kill on the player holding towards heaven, right? Like, if he doesn't get that kill, that's pretty much a round done. It's going to be 5-0. But here we go. They do manage to win the round, albeit, Denko, they only have one player surviving, so still money not that great. Once more, getting control of ropes, and this is something that VLT seem to be very comfortable giving up. They're like, yeah, you can have mid, that's totally fine. We'll just play from the sides.
Right there.
And this is where, you know, winning the rounds initially for VLT has really come back to not hurt them. You know, it helps them, it bolsters their economy because now they've got still weapons to play with, whereas G are still on that recovery trail, still trying to make the economy grow, get those credits in. Showstopper, again, we haven't really seen too much out of the Showstoppers across both best of threes today. You know, no one's really been getting the most out of them. So we do want to see a bit more than just using that up immediately, but it looks like this Heaven Pop's about to happen. Right, so we're setting the guiding light in. Cosmic Divide up. They're just going to try and execute on the other side of this, and Marzel alongside Hellfighter, doing a lot of damage initially. Skills doing well. He's found himself a 3k. Now Spike looking to go down. Nana Swarm down in towards defend the spawn. And finally, that's going to buy some time to get that Spike down.
2v3 though, Dinko, heavily favoring GE. MW1 leading the charge, spots out. Skilled finds one. They don't know where the final player left alive is. Again, it's on Hellranger. Again, it's stuck into a corner. He's gonna have to take the fight. He's completely blinded though. It's spraying through despite being blinded by the Lear. And Hellfighter, so very lucky to stay alive that the bullets, it gave him a haircut through his cap.
Yeah, man, that was incredible. I thought he was about to get the second kill while blinded by the Lear, right? He was nearsighted and he just aimed perfectly in the right direction, but unfortunately it wasn't perfect enough. And a timeout coming through, and I think we all need this, Blab, because we all need a little breather to just sit back,
I
relax,
need a breather, man.
and just digest what has happened over the first couple rounds here. Hellranger, this is great.
Dude.
Trigger discipline. I thought he's going to get away with the second kill there, but couldn't quite make it happen.
Yeah, it just so close but no cigar. A bit of a timeout.
Imagine he does that though. Imagine, blah.
If he pulls that off. Oh, all right, man. We're just 6 rounds in, and what should be a 3-mapper? This better be a 3-mapper, because I'm going to be very disappointed if it's a 2-0 for either of these two teams, right? I want to see. The first one was, you know, Exploit making Enigma look very, very simple, honestly. They just completely demolished them on both the maps. This one, though, it's a match that everyone in the region has been waiting for, and I want to see a close game. Right now, though, VLT are looking solid indeed. Marzel subbing in for Vibor, and everyone's smiling, everyone's laughing, everyone's having a merry old time. But 5-1.
That's what we want to see.
Yeah, but it's still early days. It's still very early days. SK Rossi, not too sure why he's invested so much. I'm assuming he's gonna... oh yeah, he's gonna go bring over the Bladestorm. My bad. Yep, Bladestorm gonna be popped up. So we thought it was gonna be an eco Dinko. It is kind of a light pistol eco, a deco as we like to call it. But with the Bladestorm in the hands of Mr. Rossi, you're never quite clear of danger.
We've seen already today, not in this best of 3, but we've seen the Bladestorm be able to get you into rounds, and SK Rossi has done that immediately. He strikes in towards Heaven. First blow is that. That'll be the man advantage in play now for the GE side.
No charges left.
Get a tailwind, getting so much control straight away in towards Heaven. I thought he was about to go a little bit further, but instead he's going to pick up that Vandal. So consider this fight on the left side. He will. Headshot in now for SK Rossi. Back to the Bladestorm. Drops his weapon for his teammate. He's missing a couple of those knives now, and he's lost that Bladestorm, and once again is back just to the classic. Maybe wanting another gun there. He knows he's done hard work to get another weapon dropped on the floor out to the left side. But there's a player now covering that. So SK Rossi is going to have to rely on his teammates. There goes. The lockdown's pulled in. They're really trying to make something out of this. They've invested 2 ultimates into the round for GE. It's quite a lot invested, and they might not even win this round.
Still, 3v2, spike down. Look at the flank. Look at the flank coming in. It is going to be lightning fast on top of the rope. So they have Heaven's control. Now, if lightning fast can find the Killjoy, if he does make his way towards Heaven, he's hearing all the sounds. Right to Ace, completely unaware. I like how lightning fast dropped down the ropes. He doesn't want to face her. He is the contingency plan. It's going to be the guiding light into the site. 2 players trapped on the site. Weaponry not that great, and here comes a rolling thunder. They've invested so much into this round, Dinko. If they don't clutch it out, it's going to be heartbreak for GE.
Yeah, it's going to be super expensive, but right now it's looking like they're going to be able to do it. The ropes play, that's the contingency plan gone. Right to Ace has found one quickly. Recon bolt does spot him, but he's not making a secret about his attack into the site, but the time, it's too far gone, Blair. And they've actually pulled it off. The Rolling Thunder was enough. They just needed one more ultimate. And it's better to invest everything and get the reward than invest nearly everything and walk away with nothing. So I love that they've been able to pull this off. That's what the ultimates are for. They get you a round win when you desperately need it. And the Bladestorm cracked it open. The Rolling Thunder closed it. And it was just beautiful stuff overall.
Yeah, so much of investment, like you pointed out, Dinko. But yeah, as long as they net the rounds, and considering the investment they had, absolutely impactful. And once more, SK Rossi, man, like he opens it up. I love his thought process, right? He gets the opening pick, picks up the Vandal, pre-fires on the angle, perfect shot, headshot into the second player, and it drops the Vandal for his teammate. He's just like playing this to perfection as he's looking to take the fight against MW1. And ouch. Ouch.
Rip. That's a great breach combo right there. Just slowing him down, catch him in the fault line, and then just smacking it with a shock dart.
Turrets destroyed.
Well,
Regrowth good for Hellfighter, gets him back out to fight and fitness. 98 HP again, but looks like GE are going to go like once again heavy in towards this A side of the attack. They really haven't gone elsewhere. They're loving this default plant. They're loving the setup.
hey, if it's working,
Lockdown available as well, Blatt.
they're gonna use it. And there's no... Are they gonna? No, they're just waiting. They're just waiting.
It's not in a good spot right now. They have to get in this corner, and there we go. Hellfighter's going to use it up, but there's the Hunter's Fury. That's it, gone immediately. You always have to worry. When you're a Killjoy, you look at the top of the screen, you see that Sova on the other side has Hunter's Fury. You never really want to use the lockdown, but it's worth going for it anyway, just to try and create some sort of chaos. But in the end, they won't find anything, and it will be GE with a 4-man staying alive round. It's a little bit of the Bee Gees action.
Yeah, this is the most convincing round that's come out from GE yet, right? Like, it's a full buy versus buy. They didn't even have the Bladestorm available for the talisman that is our SK Rossi, and yet they're able to win this one pretty convincingly. That being said, it wasn't exactly a full investment for the side of VLT. We could see, MW1 just had a Sheriff, but in the end, yeah, well done there. Yeah, it was a light investment. It was a bit of just equalizing the money out a little bit, but now we will be seeing yet another buy coming out. And for the side of VLT, now we have the Omen ult available from the Shadows. We have Reyna as well. Now, MW1. Are we going to be seeing a bit more of an aggressive play coming out? For the Omen ult, though, we talk about it not being very impactful in actual professional games, but at least you can maybe gather some information, try and go for an info play, figure out where the hit might potentially be coming in from. But GE are going to be going for what looks like a bit of a default setup.
Well, the audience poll is much closer today, but no surprise though, Blair. They're agreeing with me. 59%. Me and Sia, we predicted Velocity to take this one. It looked very good for them at the beginning. I was sitting back in my chair, easy work on these predictions, Blair, but now I'm starting to sweat a little bit.
Well, you did go for VLT.
I did.
And I went for G. But honestly, I personally feel if you're going to be trying to make a prediction for these two teams, you might as well just toss a coin. It literally is 50-50 in my opinion. But here we go. It is still yet not that great a buy for the side of VLT, right? We see a couple of players with half armor. We even have a Spectre for the KJ. That is, of course, Hellfighter, or Hell FFF as likes to go. Health.
Sounds like a Swedish person or something.
You know why he's got extra F's in his name?
Because he...
To give it to his opponents after he completely wrecks them. It's like, there we go, F in the chat.
F in chat.
That was terrible. I apologize. That was really bad. It sounded good in my head.
There's lots of ways you could have went with that blowout. Some not really suitable for public consumption.
I know, which is why I'm like, maybe I'll go for F's in the chat.
Like,
it sounded much better in my head.
Where is he going?
Check the angle. Checks the angle.
Oh, good job done. Spotted out MW1. Oh, he's going to have to try and get out of the... Oh, what a combo. He's absolutely got wrecked. The aftershock. The third burst connects. It was the sucking of the black hole. It pulls him in and he gets stuck in with the aftershock, eliminated him from the corner, and now things continue to be chaotic. 3 versus 2 from the Shadows over towards the B side, making that rotation through spawn, and Hellranger's aware of that possibility. He's aware of that Amaterasu probably flanking in behind, and he catches him, and it turns it right back into a 2v2, and Hellranger's doing everything of 4K in this round, and now just Hellfire let alone. Can he put some F's in chat? But Hellranger looks like he's about to take the ace, Blair.
He deserves it. But what a play from Hellranger. The one play you don't really expect to pop off like this. He's kind of the clutch player, the IGL. He's going to do everything on his own here, Dinko. And the flashpoint is perfect at Hellranger. The 1v1 clutch and the ace. And he denies VLT around, which potentially could have gone their way. What a play from the IGL.
Yeah, that was just incredible play. You know, this situation where you started off with the flashy combination between the gravity wall and the aftershock. The third pulse connects with him, and you cannot fall back from that. MW1 throws out the Leer thinking he can drop back, but as soon as that happens, it's the perfect combo of the gravity wall pulled out alongside that aftershock, and with the changes, obviously aftershock is now not just that one huge burst, right? It's the huge like 3. You get the all 3 just blasting you. You got no chance.
And it's back to back. MW1 just being bullied by these combo plays, and here we go. Amaterasu just holding the line, but SK Rossi just jets past him. And his teammates behind them doing the brunt of the work. And SK Rossi's not stopping anytime soon. The judge, instant flick! What a play from SK Rossi, the judge on the attacking side. And this Deagle, sorry, the Sheriff buy coming in from VLT just gets kicked in the nether regions. That was brutal from SK Rossi.
The judge and the sheriff, I'd investigate them for corruption because they've been working way too well together. That is just unbelievable. Look at this. SK Rossi just passing out the sentences. He demands order in the court with the judge, and it comes through looking incredible. Another round where it's just stupid.
Like, oh man.
Look at the scoreboard, Black. It's like you got these 2 players leading the charge, and then there's some players like 2 and 4 kills on this attacking side right now.
I mean, he's not even top fragging. That's a crazy thing. Like, he's so flashy, and then you have Hellranger quietly just getting an ace. All right, GE, man. It was 5-1, right? It almost feels like a lifetime ago. It was 5-1, and GE, they've come alive. They're like, all right, we got to fight. We'll show you what we got. We do have a Showstopper and the Reyna's Empress online. I think the Empress has been online for a while right now for MW1. So both Marzel and MW1, the 2 duelists, the double duelist setup for the side of VLT could try and do something here. 2 rounds remain. They'll be looking to try and maybe be a little bit more aggressive, maybe try and prevent GE from executing whatever plan they have in mind. However, that being said, the 2 top fraggers for GE as well, it is going to be skills at Hellranger. They have the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown available as well. So this could be an interesting round. It's the heavy, the Initiator and the Sentinel ults against the likes of the duelist ults as SK Rossi opening things up. Amaterasu will fall as skill with a perfectly timed little play there from Hellranger, enabling his teammate to get the kill.
Lockdown being used up. And a swarm down in towards defender's spawn. Here comes that Rolling Thunder to try and clear out the site. These executes have been so beautiful to watch from G on this attacking side, right? There's never any dry, simple executes. If we're going to have to watch any of the teams we've seen play today against G's attacking side, good luck to them, because this has been incredible once they've got the rifles out, once they've had those ultimates and utility available. The setups, these executes have just been pitch perfect, right? There hasn't really been a stone left unturned.
This one feels like it's done, right? Even though it's still been a 5v3 for a while. If I'm VLT, yeah, they're going for the save, but there's someone on the hunt, lightning fast, taking away the guns. Marzel at least able to trade, but it's going to be GE going to the lead. And I gotta say, Dinko, like, fine. We saw SK Rossi get that opening pick with the operator, but the take on the B side towards Heaven was just pristine. Chef's kiss. And Ace won't even save a single gun. GE just run over VLT, and they're eyeing that round number 7. They won that 2-round lead heading into the second half.
Yeah, and that's your Gillette Game Face moment, Blood, because you get to see all those replays. And, you know, they're so crispy clean on these retakes. Executes. It seems like they're using a Gillette Razor right now. It's just so clean. And I have to say, when you're looking at the situations from this attacking side, if this continues, I kind of feel bad, because VLT, they had a really good start. You know, the full sense of security. 4 rounds in, they're just looking good. And then suddenly, G get guns, and nothing happens for the defense at all. So, yeah, I'm a little worried right now for VLT. They've got to show us something. Luckily, the Showstopper hasn't been able to find anything. So, yeah.
Map control, maybe, at least?
Yeah, I mean that's something, but he could have let it go there. He would have found something around the wall. But I always just let it go anyway. You know, I never just put it away. I want to see the explosion, but I guess it gives away how far he's pushed up if he
Exactly. So, but he has, however, and that's the thing, because he saw that. But he's going to be found out, and now he's in a bit of a pickle. Marzel, he's surrounded, and he's going to be forced out and completely wrecked here. The combo again, the combo of death. Oh man. It's like the third or fourth time they've found both the duelists with this combo. The Sova, the Gravity Well, as well as the Breach's utility is just fantastic stuff. Amaterasu at least able to trade, but there is still SK Rossi floating around outside of mid. And GE, they are looking solid, but right to ace with 2 quick kills, and suddenly it's advantage for VLT.
Seconds left.
Easy kills coming in. Health is able to get rid of lightning fast. Lockdown being put in. 25 seconds. And SK Rossi's trying to make something happen here. He's been so good, but that lockdown, that's a big problem for him. Couldn't get rid of it. He's got to jump out. He might just be caught luckily. Oh, he just about gets detained. He was nearly out of it. But in the end, he's now stuck in there, hunting him down. Look at the penguin. Look at the penguin. And in the end, it's going to be Hellfighter eliminating him. At least he's seen a penguin, a cute penguin on the way out.
Switching sides.
Right to ace, well, didn't get the ace, but he definitely clutched it out in that 1v2 on the site, right? He was basically all by his lonesome. He needed to get both the kills, and somehow, despite GE having that early advantage, it kind of slips out of the hand thanks to the heroics of ace and Hellfighter doubling up on that A site. And we start the second half the way we started the first half, Dinko. Even Stevens, everything's tied up. Once again, we see Marzel getting violated inside of the sewers. It's just, this combo, it's so fun to watch. It's like the moment they know someone's there, they know exactly what to do. And it has to be practice, right? This is something that they definitely would have spent a lot of time doing, because it almost seems like it's a hive mind play there.
There's been so much practice being put in to iron out everything here. And I think both teams looking extremely good on a high level right now. And Marcel has got himself a double on that ghost. Okay, SK Rossi brought down Hellwrencher as well, and headshots galore across the board, but VLT in a much better position, but lightning fast flying fade, look for it, but he still gets away with one. Luckily didn't get away with the second, but falling to his death. Okay, NW1 just jumps off the map. And now it's a 1 versus 2. It's winnable here for Skills, but he couldn't quite line up the headshot. Hellfighter brings him down from up above, and it's 7-6 on the board.
I love that. I love the whole, despite getting completely concussed, he was able to still calmly tap away.
Yeah.
But pistol rounds, both of them being won by VLT. And despite that, if this map slips away from their hands, they're going to be... They're not going to be very happy campers, Dinko. We do see the judge being about by SK Rossi. The guy's a lunatic. He's a madman.
He is just picking up
He's
the
gonna
judge.
stick with it?
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. I mean, why not, right? It's just, you might get something out of it. He's got the big judge in his hands. My favorite one is obviously the Elder Flame judge. We won't get into specifics why, but everyone loves that skin. Well, here comes the Trailblazer. It's going to completely eradicate Kappa. And SK Rossi's close by, one on the judge straight away, trading out in towards heaven very well. And MW1, great awareness to be ready for that next player in towards defender spawn. And eventually will come out with a couple of kills. 8-6 is VLT. They start off the half so strong, play. They did this in the first half. They've done it now in the second. It's all about maintaining this, though, because they went missing in the gun rounds. They've got to try and keep that up.
Also, the fact that they have two of these duelists, right? It's going to be interesting. Like, you have the Reyna hands of MW1, you have the Raze for Marzel, and it could really help them in taking some of these sides. However, if you look at the side of GE, one thing that they have going is lightning fast Astra. Now, he doesn't have enough kills, but my oh my, has he been impactful in a lot of these rounds they've won. And look at this. This is what I wanted to see. This is exactly what I wanted to see, but it is going to be MW1 saving his teammate right to ace. He's going to be thanking his lucky stars. He's got his teammate nearby. Hellranger looking to take the fight. 3 members of the defensive side waiting, but MW1's going to find a second kill. Make that number 3 for Mohit Walkley. He's got one in his name, but he's got 3 kills already in the around looking for more. Finally, he will be put down by GE's skills, but that is the round pretty much done and dusted, Dinko. They've lost the B site, and it is going to be round number 9 for VLT.
Spike planted.
Spike plant secured, and even the judge getting a little bit of action onto Kappa. Kappa had a really slow start into this game, and definitely started the warm-up watching his teammates in front of him. This is not a great situation for him, though. Skills left alone. In towards ropes, gets caught. Hellfighter with the headshot at long range, and the Spectre 9-6 blur. VLT definitely looking good at the beginning of the rounds, but again, I don't want to get too carried away because we've seen that in the first half. It's all about the gun rounds, and for GE, they usually put themselves in a difficult spot economically because they love to buy. And that's a problem. I want to see them on guns play. I want to see them with utility because they look so good when they get those buys out consistently. If they're constantly going to be buying this judge into the hands of SK Rossi, if they're going to be buying sheriffs, they're not always going to have the money play, and that does worry me.
Well,
Turn out.
it is indeed a worrying time here for the side of GE. Ooh, skills. Trying desperately to pick up that orb, which he will. But they managed to get out of dodge. This round should... I don't really expect anything crazy to happen here. You know, I don't expect them to head towards heaven, be heaven, where SK Rossi is going to be lying in wait with that judge. So it should be a pretty comfortable round here for the side of VLT. So they should get to round number 10. They should be the first team to get to double digits, Dinko. But as you pointed out, it's a buy round where GE seems to be so much more comfortable on. However, for VLT, at least they've built up a pretty good buffer. The Seekers will come into play. They know there's no one on that A site, and it's going to be free for the taking, and that should be a free plant, and a free round as well for the side of VLT. Round 10 should be coming up here, Dinko, and even though it's been a close game earlier on, I feel like once you hit round number 10, it just feels like, you know, you almost have it in the bag, right? You just need to make sure you don't get too paranoid and just don't, like, make too many mistakes. Stop second-guessing yourselves, and you should have this one in the bag.
Yeah, flawless round coming in. Like you said, when you're at this 10th point, it really does feel like you can see the end, right? You're in the clear almost. But this can also be like the biggest trap play, because you feel like, oh, I'm in the best position possible, and you can just let it slip if you become complacent. MW1 obviously had spotted the Trailblazer grabbing the corner there. Your Gillette game face moment replays. And 10-6 as we get into the next round. It is a very important round coming up because now SK Rossi has an operator on that jet alongside the rifles. Interesting using the shrouded step immediately. In from Amaterasu.
Well, this is it. Time for GE. It's a map pick, mind you. Next map is Haven. That's the map pick coming in from VLT. So if it's a map pick, you really want to make sure you get that win and have that one map advantage. SK Rossi playing on the ropes. A little demon that he is with that Vandal of his. Actually, it's Kappa. My bad. I'm confused there. Kappa's going to quickly make his escape. They've given up control of the ropes, and this is something that VLT did do multiple times on their defensive side, Dinko, and actually it came and bit them in the butt later on for that.
I think VLT have been given a lot of map control without any resistance, and I like how they challenge down B main at the beginning, so that shrouded step is actually to try and make it sound like someone's actually shrouded step into B main, so you either push it and walk into his crosshair, or you just avoid it completely. So right now I think VLT have a good idea of how to get this control, and now they're splitting down into the B site. Marzel's done well. They nearly got held back by that gravity wall, but they're getting the kills now. VLT, they nearly lose too many. Lightning Fast and Hellranger got a couple, and now Kappa, he slipped through. He slipped the net, and now he's in such a good position. He needs the kills though. He's found one. He's ready for the second, but MW1 looks up. The headshot secured. An 11th round, a much needed round as well for VLT. And now that they've won it, they really are in the clear blood. The money is gone for GE. Their credits are empty. Their coffers, well, they've seen better days.
Yeah, and the question here, it's a classic question, right? Do you go for the force buy where you'll have, you know, a couple of players and Spectres with full armor, or like half armor with weaponry, or do you try and play for OT? And it looks like the answer is right there in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the half buy. Sheriffs out. Hellranger with the The Spectre as well. That's about it against a full buy. Now they can still deal a bit of damage here. SK Rossi desperately trying to get that Blade Storm online, which he will in the nick of time as Skills finds LF. And now SK Rossi. Now is when things get interesting, but Amaterasu denies him a bullet to the head, and that's all he's gonna find. Just a bullet in his noggin. And with that, the B side has been taken over once more, as Marcel is gonna wisp up the player, but Skill still gets the kill, and a 3v3. They have 3 ultimates online, and they have a couple of guns picked up as well. This is a hell of a round.
This is something. That Hunter's Fury just about not getting anything, and I was going to say I don't know how SK Rossi moves around that quick with balls that big, man. He's just going straight into what's being made, somehow gets away. Well, here we are, 3 versus 2. GE down a player. But the spike's not been planted yet, and lightning fast eventually will be cleared up. And now we can all take a moment to relax, perhaps, because Kappa in this 1v3 is still unlikely to win the round, but he has found the first. Still only the Sheriff. Guiding Light is perfect, completely connects onto Kappa, and now they've actually doubled up. So he has to worry about all these close angles, and eventually he'll walk into right to Ace, who will take him down. 12-6 for VLT. That was a round, though, Blood, that they didn't have anything to play with, really, for G, right? They had some weaker weapons, and they nearly make it happen. 12-6, and will still be map point for VLT here on Split. But just what a chaotic round.
Yeah, that was just... For a moment there, I started to believe, I'm like, all right, this is the round, they're going to pop off. I got a feel for SK Rossi. he was so brave, Dinko. I don't know how we managed to escape that fast, but with cojones that massive, right? Like you pointed out. Like, he gets the ultimate online, and Amaterasu just looks him in the face through his crosshairs and says, nope, not going to happen. Here we go. Early battle towards B mains. It's going to be Marzel forcing back the Killjoy on the side of Global Esports. 12-6 the scoreline. It's been pretty lopsided games we've seen so far, and Marzel, here comes the party, and he's gonna find 1 second as well. Yes, he will! The entry guard finding both the kills on the B side, and this could be it here, Dinko. Hellranger has a lot of work to do, but Kappa and Hellranger somehow getting a couple of kills, equalizing things up, but look at the push up coming in from Amaterasu. Hellranger, he sniffs him out. He knows where he is. He's gonna drop one down, 6 points of health, but Marzel's not stopping. He's got 3. He's looking for more.
Yeah, Marzel's showing exactly why he's been brought into the team today to play against GE. He was looked incredible. And now, well, Hellranger, he did make the difference in a previous kill, but moving forward, his teammates are falling. Marzel's on for the ace. He's found 4 kills, and he'll get it on the pinch shells. What a way to close it out. An ace play, an incredible showing from VLT. When they went over to the attacking side, it was done. It was completely over, a one-sided affair.
It's like at the end there, I think it was Amaterasu who's like, Marzel, all right, like, tell me why you need to be a main in this team. Tell me why we don't get Vibor back. And Marzel's like, I'll show you why. You can see them. They're very happy, and deservedly so. That was extremely convincing from VLT. Sure, the second half, the second half of the first half, it did look like GE were able to kind of mount that mini comeback. It came down to a lot of heroics. It was Hellranger, for example, getting that ace as well. And Marzel over here describing exactly how he screwed GE's defense on that second, in the final round. Fantastic game, and VLT looking really, really solid right now.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at that performance play, I'm feeling good about my prediction because, they did start off strong. They won those 4 rounds. There was a bit of a weakness on the defense, but now they're looking so crisp. I'm looking forward for map number 2. But before that, we've got to go over to the desk to break this one down. There's plenty of action to unfold.
Exactly. What a crazy game. It's definitely going to be taking a little bit of time for me to actually wrap my mind around it. And Marzel exactly showing why he was brought in the roster initially today to play. And what a game from his side as well. And ace to end the day off. Man, a hell of a game from his side.
Exactly. Race diff, Marzel diff, I don't know what you want to call it, but it was both of those because
oh boy,
damn, GE felt the lack of that raise heavily, especially on the defense, and VLT, especially with Marzel coming in on his signature pick race, just able to demolish them out of nowhere, beat them out of the water in respect to every single stats, headshots, damage, frag wins, objective wins, all the way through for Velocity Gaming. And as Dinko said, Necro, I'm feeling quite good about my predictions now.
Okay, stop it, all right? Stop it. I'm already having a bad day here, okay? My first predictions as well didn't really go as I wanted to. And second as well, I mean, yeah, the first map hasn't really started the way I personally wanted to, but hey, it's fine, you know? One map can slip away. There's still 2 more to come. But as you did mention in the statistics, clearly VLT just leading the charts way far away from GLT, from GE, though. But one thing I really have to point out here is that the way the utility utilization coming in from the side of G, all the time they were able to kind of flush out MW1 because he was being really predictive, right, in those defensive sides, and he was always getting flushed out. He was always getting cleared out with those utilities, and those combo plays were just absolutely insane.
But the thing is, that's actually what VLT wants, right? When you look at the composition of global esports, it's stacked with a lot of utility, but what it lacks is just straight up entry potential. Only SK Rossi able to actually get you that entry. So if you invest a ton of utility to just flush out MW1, suddenly you're lacking that utility when SK Rossi wants to entry. He doesn't have as much support as he would, and because of that, you can see 8 and 17. That's not what we expect from SK Rossi at all. On the other hand, MVP of the best of one, a substitute who hasn't played at all in the Valorant Conquerors Championship so far, Marzel making it count when it really, really matters.
Exactly. I mean, Marzel, I don't even know if he's going to be playing the second map or not, or we might just see Vapor being kind of chimed in. But I feel like the way he has played the first map, man, he has had a hell of a day. And as I did mention, an ace to end the day off, absolutely incredible. But with that also being said, right, Marzel being added back to the roster, it also just brings so much firepower potential in VLT. On the other hand, though, G has always beaten that team. We do know their firepower has been absolutely unmatchable up till now, but it now seems like, well, GE has definitely gotten themselves those boss, and now they will need to at least try to get over that, or, well, they will be moving down to face Enigma. Well, I mean, yeah, I would say throughout the day, yeah, it just has been one-sided matches. It's completely unexpected, at least expecting that GVLT should have been closer, and on the map of Split, yeah, I would say in the defensive half for GE, yeah, it was pretty, for VLT, yeah, it was pretty close, but then later on, when VLT switched over to attack, they just started dominating. They just started beating each and every single player down, and Rossi, as you did mention, player expected to perform. What do you think? So what really went wrong for Rossi?
I think, like, for Rossi, it was just, if it does not work on the attacking side, then, well, your map is just over, because the entire composition is based around getting him into advantageous positions on the attacking side. When you try to flip the same around and GE go to defense, they don't have a raise. You saw how difficult it was for them to even contest mid without that raise, where right to ace, all they would invest is like one Trailblazer or one Guiding Light, and they would get mid control for free. The Sova, yes, found a lot of utility, shut down Cage's lockdown a couple of times, was able to destroy her setups with his shock darts a couple of times, was then able to cause a lot of chaos by flushing out players like MW1 and Marzel using his drone, but is that enough compared to the race where players like Marzel, even if you saw in the last round, the first half, his showstopper move all the way into A netted them the A side. He got into sewers. Now, he got stuck, no doubt. GE used a ton of utility to flush him in, but it comes back to the same conversation we had where, yes, if you use a ton of utility to flush out a player, amazing, you got a kill. But in all of that time, VLT take the rest of the map. While Marzel was stuck in sewers, MW1 Amaterasu pushed in mid, Ace got himself onto A site, and even though they got Marzel, they could never get the site. So Velocity playing beautifully, fluidly, able to pick up the win.
Yeah, exactly. As you rightfully pointed out, that when GE was using those utilities, they used that time to actually gain that map control over. But yeah, definitely, there are a lot of pointers to talk about that previous game. But with that being said, it seems like we have gotten the call to actually throw it down to a break. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on. of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark
The
on.
new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner and Talk Esports as a digital publication partner. I'm Necro, John alongside with me, CA, just as always. But now, this matchup has been really crazy. At least the first match, I would say, first map, I would say, of the map of Icebox, or my bad, the map of Split has been absolutely crazy. I'm losing my mind, man. This matchup has been absolutely insane. And this also kind of makes me think, like, right, I'm already imagine one team loses down and they have to face Enigma, and matchup as well, it's going to be insane as well, because now Enigma, it's kind of like their matchup in the lower brackets to hold on and, you know, just to keep themselves up in those lower brackets, especially both these teams are one of the best out there. As Blay even mentioned, right, you might as well just toss a coin to kind of predict which team's going to be winning over here, because it's so hard to tell which team actually might just win, because both the teams are equally skilled.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of these teams really well matched up, and because of that comes down to these external factors, these tiny edges the teams find for themselves. This time it was Marsla coming in, but VLT have prep for Haven.
Exactly. I also do want to see what kind of astonishing fact they're going to be bringing inside the game. But hey, with that being said, it seems like the game's lined up and ready for y'all. So I'm going to be passing on to our casters, Wale and Dinko.
Thank you much, guys. I'm looking forward to hopping into map number Black. We could be done in record pace time after that first map, right? That was, it was looking like it was going to be a much closer game after the first four, and then suddenly the attacking side of Global Esports looked good, and then we went over to the second half, and it all just fell flat. So VLT looking really good to come into the second map, Black.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, if you lose both the pistol rounds, and then off of that, you're not able to convert some of those forced by rounds, right? You're going to be already in a 6 deficit, which is exactly where we found themselves in. They lost both the pistols. They weren't able to quite crack open the whatever buy they had on some of these forced buys from the side of GE. So it was a bit of a messy affair. Heading into Haven, it is a map pick coming in from VLT. So if I'm VLT, I'm feeling mighty comfortable, right? I'm like, all right, we won the map for GE. We won it very convincingly, and now it's going to be coming down to a map that they are usually very, very comfortable on. That being said, though, individually, I gotta just say, like, even though we saw some great moments coming out, the one, I wouldn't call it missing factor, but I was speaking to a couple of players from GE earlier, and I'm like, what is it that, a couple of players of VLT earlier, and I asked them, like, what is it that GE always seems to do, which seems to like get you, right? Because there's so many games where they've lost against GE, they've won a few as well, and they keep saying the X factor is SK Rossi. He is so unpredictable, such a thorn in their side, that even if they have a game plan, they're always paranoid, right? They're always wary of where this guy might be. It looks like they were able to quite to nullify that particular factor in the previous game, and we do see Vibor back. It looks like Vibor back rather, and looks like Marsla's going to sit this one out, but you can see him jumping behind, being a cheerleader on Matros's camera. I love it.
Yeah, I love it, man. And I'm a big fan of the fact that we've got these sort of rosters that switch in and out, and they're sticking to the game plan, right? They're coming in, they've obviously prepared something, and it worked so well in the previous map, and you see this performance out of Marcel, and you're like, oh, I really want to see him play more, but I like that they're sticking to the game plan. They're bringing V-Boy back in. He is a player that was integral to get them here to this spot anyway, so certainly deserves a chance to sit on the server today. And you got to stick into that game plan. If you planned out this is how it's going to be over the first 2 maps, then you stick to it. You don't just change it up because you have one good game on the previous map, right? You just got to stick with what you practiced, or hopping right into Haven. And on this map, we're looking. I'm looking to the executes again, Black, because on Split, the executes from both teams on their attacking sides were flawless, and the reason we've seen such strong attacking sides come in from both sides. So I'm looking to see that from both teams right now. VLT are going to be, luckily, starting that attacking side first. So I want to see what they've got up their sleeve on this attacking side.
Yeah, they really didn't seem to be challenged too much in the second half of the previous map, primarily because GE never really had the chance to get their hands on weapons, right? I think we saw maybe a couple of Byrons coming out from the side of GE. Taking a look at the audience poll, it's still very close, although slightly still favoring VLT. And I gotta say, Zenko, I know you haven't seen these two teams play that often. I've seen multiple times where the teams, they take their opponent's map pick. So don't be too surprised if we do see map number 3 coming into play. But we do have a bit of aggression from SK Rossi, and Vibor will put him down.
Yeah, good start into this one. Vibor walking away with a headshot. And, you know, you're looking at a good start already for VLT. It's a little worrying, but that Jet has taken quite a bit of damage. Tarasu is actually pushed up so far in towards B. Look at this. Straight up. Executed. The smoke's down straight away. Spike getting planted. Now they're just going to drop away. Amaterasu just healing up inside of his hot hands and throwing out. Oh, the curveball is actually connected onto 2, and he's peeked into it. Kappa down. Nearly a second victim to fall to the Ghost, but just the one. And Amaterasu drops back to play with his teammate in towards Garage window. And I can drop out feeling very confident in the man advantage, but they've given it away. Hellrangers pulled it back into the equilibrium. Once again, a 3v3. Hellfighter doing good work now, pushing up into the site for this close left corner. Will he spot his opponent? He will, but no kill for either side. And finally, Lightning Fast walks away with a headshot. 1 versus 2 right now for VLT. They're looking good in the post plant. They're just toying with their food, and finally, the headshot is secured. It's 1-0 up. VLT will win the pistol, and it turned out to be pretty chaotic play.
It was chaotic, but I love how they just took advantage of the fact that there were no defenders on the B site, right? Like GE just playing for the retake setup, but then Amaterasu on the Phoenix. I love what he did there. Instead, they get the spike down, and they're like, you know what? I'm just going to take the fight. He uses his curveball, gets the first kill, isolates Hellrangers. Sure, Hellrangers gets the kill in the end, but then, again, just fantastic work overall from the other remaining players playing outside of mid. Pistol rounds on the on this B side, it can be very hard to defend, Dinko, especially when you don't have a Sage for that wall, perhaps. Like, you can easily get spammed away by the Closks, by all the pistols. Speaking of pistols, though, it is going to be a couple of Deeks at the very least being purchased by the side of Global. And it is going to be SK Rossi. This guy has absolutely no chill. He's just gonna walk on in, gets a free kill, and is gonna make his escape, but Walkley able to find another reply. He's looking for more on 14 HP. That's because he's got his teammate to trade with him if needs be, and Amaterasu will fall though. 1 bullet is all that SK Rossi and Hellranger need to find 2, and now right to Ace having to run all the way back. He's got the spike. It's a 2v2, but now they know the C-side is completely bereft of any defender presence, and look at how deep the Astra has pushed. It's going to be Hellfighter scoped in
Remaining.
and finds Kappa.
Good job done, and now 2 versus 1. SK Rossi still lurking around, still causing problems. Spiker will go down elsewhere, and he realizes he's got to come over to the other side of the map. So, quite the run here for SK Rossi. He's only got 1 Cloudburst to play with, 88 HP, and of course the Spectre in his hand. He's going to try and make it happen here around the corner. He's currently being watched for. He heard those footsteps, know exactly where he is. He nearly gets away with a kill. But in the end, it is the armor, the shields that protect right to Ace from death. So 2-0 up for VLT. A good start again from them. It was a little expensive in the previous round, and I'm more interested to see how this round plays out, because GE are getting some rifles in play now. Cap is just going to be down on the Spectre, but the rest of the side out on Vandals and Phantoms as we go into the Gillette Game Face moment replay.
Nice stuff coming out there. Good damage overall, right? Considering it came down to a 1v2, and the fact that it wasn't really a force buy coming in from the side of Global. Esports, always a threat of that Astra Star if they want to face towards long, but SK Rossi. Aggression once more, Dinko, but this time it's going to be coming in from long. But there is someone waiting for him. He's going to check the angle. No, he's not. MW1. Some Jet versus Jet action, and that's an early danger man taken out of the equation. These early aggressions from SK Rossi, it's so hit or miss, it's so 50-50, and at one point I have to question whether it's really worth it.
They're just slowing it down now, VLT. You know, you got this first pick. You know they like to go aggressive and take some risks on the GE side, and they've actually done that. Skills has been able to take V-Boy down, so suddenly we're back into this 4v4 again, and Skills is going again. He's found another one on the C site. They just keep walking into his crosshair 1 by 1, and now suddenly VLT are in the deficit. They're in the worst situation, but Lightning Fast might just give up that kill around the corner. Waiting for him is Hellfighter. In fact, it isn't Lightning Fast that goes down, and it's him that gets the trade, and eventually goes down to Amaterasu. Hellranger's in a decent position to Garage window, but that head blow up is going to keep him back.
30 seconds
Really push
left.
forward. In fact, he goes into the smoke itself, and now he cannot deny the spike plant, but he gets away with both kills, and that'll be the round win.
Crucial round to win there for the side of GE. And as you pointed out, like, there's just great work coming in from the 2 players playing towards Garage. All in a 4v3, it really shouldn't have come down to the 2v2 situation, but Hellranger with a perfectly timed flank coming in from Garage, getting the kill. ensuring that it doesn't get any worse there. So the first buy will go to way of GE. They're still yet to win any pistol round, though. That is so unfortunate for Vibor. Hellfighter doing his best to try and delay the player there, so Amaterasu was at least able to trade, but Hellranger, in the end, he is the contingency plan, a player who can always rely on in his clutch situations, as we've seen already on map number 1, Dinko. However, for VLT, they will still have enough credits available for a buy, and Amaterasu has a run it back available, meaning a bit of an info play, perhaps, coming out from the captain.
He spotted that alarm bot. Hellfighter's gonna get rid of it. Star plays down. It's cool to see Astro is still in full force, right? In this region. It's cool to see it come through. I think I'm pretty impressed by the philosophy behind Valorant in South Asia. I think for the most part, you know, everything's making sense. You know, there's nothing different or new really. It's just been well thought out Valorant. It's been cool to see, because I know in FPS games the talking point about Asia has always been it's
all aim, no brain.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's a nicer way of putting it, but yeah, I guess that's it. That's the blunt way,
I'll say it if you want, Dinko. But anyway, here comes the hit. Kappa, though, is only able to find Amaterasu, who had to run it back active. And here we go. That's a huge find. MW1 with a Blade Storm will fall, and SK Rossi with a double. But still, the trades will favor the attacking side. VLT, they will get the spike down, and it's going to come down a lightning fast. It's the Astra. Got a few stars available. And the opposing side, we have the Cosmic Divide available for VLT, although I really doubt he's going to be using it this time around, and Lightning Fast coming in from above. There's a chance he could find one. Has made a bit of noise, he's going to drop one down, and from above he almost finds Hellfighter with a Guardian tap to the skull, and Hellfighter with a crucial 3k, and despite one round being won by GE, Dinko, once more VLT, they just smack them back into reality. It's a 3-1 lead for Amaterasu and his men.
It's just incredible precision from SK Rossi on that Vandal, and that is just stupid from Hellfighter.
Wow.
Flick out with a Guardian. You love to see the Guardian getting a headshot, man. It's like one of the most satisfying weapons in the game.
It just, I mean, it was sick, but imagine being on the receiving side. That's gotta suck. At least they were able to deny MW1's Jet's Blade Storm the previous round, alright? So that's at least was neutralized, but right now, Sheriff's in hand. Kappa. Speculative shots towards mid. He's going to be falling on back a little passively. Now, where is Mr. SK Rossi going to be heading with that Jet of his? He's got a Blaze Storm active. He was towards C, and now heading towards the B side. They are leaving the A side in control only with the KJ solitarily, where he has set up the his turret, but that's about it. Turret getting tagged in the meantime. I'd like him to go for a stack here. Just go for a gambled stack.
Oh, Lightning Fast going for a little peek out in towards a short, and they're going to keep going. They're not stopping at all. MW1 was confident to keep going forward. SK Rossi has found one in the Blade Storm. Still up and standing. The Classic running forward for a headshot. Hellfighter, though, always you can rely on him to recover the round for you. But here goes SK Rossi. This is what we've been wanting to see. Headshots from the Blade Storm dropping down. Now, oh, another one. SK Rossi taking everybody out with the Blade Storm. And now suddenly it is just Hellfighter, and he runs out of ammo. Blur. A nightmare as the Blade Storm once again cuts through for a round win.
Thrifty.
The SK Rossi effect, Dinko. Oh, I do really love how GE just pushed down long, right? Like the moment they knew that the attacking side was a little bit of an uncomfortable position, you saw they just push down long. But SK Rossi with that Blade Storm, the guy is almost nigh untouchable at times like this, and bit of a jet diff there. Just a Blade Storm and a few Sheriffs being invested, and they managed to get the round. So 2-3, still the one-round lead for the side of VLT. That being said, they do have a few rifles, a couple of Spectres, that Cosmic Divide. They have 3 ultimates available. The KJs, the Lockdown, the Hunter's Fury, the Cosmic Divide. On the other side, it's also the same thing. They still have the Cosmic Divide and the Lockdown available for GE. MW1, cheeky angle. think he might have seen a pixel there of Lightning Fast. I'm not too sure, as Skills will be tagged by the Owl drone. However, it will be taken down. So I like how how VLT is slowly pushing, poking, and prodding, and they take the fight. But Lightning Fast, the only player on the A side to get a single kill. And look at how low he is, 18 points of health. He has a lot of work to do. He might be spotted out in hell here. No, he will actually land a little bit of damage, but MW1 dashes away, Dinko, and it is going to be a nigh flawless round, just to one casualty. I don't know how they pulled that one off. It's like it was a full buy for GE. They had 3 players there, and somehow VLT just completely crack open the site.
This has been a bit of a slower game so far, Bly, in terms of the approach at the beginning of the rounds, but when it gets to crunch time, it's explosive. And right now, VLT, they'll be happy with the scoreline, although it doesn't really feel like it's too imbalanced either way. I feel like this game is completely open still, but this attacking side from VLT has been pretty solid. In this round, ultimates available to them are the Hunters, Fury, and Cosmic Divide. They can pull those out into play. A couple of players only a couple of orbs away from their ults as well. Hellfighter doing a good job. That early aggression towards C-Long is interesting from Kappa, because there's no trade potential, and now you've just lost the site. Not a fan of that, Black, because you're just alone there. There's no backup at all.
Oh, not a big fan of Vibor's positioning there, considering it was, just the pistols. Might as well just play a little bit more safer angle, but MW1's there to ensure that the remaining players don't get up to any shenanigans. SK Rossi now with the operator. This is the shot. This is not looking good. He's getting trapped from behind, and MW1 sandwiches him alongside Amaterasu. Nothing to say for GE. It's like we said, Dingo. It's like the previous map as well. They win one, a hard-fought round, and then Velocity, they immediately break their economy.
Five to 2.
Gotta remember, the loser of this is gonna be facing off against Enigma in an elimination game after this game. You don't want to play that.
It's not an easy game, no. I think right now, from what we've seen, though, I think Enigma should be the team that should be pretty scared, though. I think because they didn't really look too hot this morning. And both of these teams have been playing at a pretty good level, so I feel like it's good that it's a double elimination. And I think they're probably pretty happy that it would be Enigma rather than Exploit earlier today, based on the performances we've seen from them.
For sure. Like, if you look at the Indian scene in particular, there's VLT and there's Global Esports, and then there's everyone else, right? I feel, of course, Enigma and EXO Esports is the other team. They're like the 3rd and 4th best team right now, I guess, in the region, but they're still quite a distance away from these 2 top dogs right now in the Indian region at the very least. Although right now, Team Exploit definitely showing that they are someone to contend with in the entirety of South Asia. But here we go. Another buy coming out. Another operator buy for SK Rossi. Doesn't have any armor to work with, however.
Could be better.
Just 100 points of health. It's going to be trying to take a duel out towards C-Long. Unfortunately for him, there's no one who's going to show themselves. Instead, it's going to be a heavy presence out towards mid from the side of VLT. Bit of a default setup. And SK Rossi finds Hellfighter, who was getting a bit adventurous towards long. He's like, I wonder what's happening there. And he finds a bullet.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Oh, the runner back going in towards B, just trying to pick up some info, maybe clear out the defense there. Right now, luckily for the defense. Oh, they're looking the wrong way. Oh, big problems here. Skills needs a double, and that's exactly what he's gone and got. He nearly ran into the Phoenix. I thought he would be aware of that because he heard the runner back be popped, but he wasn't aware of the position. And Amaterasu luckily gets his gun out in time, gets back and gets the trade. So at least it's still within touching distance of a 2v3, but VLT not looking too hot in this round.
If Skills didn't get that 2k, I feel like the round's again done. Amaterasu, though, there is a way he could sneak into B, and he could find the Sova. But if he walks on towards spawn, the timing is everything. Has he been spotted? I'm not sure, but he's going to be walking in straight into the crosshair off SK Rossi, and he doesn't miss those. And now right to Ace. The 1v3, the veteran for VLT. He's got his ultimate available, Dinko. There is a chance, and he avoids the recon. That's huge. The flank, though.
Right to Ace, and yeah, that's the problem, right? You're in the flank, you're like, I'm gonna get a kill, and then suddenly you're shot from behind. It's not a good scenario, but yeah, like you said, you know, if Skills doesn't get those 2 kills in towards Garage Blood, this one's done. You know, basically, look at that situation, it looked like the defense is about to crumble, but yeah, huge overperformance in Skills, and in the end, that's enough to get them the round win. And VLT, they've still got so many ultimates available to them going into this round, so I don't think they'll be too worried about things, but it's a round like this you do want to be picking up. Like this should be traded out. This should be traded out very easily. And then now Tarasso pops the run it back, and there's nothing to be found in B. So it is a little bit of an unlucky round for VLT, but one they lose anyway. And GE are given a chance back into this one. They have to win this though, Blair. If they win this, they can make a big difference.
Yeah, they need to make this one close, and MW1. He's got an operator of his own, looking, waiting for Escurossi to come poking and prodding as he usually does. Escurossi initially poaching that C side. He's going to be rotating back towards B, where the chunk of the Killjoy utility is towards the B side. And once more, it looks like it's going to be the push coming in inside of Garage. Lightning Fast needs to be careful. The curveball could be huge, but he's able to react in time. Amitrosh is just going for the dry peak. The C side, it's getting pincer, but Lightning Fast is looking so good. He's going to be able to dodge the Hunter's Fury as well, but for how much longer is the question, as Right to Ace and Hellfighter find a couple real quickly, neutralizing the man advantage that GE had, and now Lightning Fast still making life very uncomfortable. However, the Blade Storm for MW1, it's been popped, and here comes Hellranger just using his ultimate, pushing in, but in turn concussing his own teammates, but the retake is definitely on, Dinko.
Oh, that divide is about to go down. That reveals a couple of players, and Kappa, he's the player that steals away 2, and Hellranger in with his final 5-4 scoreline, and that's the kind of round that GE needed, and they close it in style. Just so quick, punishing 3 remaining players who on the other side of the divide thought they had a chance still to win the round, but as soon as it goes down, immediate death comes their way.
Massive round from Lightning Fast, so just jumping around there. And yeah, as you pointed out, Hellranger, it's just a perfect crossfire being set up, right? And the moment the Cosmic Divide comes down as well, perfect pincer to Hellranger and Kappa. 4 and 5, it's like deja vu, Dinko. It's like I'm watching map 1 all over again.
Yeah, it's been this comeback story again, but the way it ended over on Split was not in G's favor, right? They had this like streak of rounds, they came back into things. The VLT then just crushed them. So, for the sake of G, they hope it doesn't end the same way. They hope they can rewrite their story coming into Haven instead of having what they were dished out over on Split. 5-4 right now, though. And just a slow approach at the start of these rounds. You know, there was a lot of team executes over on Split. Haven, not really a map that allows you to be as quick and as focused in one avenue because there's 3 sites to choose from. So, you will play this slower style and try and play this pick-based Valorant, but right now, it's not going so well for VLT. They're losing a lot of these early fights.
Out wide, they're going for the contact play, but Lightning Fast, he's good for 2, Dinko. He's being fantastic so far. Vibor at least able to trade in the span of a heartbeat. Before I can even complete my sentence, that's going to be round number 5. GE, they bounce back, and they bounce back convincingly. These rounds are winning, are looking very, very cool. Like the previous round, they had 3 alive. Right now, they had, I think, 4 alive at the end there. And we finally have attack timeout from the side of VLT. Finally, VLT feeling maybe a bit of pressure, Dinko.
I'd say you're starting to feel a good amount of pressure at this point because there's 2 maps in a row now where you get this extremely strong start, extremely hot start, and then you let it all slide away. I don't think you can afford to do that. If you want to be one of the best teams, you got to really try and keep that going and dig deep. And fair enough, right? You have your initial game plan. It gets you through the first couple of rounds. It's when the team figures you out, your opponents figure out what they need to do, what adjustments they need to make. You can either do that on the fly and readjust and adapt further yourself, or you need to take a timeout and try and figure out, okay, what are they doing to counter what we're doing and come up with something different here? And I think VLT definitely need to do that. I think they've hit that slow patch, and if they continue down the path of just letting it be as it is, they were just going to lose rounds. So it's a good time to call for the timeout here. And I'm interested to see what sort of adaptations they can make here, Bly. It feels like the early advantages, maybe they're a little disjointed. 1 by 1 they're going. So maybe it can set up early as a team and then try and get out some of these early picks because they are not controlling the early game at all.
Yeah, and one thing they should be aware of is the fact that GE aren't really going for any aggressive flanks, right? Pushing down towards mid or whatever.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
they could easily pull off a fake. They've been trying to A-side multiple times. Again, they could try and do the fake, or leave a couple of players outside waiting towards T-spawn, and then just rotate back late. They can easily get a spike down.
Or just focus your resources on one point of the map, right? Because you don't have to worry about leaving players holding flanks, because there's no flanks to worry about. So
this I like. I think they're doing that. It's going to be the A fake, the contact play coming out from both the duelists. It's going to be the Phoenix as well as the Jet for MW1. And it's sneaking into B though, but that could be the jig being up here, Dinko. This could be massive.
it looks like it's going to be the A split though, because now they're already on the A site. They pulled those players off of the A site on defense, and now they've got it. And G realized, okay, well, we've been pulled into this B play. In fact, the play is going over towards A, and they luckily haven't lost a player.
Oh, they got Vivor, who was actually the lurk, but there's a secondary lurk, Hellfighter. I don't think he's going to be expecting this, is he? He's been spotted out, though, and he's going to be dead to right. Lightning Fast finds him. Now a 5v3 post-plant for VLT.
Wow, okay, MW1, the 3K lineup. The curveball goes through as well, and they've managed to drop back with those 3 kills. That puts them in the man advantage, and MW1, is he going to find all 5? He will! That is incredible! MW1 mows him down! A death machine here on Haven, and all 5 kills added to his collection.
Oh my lord, what was that? What was that from MW1? I need a replay. Because this was smoother than a Gillette shave. That aim, was it a collateral? It looked like a collateral. I don't even know what I'm seeing.
It's just a flurry of kills so quickly.
Holy hell.
Yeah, he definitely had his game face moment on for that one. And well, 6-5. VLT, let's take a deep breath, blood, because that's over. And we're getting into another round. It is VLT that looked like they're about to lose that previous, but are now up into the lead again at 6-5.
It's a 5v3, 2-player advantage for GE. The spike had just been planted, and MW1 just looks them in the eye and says, yeah, no, not happening. Well then, 6-5. We could be seeing a recreation of the first, a replication rather, of the first map, where it was a 6-6 scoreline. Kappa taking a fight.
Take flight.
Oh, it's a bait setup. Are they going to check? I don't think they're going to be checking. They're not going to be checking. And Hellranger with a spray. He finds 3 of them. The spikes dropped at his feet as well. And if MW1 can do it, so can Hellranger. SK Rossi helping his teammate out. And that is going to be a flawless round to end the half.
Incredible stuff coming in for this half of Valorant. It's just delivered on both sides, right? You have VLT's huge step up from MW1. Over on GE, you now have SK Rossi developing into the monster we know he can be. So we have this 6-6 scoreline going into the second half of Haven. Now we really got to see what VLT have on their defense, and more importantly, what GE have on the attacking side, because there's just been so many huge multi-kills and individual moments, and in a game this close, they can really make the difference. Which side is going to have more of them?
Even though, like, the first map was kind of lopsided, you gotta say, some of those rounds were super exciting, right? You could see individuals just popping off, some insane retakes taking place as well, and it looks like map 2 is delivering as well. We're all tied up here, ladies and gentlemen. Map 1 going to wave VLT. This is VLT's map pick. So GE have to take this one. Oh, that got really scary for SK Rossi, switching to his knife at the worst time possible, but he pushes in, leading the charge. MW1, though, he is so very low, and SK Rossi, the opener. He just opens up the site, and he's looking for more. He's looking for the 3rd kill. That could be a little bit too much, and they get punished for it. And now the 2v2, lightning fast, alone on the site. He needs to find one real quick here, but he's being hunted down. He seems to be aware here. Right to waste from the backside. He hears kills running on up. They don't seem to be aware of his position. The ding comes plays. The shock dart won't quite find the kill. But this is so very tense. Spike still not yet planted. It's anyone's round.
Lightning fast. He's got an angle where he spots the barrel. Skill's able to come in with one, and lightning fast really trying to make it happen. It's awkward. It's not pretty at all. VLT still stand a chance of right to waste, turning this into 1v1s. Does he make the right call on where the spike is going? He doesn't. It's going back over towards A, and they're going to double up. And as soon as they double up, Bly, that really reduces the chances of a round win here for right to ace. It's going to be spotted. The gravity well looking to try and pull him in, but look at that. He's actually got beyond it. And they're going to use it as a smoke instead. And so right to ace has got to get forward. There goes the nano swarm, and that's going to really throw a dirty spanner into the mix. You can't really make it happen now. I don't think this is looking just too difficult, especially with the double up. They know exactly where he is. His skills with the headshot, peek out to the right side, and the 7th round as GE get a good start into the second half.
Skilled was so very low there, but what a round from Lightning Fast, right? He just keeps Ace pinned down. I love how he just faked the footsteps running away towards A, and he should have got the kill onto Ace, but then, yeah, the wallback's not quite working out. Those deals can be a little 50-50 at times. Valiant effort from Ace in the end there, but it was not to be. 7-6 GE, they finally win a pistol round. Would you look at that?
It's incredible, and that's a really worrying sign for VLT, who have been so dominant at the start of these halves, and now they got to deal with GE, who have had a good start, and we know how good their attacking side can be. This could get real scary right now for VLT. We could be looking at a map win for GE if they keep this up. SK Rossi, confident start into the second round, has already been able to find himself that opening. And 7-6 on the board now. GE can just sit back confidently and calmly as well. There's no real reason to overstretch. I mean, it is SK Rossi, so he probably will, but he could do stuff with that gun. So I believe in SK Rossi. I'll let him go frag out.
All right. Let's see what happens. Up. 1, 2. About a third. But it's okay. He's done the damage. Ace picks up the Spectre, but they know exactly where he is. And the Astra, unfortunately for the side of VLT, is on the wrong side of the map. So yeah, they lose SK Rossi. But they managed to get a couple of kills, gets all the information. Spike will be planted. Okay. That happened. So it's not just me that, you know, whiffs to classics. Happens to pros as well.
I've seen it everywhere. I even seen it on Shazam's Instagram earlier, you know, some clips coming out of a stream of him just whiffing. Like, happens to everyone, which is really reassuring, because I thought it was just me. But clearly not. 7-6 though, this timer will tick on and the spike will go off, and its 6 scoreline will then conclude, and we will start to see VLT consider what their options in the buy rounds coming up, because that really is where things start to get more important, more meaty, and more potato-y, as right away is actually going to run onto the spike. What? Okay, just trying to pull one player in. I mean, I like it.
I mean, Kappa should have known there was absolutely no time, so I don't know why he just ran in and gave his life away, but yeah, a round's a round, right? Although, that being said, it was the bonus round for GE. And now they'll be looking to try and manage to crack open the sights when it is going to be the buy for the side of VLT. But what do my eyes see? It is SK Rossi with a shorty. And the Bladestorm. Unfortunately, the Bladestorm doesn't rhyme, Dinko, but I was
like you were
trying.
Gonna start rapping for me, blah.
I was trying there, all right? oh, I love this. I love this from MW1, but it is going to be SK Rossi. Finds one. The updraft, they hear it, but Vibor from behind, he neutralizes the danger man. But now the defenders, everyone's towards C, but the hit's coming in towards the B side, where one man holds the line. It's right to Ace.
Oh, right to Ace, the headshot. Hellranger down and out. And now 4 versus 2, VLT have a 2-man advantage in play. You know, this is much better for them. This is the kind of round they needed here in the second half, because we already talked about the great length of how good VLT have been at the start of halves. Maybe go a little bit quiet in this portion, usually. But now that they've had a pretty poor start to the second half, they've really got to make this gun round sing. And the position of MW1, he's just got himself into a tight corner. They're going to have to try and clear him. And somehow Kappa hits the headshot. MW1 down, and that's one of the advantages gone. Still, VLT have a player to the good in the 3v2, but that's a huge kill to find without losing a member.
You want Kappa alive in a 1v anything scenario. There we go. Kappa, second kill for him from a 4v2. Now it's going to come down to the 2v2. Skills deploying all his nano swarms towards the CD side for the defenders to have to wait for a couple of seconds. But it's now it's winnable. Now it's doable. The Recon's going to attack Skills, but it hasn't spotted out where Kappa is yet.
Oh, he's going to back off. He's getting spotted by that Recon bot. Drop it back into long, and they're looking for his picks down in towards the site. They're using this range really well, and they're playing together as well. This is a big problem for VLT, because they don't have an expendable player anymore. Curveball goes through, and it's going to be the Blaze Wall covering up the defuse, but they line up. Skills and Kappa, I don't know how they did it, but a 2v4 they pull back. VLT, it looked done, but the kills all go against him, and GE are in the lead now, 9-6.
I did tell you earlier. I mean, I'm not the sort of person who's going to be like, I told you so, but you want Kappa alive in a man disadvantageous situation. You want him alive in a clutch. Now, that wasn't a 1v anything. It was a 2v4, but still, like, just clinical, perfect play. They knew exactly where they needed to make a play. They get the pick towards the player coming towards long, and they're like, all right, now is the time for us to go for a hit. There's no time waiting for them to push on in. They're not going to be pushing in any further since they have the player advantage, and they just go for the play. I'm not a huge fan of the garage play. He could have waited for his teammates to come in, but I really can't fault him either. He was trying to prevent the plan from taking place, because once a spike is down, even if you might be at a man disadvantage, it is going to be slightly favoring the attacking side, right? So fantastic work from Kappa. And finally, a half starting off on the right foot for the side of Global Esports, Dinko.
Yeah, it's good to see it. And I thought that was going to be the turning factor that would have got VLT back into things. That round looked really good for them. But then suddenly it just all went the opposite way. It's like they couldn't get a single kill. I mean, they were sitting to see long. I thought the position MW1 got himself into was going to reap at least one kill. And even if you get that one and you get shredded out, it's still 3v1 situation, should be winning that all day long. So to me, that's the most decisive kill and the most decisive moment of the round is in towards that C long when they try to reclaim control over that. But a tech timeout, so a technical pause right now, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we get that sorted as quickly as possible.
I need a breather, man.
Yeah, we definitely do. 9-6, it's really looking like a third map is a possibility, right? And I think it would be a shame if this game ended in a 2-0 fashion where it was one-sided, because this is the game we've been all waiting for and we're getting excited about with VLT versus GE, and it really is starting to heat up and deliver now.
I need, I really need the break. I'm going to take a sip of water. I'm quite sure that's what the player's going to be doing as well, because right now, as you pointed out, Dinko, map number 3, it's starting to poke his head over the horizon. It's you can see a couple of strands of hair sticking up. It's like, all right, is it my time to shine? I do believe it's going to be on Breeze, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a quick look here. Yeah, it's going to be Breeze, which should be an interesting map.
Breeze yet. So.
Yeah, we haven't had it yet. We've had Icebox, we've had Split, we've had Bind, and now we're, of course, on Haven. So yeah, Breeze remains and Ascent. Hopefully we get to see both the maps. Well, maybe we have another game remaining, right? So maybe we get to see all the maps here. But it looks like the timeout is still on, unfortunately. Oh, no, it's not. Looks like I can see the countdown taking place. So yeah, round number 16, Dinko. A lot on the line, especially for GE. They need this map win.
Standing ahead.
Recon arrow straight away sent on in, and that's going to be destroyed immediately. But on the other side of things, SK Rossi has got information from his teammate Sova. He's going to be pushing up Cloudburst to try and give himself a little bit of an advantage in the mind game. He could have crossed over. He's going to start clearing these close positions. And actually, that's been enough to force back the defense into a more passive position, because Right to Ace doesn't really have the weapon to compete against the likes of a Spectre. So, going to drop back. Spikes to go down, and right now VLT are really considering what is their possibility here. Can we make it back into the site? Can we really feasibly pull off a retake? It's probably not going to happen. So I'm not looking at a likely round win here, but we'll see how much damage they can do. They start charging through one by one. MW1 falls, second kill in as well, down Amaterasu. The rest of the side start to crumble to the Spectre of Rossi, and he goes forward. He gets a third. A flawless round coming in for GE.
Eco frags, but doesn't matter. Get those rounds, get the confidence boost, build up that money, and try and get its final 3 rounds remaining. Still, 10-6 is still a very comebackable. I don't think that's a word, Dinko, comebackable, but you know what I mean. It's a comebackable scoreline for VLT. They can easily manage to crack this attack open from GE and potentially tie things up. But it's going to come down to this particular round. There's a lot invested in. They got the Vandals, got a Phantom, got the Operator as well in the hands of MW1. Amaterasu should be careful. Gravity well will be avoided. But a tag for the Jet and SK Rossi opening it up. That is massive. And that means that A site is going to come down to MW1 to hold it down. But look at GE slowly falling back after the initial push, gathering information, but not quite committing off the back of it.
Spike drop.
Under a minute now on play. A very slow approach. The first time we've had any dead airplay so far in this game, and a recall bolt starting to come through. There goes the lockdown. No one really capitalizing on it just yet. In fact, the attacking side are not really worried about it because they've actually just dropped off completely. They'll sit outside of it. Actually, one player stay inside for some reason. So he's been caught by that. Just looking to hold down the position. Right to Ace, getting wider a fight, but not really making it happen just yet. Finally, some shots coming through, and Right to Ace actually just walked right into the gravity well, and he gets caught. He gets brought down, and now the spike getting planted as well. VLT are crumbling, and there's no resistance at all.
They just waited it out. They even got, like you said, a player detained, and they're like, screw you, we have our game plan, and we are going to commit to this play. And here's the thing, right? They took so long. Tinker, with 30 seconds left on the clock, they went for the hit, and by that time, Hellfighter had pushed down C-Long, he pushed down mid, and he knew for a fact that there was no one making a play towards B or C, but it didn't matter at that point in time because the execute was so very good. The perfect flashpoint to blind MW1, neutralizing the operator. As you pointed out, Ace just walking into the gravity well, and he gets sucked to his own death. Round number 11 for Global Esports. It looks like, I'm going to say it looks like they might be trading maps here, Dinka, and that's fantastic. I wanted to see a map number 3 coming out.
Yeah, I think all of us predicted it, right? We expected this to go the distance to all 3 maps, so it's looking likely that that'll be happening. 11-6 on the board. GE, well, up on top, of course, is SK Rossi, 21-11. He's been wild so far. And for VLT, take a look at their money. Their credits are not exactly in the best scenario right now. So they have a couple of Vandals in there. They are going to be lacking utility. Only a couple of points away from a few ultimates. They've already got that Cosmic Divide. You can get that Blade Storm out in 1. Same for that running back. So you got plenty of options here. If you can get a couple of kills on the board for VLT. Quick round here from SK Rossi. Look at the pace of this blood. He's already inside of the site. He's found a headshot.
Site's lost. And SK Rossi, this is where he should fall back, but he's not.
So it's SK Rossi.
Yeah, and you don't want to give too much space as well, but Hellfighter replying back. SK Rossi holding the line. Oh, it's a jet from MW1. The Blade Storm is going to find one. Hellranger and Lightning Fast doubling up. And MW1 getting neutralized means his retake is looking nigh impossible. Hellranger will shut it down. A fast hit towards the C site. Map point for GE. And I gotta say, Dinko, on this attacking side, they have looked phenomenal.
They have looked like the better team for a long time now on this map, right? It's in that mid portion of the first half, maybe that's where the sort of the tide switched. Once again, VLT started strong, it was looking good for them, and now suddenly we're looking at this scenario where they're not really having much of a say. And GE got off to a good start in that second half as well, and have just continued it right through. And
yes,
I think it's no secret as to who is the big carry here. He's got the judge out in this round, like, God, dude.
He's got a Blade Storm and he has so much money, but the lunatic goes for the judge. Why the hell not? No, let's get scary. Rolling Thunder coming in. There's one player on the backside, and he's so screwed. He's so screwed.
Oh, he's actually dodging the Hunter's Fury though. Hellranger's came in with 1. Run it back's been used up as well. And Hunter's Fury on both sides invested, but not coming through with anything really. Some damage maybe sprinkled out, and the Cosmic Divide comes through, but Amaterasu is about to try and curveball right through this, and he goes on through. Oh, it's blinded 1, but Lightning Fast still on the headshot. Lightning Fast with 2. Right to Ace trying to get back in, but he's all alone now. They're so low on health, and that actually gives him a huge chance to win this now. He's got that recon bolt available. Throws it down to realize, okay, he's actually gone. Where could he have gone? The only real position he could have disappeared to is that garage, and the spike is not planted for garage post plan. He has to go for the peak, and that's given away the position, but the recon ball has spotted him. And now back onto the defuse again. Is he going to hold it? He's got it to half, but the peak is coming out, and oh, Kappa, he's got the kill. And that's Global Esports that make it happen here on Haven. They're going to send this to a third mapla.
We're going to breeze, and I, for one, would not have it any other way. What a comeback. What a comeback coming in from GE. They lose map number 1, their map pick in a very convincing fashion, Dinko, right? And then map number 2 starts. They lose a pistol round. They're down like 5-1 or something. I'm like, this is just feeling like map number 1 all over again. And then Hellranger just called a masterclass second half. SK Rossi popping off, Kappa with his clutches, everyone just chiming in and everyone having a hell of a game. And I got to say, for VLT, the defense really kind of fell apart. I felt very lacking. They were playing very reactive, a little scared as well, if you ask me. So heading to map number 3, I don't know about you. I'm ready for it. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, but before that, we've got to throw it over to the desk. Necro and Sia. It's over to you guys. Plenty to break down from Haven.
Exactly. Boy, oh boy. Guess who's back, baby? It's going to be SK Rossi in this game, and it's clearly being shown the way he played. GE pretty much, I mean, again, SK Rossi's kind of that man who just puts, like, so much impact in the team, right? If he's having a great time playing the game, pretty much his team is having a great time as well, especially you have a man like Hell Ranger as well, backing him up, taking a look at the team stats, and clearly, it seems like that was a dominating win from the side of GE.
Yeah, absolutely. GE just wiped the floor with Velocity Gaming on this one. And considering the fact that this was Velocity's map pick, it's quite astonishing to see the way in which this happened. But then we saw this in map 1 too. Shows the caliber of both of these teams in general in itself, you know. But looking at these statistics, you see GE clearly far and above. Not too far Velocity in terms of the headshot percentage. But hey, that doesn't matter as much. What I do want to talk about though, Necro, is as Bella mentioned, like the scared feeling. And like to talk about that, I feel like in Velocity in that first half lost a ton of aim duels. There were so many points where the round was in their hands, but they just lose these easy, okay, not easy, but easy for these pros aim duels, which they're able to pick up the round. They kept losing those aim duels in the first half, and then in the second half, as he mentioned, it felt like the proactive moves were gone. Normally, when I see Velocity with Phoenix on Haven, I like to see a lobby control. They're very aggressive with it. They use that Phoenix flash to set themselves up in a proactive push, take areas of the map, but this time they were spread out, and you cannot be spread out against this Breach Jet combo. They will break you apart piece by piece.
Exactly, that Breach Jet combo, and as always, Rossi finally, he's back in the game, 7 first bloods for himself, of course leading the charts all the way up, and then on the other side, you have LFF coming in. But one thing we can definitely say this time, MW1, I mean, yeah, I would say he did have those moments again going inside the game, but yeah, as you did mention, it did really seem like MW1 was being held back from the team. Yeah, he did have his pop-off moments, somewhere he did get himself those 3Ks, he was also going in, pushing against the defense, but yeah, as you did mention, in this start, a lot of aim duels were lost, but still, in the start, it was quite close, but then later on, in the second half, it just really seemed like, well, Global Esports were unstoppable. And now, they're pretty much just trading maps here, right? On the Global Esports pick, VLT won, and now on the VLT's pick, Global Esports won. This makes me wonder, is this scripted?
You never know. I mean, I for one am extremely excited to watch Breeze now, because this not only is this the map that is going to decide the fate of both of these teams moving forward, but this was also the map that did decide the fate of these teams all the way back in Qualifier 1 finals. Breeze was the final map, which Global Esports were winning. Velocity made a comeback, and right to clutch. I mean, I coined that name way back, I think, in September, but the fact that it stuck around really shows the caliber of this player. I want to see that player popping off again in Breeze. So we'll see if GE is able to exact full revenge on Breeze, or VLT are able to bring back the old memories and find the win to take them to the next round. But like coming back to this map in itself, as you mentioned, like, the second half was not at all close. And for me, it has to do a lot with the reads that GE had set up, like, and tying in with the fact that VLT weren't playing proactively. Once GE understood that VLT are trying to react to what they're doing, it became a matter of how you expect them to change up their setup. So because of this Killjoy, normally, like, the Killjoy is amazing, but because of the fact that the Killjoy always has to play anchor, you're expecting the Sova to almost always be on A, and since they're not making proactive pushes, all you really have to do is deny them mid control and you win the round. They cannot take A long, C long control because they don't have the duos and trios working together, and because of that, GE is just like, oh, okay, so all we really need to do is play a little aggressive in the start towards the mid, hold, and then play for rotations, and we win the game. It was such an easy blueprint for Global Esports that it makes me confused, like, what exactly happened to Velocity, especially Amit Rasu. I was so excited to see him back on his Phoenix, but it didn't feel like the super fire mode that we know him to be. It felt a little lackluster.
Exactly, and GE in general later on. G later on just started completely dominating through, right? I mean, it did really seem like G was just being, they were just being unstoppable. Each and every single player from their side was just dominating it through, but still in the player comparison, if you can see, MWN still has a little edge just because that first dominating win. But then again, SK Rossi though, I mean, he's not really far behind, right? I mean, if you take a look at the stats, I mean, yeah, I would say in the first kind of map, SK Rossi did has his moments. And also, one thing I really noticed is that SK Rossi, his initial aggression in the first half wasn't really working out from the defensive side, right?
Yeah.
So later on, he was like, all right, it's time for me to take an operator and sit back and relax and snipe.
Yeah, it's because like in the first half, Velocity Gaming started off the map playing very defensive defaults. Like if you noted, the Killjoy and the controller player were always on opposite sides of the map, continuously marking A-long, C-long aggression, whereas the duelists tried to take mid control, but taking mid control while walking in. Most of Velocity's executes were actually walk-in executes. They rarely ever did a fast execute, and a lot of this due to the fact, as you mentioned, that with this breach composition, we expect SK Rossi to take foot forward. But GE, they realized that they can't do that anymore and they adapted. The same thing did not happen for VLT. When GE are continuously being aggressive early and then playing for rotations, what VLT needed to do is trade back on some other side of the map. If they keep taking mid control, you need to take A lobby. If you don't take A lobby, suddenly you've not just lost the mid, but you've lost the entire map effectively in terms of information, because with mid control, they don't even have to get into B side. They just need to make sure you're not getting audio cues, you're not getting information, and therefore you're completely unaware of where the rotations are going to happen. And given how good these two teams are, every small thing plays a huge edge. I mean, we saw it in map 1, we're seeing it in map 2. I can only imagine what happens when we head on over to the Caribbean islands.
And exactly, how can we forget that ace coming in through from the side of MW1, right?
God.
I mean, a popping off ace, I would say. That was the most of his, I would say, pop-off moment throughout the map. But hey, that was an ace to be remembered for centuries without a doubt, because that ace was absolutely insane. But then later on, instantly, G were like, all right, you're going to do that? We're going to show you what we're made of as well. Headranger strikes back, a flawless round coming in through from their side. Headranger with that massive 3-kill right after that round. So it's like they just pretty much slapped them back to reality, all right? G is like, all right, the second half is ours. Don't you dare steal it away from us.
Yeah, exactly. The teams trading each other's maps, and
Yeah.
GE not just slapping VLT back to reality, but as you said, but also stealing the momentum back. Because when you go into Breeze, when you think about the impact a Jet can have on Breeze, and you think about the number of times SK Rossi just pressed W and he's like, I will take you on aim. Dare you even think about taking me down? That confidence going into Breeze is going to be devastating for Velocity Gaming, because that confidence combined with GE's double initiator setup, it's just going to be the same of what we saw in Haven. SK Rossi is bound to be unstoppable unless VLT have something in store for us. So I certainly hope they do, because I want to see overtime in map 3, man.
Exactly, that's what I really do want to see as well. And consider the fact that this is the map of Breeze, it's quite wide open, right? A lot of open spaces. That means you do require a insane aimer in your team. You do require a cracked aimer, cracked gamer in general, and that's what SK Rossi and MWN are. So the next upcoming map is definitely going to be really close, and trust me, you guys don't really want to miss it. But with that being said, just to kind of get you guys a little annoyed, we're going to be throwing to a little break, so you guys will have to wait.
Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경보다 같이 yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Leave your mark on. Leave your mark on. Go. Leave your mark on. Leave your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a group winner and Talk Esports as our digital publishing partner. I'm Necro, John alongside me, CA, and guess who's back, baby? Mars back in the map of Breeze. The next expect happened here.
I have to say, it's got this thought in my head and can't let it go. I have to say it. Rolled with the Yoru in this split select. Yoru it's the only map he works on. The only map. He's still crap. I mean, wrong. Yoru is still garbage. The agents overall in terms of the audio he's over. But on Breeze, especially if you play the double controller with the Paranoia Yoru TP setup and work out. So maybe, just maybe get to see Marzil on coming in as that Yoru. Dude, I see your reaction.
Yeah.
But it's just making me wonder because where else is he slot in? Because the player's something out of Zibor who plays the Viper, and if Mars the Viper, I question, does he line up? So like, what's gonna happen?
I mean, you never know, right? What's really happening behind what kind of prac they have been doing, but no, personally think so. We're not really going to be seeing it in the game. If we do, though, it's going to be one of the most unique to ever witnessed, without a doubt. You know, like, I haven't really been seeing Yoru kind of being released over here in VCC up till now. So we're definitely one of those things that would stand out for us and would one of those things that we do want to eye out. But yeah, I did mention it's really questionable, right? Because Marzil being that duelist player, and especially when you do know Marzil's back in the game, pretty much we might just see a double duelist coming through. I still don't really know how the swaps are going to be working though. But yeah, again, Marzil getting back just brings up so many anonymous factors, right? That even we cannot really answer about those. But yeah, with that being said, it seems like the game's lined up and ready. So let's welcome our beautiful casters. Welcome, guys.
Thank you very much, Necro. You're looking fabulous yourself today. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into this one, Blake, because we haven't seen Breeze today, and it's the first time we've had to go to a third map in a best of 3. So we've got a lot of new things coming our way, I think. You know, Marcel coming in, he played so well in that first map. I hope that he plays at the same level coming into Breeze as well. So we're getting into that very shortly. We'll get into the agent select first. We'll see if that Yoru is coming in for Sia. I agree with him. It's pretty useless agent in most respects, but here on Breeze, you can sometimes make it work. Even with the teams I've seen pick it, but there's no one that's really fully convinced me yet.
Yeah, I feel it's going to be a double controller, right? We have the Viper. Wait, Marzel, don't do this. Come on. Don't mess around. All right. Expecting the Viper to come out, obviously. I'm assuming the Brim, the Viper, the Cypher for the side of Hellfighter, and then the Sky and the Reyna, perhaps. I wouldn't be too surprised if Marzel went for the Jet. But the question that was raised was
Viper right now.
Yeah, exactly. So I do believe it is Vibor who usually plays the Viper. So without that, can Marzel play the Viper? He seems to be able to play anything.
Well, I'm interested. There we go. So he's gone for the Viper. He trolled with the Yoru. A few of them were trolling with the Yoru, but in the end they didn't go with it. And yeah, I feel like the Viper is a must here on Breeze.
Absolutely.
And does Hellfighter go with the Cypher? I would say this is probably fine. The composition they've decided over here on the left side, I think that's pretty okay, and they've gone for it.
It's the double controllers they have though. Like they have the Brim over here, and for Breeze, it's for the side of Global Esports, it's more like this makes sense. But then you look at for GE Kappa and then Lightning Fast, it's interesting. It's interesting how this one's going to be playing on out. I do believe that is the agent select decided. If I'm not mistaken, it was Lightning Fast with the Cypher. I'm not sure I saw what Kappa picked. I think it was he went for the Sova. All right. Sova and Sky, Cypher, and the Viper and the Jet. So double initiators, and on the other side of the table, we've got double controllers and the sole initiator in the form of Right to Ace on the Sky. Bear in mind, last time I do believe I saw VLT play this map, they did lose to Team Exploit 13-10, if I'm not mistaken, and it did look kind of one-sided. So hopefully they've managed to fix whatever issues they had on this particular map, Dinko.
I'm looking forward to seeing if there's any differences here on the board, because I want to see, the main thing I want to see based on recency bias is if VLT can somehow show us that they can play well after getting a bad start, because on that second map on Haven, or second half of Haven, they obviously didn't get off to a great start with a pistol win, and they just didn't do much, blah. So I want to see VLT kind of get tested a little bit more and see if they can sort of win under the pressure, because they haven't shown us that they've been able to feel that comfortable when they're under that pressure. So let's see what they've got. Starting on the defensive side, GE going to be going up into the hallways early on with the Trailblazer leading the way. And past Switch, MW1 peeking down in towards bottom middle. Cage up, and will be just this A play as is standard most rounds. You just go over towards Cave and try and split out through the double doors. But right now, just this range being held by the Ghost is looking good, and that flank, well, it's being heard out. They know that flank is starting to come in behind them, but can they deal with it? Hellranger and SK Rossi getting the kills here for GE, and that's a great start in for the attacking side.
Skills extremely low. Unfortunately, he can't heal himself. SK Rossi going in with MW1. Amaterasu. Quick trades though. Spike down, but lightning fast. He's lightning fast with his aim as well, and it's all down to Marzel. 1v3. Spotted out. He needs to land these taps. In the meantime, the spike can be utilized as well. They're like, you know what, screw it. We're not going to plant openly for you. We're just going to be falling back, making sure that he has absolutely no chance of clutching this round out. And Marzel, he pokes and prod, but skills will put him down. A fast and furious A split coming out from GE, and they come out on top.
Yeah, good stuff from them, and GE obviously feeling good about the fact that they can get off to another good start, because this is something that definitely plagued them for a little while as well, was the fact that they couldn't get off to these good starts. They couldn't get into these controlling positions, but a good start on Breeze certainly puts them in a comfortable enough spot. If you just see the way it was looking, honestly, it looked like VLT had the upper hand in the defense initially, because they had all these long-range angles being held with the Ghost, but it's when that flank actually pays off, and when the aggression from the defense doesn't work out for them, it goes into the GE's hands. So great to see from them. Now they're going to be going over to B, testing the waters over here, sending that Aldrone out. SK Rossi, of course, called for it, trying to snap in behind that toxic screen, but in the end, doesn't find much from it and has to back away to safety.
Should be a pretty comfortable round here. The shock dart not quite able to leave, deal much damage, but the bullets from the Spectre will. Kappa opening up the side, and this should be a very comfortable round here. Don't see anything crazy going wrong. But GE, it looks like the fortunes have turned, Dingo. They're winning pistol rounds now, back to back as well.
Incredible stuff coming in from the lightning fast with the headshot, health going down. Skills able to come back in as well. Now we're all just looking at it crumbling beneath them. GE with a flawless round. And they'll lose a single player. That's exactly what you want to see early on in the game. That's going to help that money grow. Look at the credits. And they can already buy an operator out for SK Rossi, and they're going to go do that. I thought they were going to go for a bit of a bonus, but they've immediately just pulled out the operator.
The big guns come out. They're like, yeah, we're not going to give you any chances. And also, like, it's really hard on attacking side, especially, Dinko, to work the Spectres, in all honesty, right? Like, looking at the map like Breeze. At least on the defending side, you can maybe, push up into kind of a choke point and try and pick, kind of like choke out the attacking side, but they need to get these openings. And on a map like this, especially when you have a guy called SK Rossi on your team, you want to give the big rifle into his hands. MW1 going for a very aggressive poke towards mid. And he comes off the worst for wear. He almost finds the kill onto the Viper though, but taking a bit of damage, he instead opts to fall back towards the B side, which in my opinion is the right call. The Viper can of course be healed up because you have regrowth available on the sky for a GE, so a bit of a slow approach coming out here from Hellranger and his men. Well, I expected maybe a faster play considering the weaponry that they possess.
Right to Ace, starting to get a little hungry. Trying to go over some of that aggression information, and he will get a kill from it as well. Now dropping back, that's the man advantage picked up. Well, 40 seconds left. Right to Ace is feeling comfortable about dropping back and playing pyramids with his teammate. I'll throw a lightning fast in the hallways. Going to open up the switch, and the cage went up just in time because Right to Ace was in a decent spot to try and deal with that. But 30 seconds, as announced by our wonderful announcer inside of Valorant. And they're going to try and get on towards the site. 20 seconds up. Stim Beacons in play. Amaterasu line up. Okay, that's a bit of luck and a headshot as well. Right to Ace. A shutdown. It's all on lightning fast, and he's gone. VLT with a first round, and they've done it in style.
The veteran step up. The Stim Beacon especially helping out with that spray. The Vandal so very fast. And Amaterasu and Ace 5 kills between the two of them. The first round on board as well. This is a good play from Lightning Fast, right? He gets the kill, and he just stays alive, but this was just absolute filth from Amaterasu. Helped out as well by right to ace. They knew they had to go for a play. They knew they just couldn't give up the side that easily, and it works out wonderfully for them. Of course, the buy is going to be coming in for the side of Global Esports. Not that great, though. Is that a stinger I see in the hands of Mr. Hell? I'm not too sure about that.
You don't like to see that. Well, we'll see if he makes. Oh, okay. MW1 with the collateral. You love to see that, though.
Enemy remaining.
1 bullet, 2 kills, and immediately there's 1 player left. Lightning Fast again, left alone. And he gets flanked upon by Hellfighter. That's a round that they'll want to forget, because it didn't really last that long.
They definitely had a play in mind. Unfortunately, yeah, there's nothing much you can do when it's like collateral like that. MW1 really making that operator work, and Hellfighter was there as well to ensure that a trade doesn't take place. So they tie things up, and more importantly, Tinker, they keep the majority of the players alive. Looking at the economy here, it's not looking that great. Even the Blade Storm for SK Rossi is far away from being online, but it could be a contact play, and indeed it will. Marzel having to battle all on his own, and he's gonna land a great shot, but SK Rossi with a jumping shorty. Kappa finds right to ace as well, and suddenly a 4v3. Seekers will be deployed by Skills. A spike should be planted as well. He still needs to make his way into the side. There's a player towards elbow as well as Lightning Fast holding the line, waiting patiently for a potential flank, and Hellfighter might not be away expecting this. He needs to clear the angle. He should, right? He should. He will, but he misses the shots. Lightning Fast gets the kill. Ultimate deployed, the Neural Theft, and you know exactly where the retake's coming in from. It's a 3v2, and it is going to be the Hunter's Fury getting deployed as well on top of the Neural Theft. This is brilliant work from GE. Even if they don't win this round, Tinko, the amount of damage they've inflicted is massive.
Yeah, MW1's going to start moving forward in behind that cloud burst as well. Trying to get on the edge, and he goes for the no-scope, but he's missed it, and he's caught in the open. You can't really be caught hung up to dry with an operator in your hands, so Amaterasu realizes this round's a done deal. There's no point wasting anything on this one. He's got to back away. Gonna try and save your weapon and your life. He might actually get an exit kill here as well onto Lightning Fast. But a thrifty round coming in for GE. It's a big round for them to win, and even at the end, they find Amaterasu to take everybody out of play. 3-2 now on the board. And GE, they've shown capabilities of winning those rounds, Blair, right? They've had those opportunities to take rounds just like that. And that is worrying for VLT that they should be winning those kind of scenarios.
I still have no idea how they won that round. Like, just a contact play pushing in through the poison orb. And yeah, it was a jumping shorty. I saw the shorty. I'm like, oh, this doesn't look... this looks a little surprising. He manages to get the kill. And just the one round where they play up close, Dinko. They play up close. Marzel plays up close, and he gets mowed down. He does get the one constellation kill. And then 2 ultimates deployed. We have the Neural Theft coming in, and immediately followed by the Hunter's Fury, which gave away the positions of the retake. And yeah, just so well done by GE. And if I'm Hellranger, I'm feeling very, very happy with that round. There was barely any investment. I think a couple of sheriffs, a frenzy, and of course a shorty in the hands of Mr. Skill. Oh, sorry, not Skills. It was SK Rossi. Does it seem to you that SK Rossi refuses to use any other guns which are not a shorty, the judge, or the operator? He just refuses to touch any other gun.
It feels like it, man. He just makes money. Well, he uses the knives, I suppose, the Blade Storm. That's about it. Yeah, he's feeling it. He's got a Vandal this time. SK Rossi. So there's your theory broken, Blood.
God damn it.
You ruined it immediately.
Yeah.
So we obviously, when we're casting other Asian FPS games, or the Asian region, we have the story of the 3 Eagles. I wonder what it's going to be in Valorant, right? The story of the 3 judges or something. We got to figure something out.
We'll see a pattern later on. As Ace
right to waste.
I love this aggression towards Cave. Oh, they're just getting... It's just shooting practice. This round was just shooting practice coming in for VLT. What a round.
Yeah, it's great stuff. And, you love to see some of this aggression. VLT just making it confident. You have some issues in terms of losing some of those early fights. Why not just go throw them a ball like that, because that was huge.
That was indeed quite massive of a round. I love the aggression there. Like, they have the player fighting all the way towards cave, and Ace is like, I'm gonna just happily, merrily sneak my way in, and he gets a free kill onto skills as well. And once more, Global Esports down to just scratching the bottom of the barrel here. It's not a great buy. It's not a great buy. It's pretty rough. They're gonna have to pull off something miraculous again. Eskerossi though, well, there we go. Bladestorm available. And as long as this guy has that particular ultimate in his hands, you can never, ever count out GE, as we've seen so far in the series already. But look at the aggression from right to Ace.
Oh, he's got that Vandal in the corner. Trailblazer's got through right to Ace, just peeking out with a headshot. And now he's going to get it back away. Just running away. Right to Ace has just been the most proactive player on the server. It's been real cool to see him just sort of chop it and change it and do whatever the hell he wants. And it's been incredible to see that happen. Hellranger gets spot on the Eskerossi. He's able to take it down. Running away, right to Ace. So the headshot, Hellranger brought down. And it is 4-3, another flawless round. And every single ultimate is available right now for VLT. This is looking real scary right now for GE Vlad. This is looking real good.
Yeah, it's the way they're winning these rounds. Apart from that little bit of a snafu towards the B side with the loss of the pistols, they look very solid so far. And bear in mind that that was the Bladestorm getting popped as well by Eskerossi, completely neutralized as well, not even able to get a singular kill. And again, it looks like a buy. It's like a half-ish buy. The money isn't really. It's not equalized, right? I can see when certain members go for a buy, like they go for a Vandal or Armor, but when you look at the cash, it's like everyone's on $2,000, which means that in the next round, everyone can buy together. But it looks like the economy has been a little off kilter. But the shots aren't quite. Eskerossi finds a kill, and Lightning Flash is pushing in. The trades are fast and furious. Now just one player on that A site, but they're not committing. As Marzel coming in from behind, he's going to find one, finds a second. That's a spike dropped, and it's all on the final player alive. It's Hellranger once more, having to answer the call of duty. He knows where Marzel is. Sheriff out, beautiful headshot, and now the 1v2. He can retrieve the gun, but look at where the spike is. It's out in no man's land.
Spike down is an issue, but they've got the man advantage in play. Hellranger's just hoping that he can catch them off in this 1-versus-1 fight to turn it in to a winnable situation for him, but he has just got the Sheriff in hand. Viper's Pit is available, but the flank is starting to come through. Look at this, right to Ace, always getting in behind, always being a bit of a nuisance, but once he's cleared out that close quarters, he doesn't really need to go too far. So I think in a moment they should realize we've got to get that spike. There's only 20 seconds left. They're not putting it down, and so they're realizing they just need to hold it on. And Hellranger's nowhere near them, so this is definitely looking quite rough for Hellranger. He's nowhere near the spike. He's just got to hope for mistakes and kills now, and he's been able to grab one. And now just a 1v1 up against right to Ace. He gives away his position with a guiding light, but he knows he can just run away because there's absolutely no time to win the round, and he's done that well. The only way they will lose that round is if right to Ace sticks around and tries to take the fight, but he got out of there.
I like the thought process from behind Hell there, but yeah, time really wasn't his friend. And it's obviously going to take forever for him to get that flank walking all the way. So, yeah, sure, Constellation kills, but they're not going to be very happy with that. 5-3 to scoreline, and this flank from Marzel, man, they were not expecting it at all. Good attempt from Hell though. Nice shot into Marzel. He gets the kill, finds MW1, and even picks up the operator. So that's going to be dropped into the waiting arms of Eskerossi. Amazon Express delivery by Mr. Hellranger. But what is going to do with this? Oh, some aggression coming out once more, Dinko.
Oh, there. Well, he's tried, and Lightning Fast will go down. A 5v4 man advantage in play here for VLT. Gonna tap that orb, trying to draw their attention away, and Kappa right through the Viper's Pit takes down. Right to Ace. I mean, that's not his day right there. That's a little unlucky.
Deploying drone.
Well, if you can get a tag. Oh, I think he saw where it came from. He's hunting him down, hunting the Viper. But I love how sneaky he's being, just avoiding the Owl drone. And with no information to work with. They have to go for this play towards B, and MW1 spots the head, misses the shot. There's no one nearby, Dinko. He's going to hold on his side all by his lonesome.
Oh, well, MW1 has been incredible, but he's thinking about, does he want to go into that Viper's Pit with the Bladestorm? Oh, shot's coming through. Oh, he's missed it. Point blank range. The blade do not penetrate his opponent. And now with his skills looking to try and take them all down. He's done a lot of work in finding two. And that Viper's Pit still up with the spike going down. Amaterasu has to make a 1 versus 2 happen. He's flexing with his butterfly, but now he's got to flex with a round win. Viper's Pit will cause a few problems as he enters it. His health will begin to decay. As he drops further, he's cleared some close positions. He realizes where they're likely playing from. And he's going to go right through, catches out the Viper, now gets right back in, but that's going to fade away. That Viper's Pit now down. Snakebite on towards the spike itself, but Viper is now gone. It's all under the Sova to try and play the post plant. Shot darts going through, shots landing. It's another clutch, this time for Amaterasu. VLT, how have they made it happen? How have they won this round? And it's all the answer in Amaterasu.
They had no business winning that round, the Amaterasu. Like, just so calm, Dinko. So very calm. I'm not too sure why... I mean, I saw why he went for the final peak there. Like, he tossed in a recon. He's like, okay, when he tries to break the recon dart, that's when I'm going to peak. But I felt like it was unnecessary. They could have waited for the defuse to take place and go double peaked it. So, again, it feels like the mistakes, the tiny little mistakes being made by GE are just getting punished by the individuals of VLT. Fantastic round from Amaterasu. 4K for him. 6-3 to scoreline. The lead starting to extend it, Dinko, and if I'm GE, I'm starting to feel a little hot under the collar. SK Rossi tagged, but he's going to continue to hold that W key.
Screen's going to go down, that will reveal opponents to the other side of it. Skills has been spotted by the spy cam and eventually will be taken down. Most of the kills going GE's way here though. They're up 2 players and the site, yes, has been taken. And another kill, this time just through the toxic screen as it again to come up. And MW1 is left just carrying away with this operator. Absolutely no chance to do much into this round, so he's got to back away and just hope he can get into a more comfortable position. So at this point, we're looking at another round for GE, 6-4 scoreline in a game that is heating up once again. MW1 should be caught here. SK Rossi, of course, on the hunt. And no operator saved either. So 6-4, really starting to get vibes that we had in the previous, right? It's just this strong start for VLT, but GE working their way back in.
Interesting how the operator wasn't retrieved by SK Rossi. And I can kind of see why. When you have such an ultra-aggressive aimbot of a player on your team, you want him to have a rifle, you know? It affords you that mobility. He can just run in and crack heads instead of being slowed down by the rate of fire of the operator. Maybe on the defensive side, absolutely. The guy is a beast. But on the attacking side, give him a rifle. Let him just run amok. And that's exactly what it looks like he is planning to do. 6-4, though. Penultimate round of the first half. We've had... The first 2 maps were 6-6 at the end of the first half. Are we going to be seeing the same here again, Dick? Are we going to be seeing GE mount that mini comeback and tying things up?
I feel like it's a possibility because GE, you never really can count them out, right? Because even when they're looking like the worst side or a side that's in a bit of a struggle situation, they just always find a way back into it. So I never really can count them out, no, but I'm excited to see if VLT more so can answer the question, because that's what I was asking coming into this final map was, can VLT perform when they're under the pressure, when they have a bad start or they have a situation where their opponent is coming back into things? Can they actually form a comeback and dig deep and pull out the win? Because we see on Haben they kind of capitulated, so if they can show that here on Breeze, then that's where the true sort of champions are formed, right? Is when you're under pressure behind and you find your way back into things. So we'll see if they can do that here, VLT. They've got to buy into this one. No operator on either side, as you pointed out. It was not picked up in the last few moments. As we get into this one, it looks like a heavy B hit coming in from GE.
Dog has been unleashed, and Marcel has been spotted on SK Rossi. Yeah, he doesn't care if he's brittle. He's still going to be pushing on in. Marcel holding the line. He's going to find 2, finds 3. Marcel, he is a sentinel of the B site. And all of a sudden, it's all on the final member left alive for GE. Marcel, he has kind of struggled a couple of times holding out at side, Dinko. But this time around, he stands tall, and he delivers.
Incredible stuff. 7-4 on the board, and you have to say, when you have a hold like that, you've got just someone unbelievable on your team. And Marcel, he was performing so well over on Split. I was disappointed not to see him on the second map. I thought, okay, it's good to stick to your guns. But Marcel, man, he is really making a heavy difference in this matchup. He is performing to a great level individually. And I think they need a little bit more firepower on this VLT team because GE have so much of it. Just having that extra player that can have those moments, to have those pop-offs, yeah, that's a big difference maker.
Absolutely, and bear in mind, he's playing a character he's not super comfortable with, right? Like, oh, this is massive. This could be massive, Dinko. They don't know this. They don't know MW1's position.
Oh my god, this is huge from MW1, but it's all about how he plays it. He spots out the Bladestorm right in front of him, but he could get 2. Oh, he gets away with 1. Skills is down and realizes, probably not in the best spot to get more than 1 there. So Tailwind's out of there, does well to stay alive, and that's the most important fact.
I would have loved for him to get the kill onto the Bladestorm, though. That would have been massive, right? Like that's a danger person taken out, SK Rossi. But they still get a kill. Hellranger, meanwhile, with a snake bite, perfectly placed, finds Hellfighter, but MW1 still lurking around the pyramids, spots a player out. He knows there's at least a couple towards cave, and look at the flank taking place from the B side, Dinko. They're getting sandwiched, and the longer the wait, the worse it's going to get for GE, and the easier it's going to get for VLT to get to round number 8.
MW1 is still causing problems, and that is it, Blood. That's why you take out the Bladestorm when you get the chance. Because if you're going to go on flank, you've got to pick out the right players, but in the end, all the damage is done for VLT, and they answer back very, very convincingly in the end. So a good half from them, 8-4 on the board. VLT now on their attacking side on Breeze. Right to Ace has just been a nuisance, catching all the time. He's getting in the flanks. He's got that chance again here. Amaterasu, 11-5. It's interesting to see there's no duelists at the top of the board, right?
It's the veterans.
Yeah, it's the veterans stepping up here on Breeze.
Yeah, right to Ace Amaterasu. I mean, like, these guys, when you look at VLT, you look at the likes of an MW1, of a Marcel, of a Lightning Fast, and, you know, they're really stepping it up and delivering when it comes to the fragging department, while not Lightning Fast, sorry, Hellfighter. But then you have the veterans like Ace and Amaterasu, and it wasn't just easy kills, right? So you saw some of those clutches coming out from the likes of Amaterasu. So really impactful in a very, very important map number 3 to decide who will be knocked down and face elimination against Enigma later on in the day. So everything on the line, but 8-4. The defensive hold from GE's Kappa, finding 2, and those are 2 huge kills to find. Marcel trying to hunt him down, but he is unaware that 3 members lying in wait. The spike will get planted, Dinko, but he's been concussed and spammed away. Kappa with a 3K and is looking for more.
Oh, good taps here from Kappa. And while Skills has come back in and replied, right to Ace is out of play. Amaterasu getting wrecked by the Sheriff right through the head. Shot by the Sheriff indeed, and now 8-5. It's going to be a really important round for GE, because we talk about how they're good at getting when they get a good start, but it's getting the good start is the difficult part for GE. They've had a few rounds where pistols didn't go their way, but they've done well on this one. Another pistol for GA added to the collection, and immediately it will be the investment coming out with the Spectres and the Judge. Over for VLT, it's Sheriffs and Classics right now. And in fact, even the Sheriff got sold again, and it's just a Frenzy. So it's not looking like there's going to be much investment coming in on this side of the server. So VLT should be conceding this one. And we'll look at a 8-6 scoreline, blah. And I bought the Butterfly, and I have to agree with everybody, man. It moves way too fast.
Yeah, right. I love that they slowed it down to like half the speed, and I would 100% buy it. Or maybe they could release another one later on, and that would be like a different animation. You never know. You never know. Yeah, I'm a vanilla pleb, Dinko.
I have like 3-4 knives, dude. I need the
need
option
help.
to like. Yeah, I do. I need the option to like switch though. Like I can use the Butterfly in defense and attack.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Pop knife, because I'm buying so many knives that I can't sell any of them. So.
First world problems, am I right? Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's like I my 2 favorite skins I have are the Phantom and the not the glitch pop, the Nerf gun. I keep forgetting.
Oh,
the
yes,
Blast X.
the Blast X one, yeah.
Yeah, so I love the Oni, but the Blast X, like the guitar riff when you get a kill, it
It's
has
so
to be
sick.
the most satisfying feeling to get like a 4K, and it goes like it's like
Yeah, it's
Metallica riff.
No, it's so cool. The problem is I buy skins for... I have like 4 Vandal skins and like 4 Phantom skins as well,
30
dude.
seconds left.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
Many
just
things,
like
Nico.
nice
Many
things.
things, and economy management being one of them. But right now, the economy management for GE is pretty good. They're not really hemorrhaging any players here. However, spikes down. It's the classic. Oh, wait, I thought they got a spike planted. Never mind. Spikes down. Hellfighters all the way behind, spotted out. A clean round. But this is where I'm gonna be trying to guess what GE is gonna be up to. Right? You look at the buy they have in previous round. It's a lot of Spectres. 4 Spectres and a Judge for Hellranger. How do you play the defensive side here against her rifles? You can't take long range deals, you're going to get mowed down. So, expecting anything aggressive here?
I would like to see something aggressive. You know, I always love to see something aggressive. But yeah, in this scenario, I feel like you're almost kind of forced to that. Or you can play a little more passive and just play in these like annoying little gimmicky corners, right? That also works. Like in and around the pyramids, or just use these toxic screens, and that seems to be what they're doing actually, is just playing a little bit more passive in and around those annoying corners on A and crossfire on B. So yeah, I mean this is also a way you can approach this.
Poison's off.
Well, speculative play from Marzel towards the halls. Playing up close. It's the Judge, Dinko. Hellranger and his Judge. He's used both his snake bites right now, delaying them from pushing on in, but a crossfire could be brutal. Marzel's going to find lightning fast. Is that going to draw to rotation? That's the question. Or is Skill just going to stick around here with Hellranger? Hellranger's trying to spot anyone pushing in from elbow as well. And I like how patient BLT are being, but here they come charging in, and MW1's going to have no trouble getting a kill. Hellranger, though, able to find at least one. And there was a lot of damage being dealt, but they're not quite able to get the kills, and that's going to be a pretty comfortable round, unless SK Rossi pulls off something truly ridiculous with a Sheriff.
SK Rossi running forward, good kill.
He knows.
With the Spectre on the other side is a low HP player of MW1. He may have the better weapon, but not the health. So Spectre immediately cracks open his skull. And SK Rossi now charging forward with that Vandal. Very scary situation, but Tailwind's right into a bullet, right to waist with a headshot. And the attackers are 1 around. 9-6 on the board for VLT. They are pushing forward to a potential best of 3 win if they can keep this up.
So 1v4 to 1v2. Still valiant attempt from SK Rossi, but it's not to be. Marzel proactive towards the halls, able to get that kill.
Enemy kill.
And now they're the real test, Dinka. It has been very one-sided, the first 2 maps. This one, 9-6, is still reasonably very close. And this is with GE winning both the pistol rounds, Dinko. It's a 9-6 lead for VLT, despite losing both the pistols. So that is
I've got your trail.
unprecedented, at least for this particular series. MW1 should be careful, he's still looking the wrong way. He's got backup nearby, though, and it's going to be 2 players lying in wait. Hellranger finds MW1. What Skill was just trying to pull off a 360 skill headshot, and is looking for more. 2 is what he's going to find. And this round is crumbling for VLT, unless Hellfighter does much sneak his way behind, but Skills, he's so aware, Dinko. And Marzel, despite having the A site, he doesn't have the spike, and this one seems like it's done.
SK Rossi, good shot through the clipping, and Marcel is down. 9-7. The defenders starting to come back into this one over on GE, and I don't think they were ever out of it. I don't think anybody's ever really pulled ahead comfortably on Breeze yet. And there's been a game that has been closely contested as we hop into the Gillette game face moment. Giving you the smoothest, silkiest face, your hair or lack of, blah, in my case. Keep the bum fluff off the nose.
Have you started shaving yet?
Oh, of course I have, blah, you know.
Is that why you have those rosy cheeks? Yeah.
Once a year, man.
Once a year. I would shave like every
year I
morning.
whop out my Gillette razor and I...
Once a year. Lovely.
Yeah. So usually I do it on my birthday, like September, and just crack it up. So it's nearly time to shave actually in a few days' time. So
Perfect. If I don't shave every day, I just look like a homeless person. Sometimes I might not even be allowed back into my apartment. They'll be like, get out of here. Anyway,
shave every day as well,
A side will be taken by VLT. They're going to get the spike down, and it's going to be a full retake setup being utilized here by the side of GE. Now, gotta bear in mind, it is just the pistols and a sheriff. MW1 just tapping away. They need to take the fights. They just can't stick this. And look at the amount of utility being deployed here. And despite the fact that they have the weaponry, I still don't think this round is secured.
no, this is looking rough for GE. They've got to get back onto that defuse. Kill coming in. Marcel's able to pick it up. 3 kills suddenly come through. And it's all on Hellfighter, and he just couldn't quite get the angle. Oh god, that was nearly a round that went in favor of VLT. That shouldn't have been one, but GE luckily recover, and in the end they only lose 1 player plus, so it did look a little bit nightmarish up until the very end, just like my attempted mustache. But in the end, they do get themselves the round win.
I would pay you money to try and grow a mustache.
Dude, I would. You know, I don't have the worst mustache. I've seen worse.
I've seen worse, yeah. Yep. I've seen way worse.
Ones that exist.
I've seen way worse in esports, man. Like, esports mustaches are terrifying. I've tried one myself and never again. Here we go, though. It is going to be the buy coming in for VLT. They do have the money thanks to the planned aggression towards the A halls and cave, but no information found. And look at how fast the 2 members of VLT are being. They're just making no... Oh, they're going to be tagged with the trap wire, though. So now they're aware. 2 players towards hall. At least 1 player towards the halls area. And GE are content just giving it up, Dinko, which is an interesting ploy.
Spike down A.
Oh, Amaterasu with a headshot. SK Rossi brought down. And the Hellfire coming through the orbital strike. Beaming down from above. Kappa mowing them down, though, for GE. And that's actually giving them the man advantage. VLT have not been able to get that spike down, but eventually they'll try. Here comes the Hunter's Fury to try and keep them off of it, and that spike has been planted, but the kill from Skill is there. Amaterasu under so much pressure, snappy headshot out to the left side, and he's dodged that Hunter's Fury. He's now dodging the shock darts as well, but he's got to figure out, can he play with these pyramids? Can he get the chances? And he's missed his shot onto the Viper, and the Snakebite runs past him, but in the end, it's Kappa with the 3K. He does everything in the end for his side. And GE have tied up the scoreline, 9-9 on the board now, Blair. This game is really open to either side.
What a play from Kappa. It looked like the round was lost, right? SK Rossi gets taken down by Amaterasu, and then Kappa, all the way from the backlines, finds 2 kills, and in the end, the 1v3 was not to be. I feel like Lightning Fast also did a fantastic job just keeping the door closed, keeping the flank, the potential flank at bay, and Kappa internally hemorrhaging, yet able to get the final kill. Nice attempt from Amaterasu, though, but it was not to be. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are tied up. This is the closest game we've had so far all day, Dinko. It's been 13-4, 13-6, and even the previous 2 maps have been like very lopsided games. And finally, we have a game on our hands. 7 ultimates available to both the teams. My heart's starting to beat a little faster. It's getting very interesting right now.
9-9, and yeah, timeout is needed to kind of take the sting out of this. Just let us sit back and focus up into what is going to be a grand conclusion of this specific match. It's going to be chaos all across the board as we enter back in. The operators in play. Out for SK Rossi. The buy for VLT is terrible, but they have got ultimates available as well. And we've seen earlier on what you can do with ults, especially this Blade Storm. Can really make that sing, and MW1 has really got to. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders to make the impact happen, especially with that first kill not going in favor of Amaterasu, but it's closed in quite quickly by the Sheriff. Marcel now trying to crack open heads at long range with the Sheriff itself, and now the Bladestorm can get closer. The Seeker's out as well, Play. They're throwing everything that they have at the defense right now.
They're using every single thing they have, Dinko. 3 ultimates used, but MW1, he whiffs it. Lightning Fast is a massive kill, and bear in mind, bear in mind the SK Rossi's Bladestorm is also online. And this round is an SMG. Marzil with the Sheriff. Did the second kill for him. A clean headshot. This Viper Spit could be massive here, but Lightning Fast somehow finds Hellfighter. He's looking for more. Spots a shadow, but Marzil, 3k, and he's gonna find more. Is he the whiff shot? But the shorty comes out. It's a 1v1, and now on 1 HP, the decay finally gonna be nullified, but SK Rossi, he is just so good, but does he have the time? I don't think he does, Dicko. It was so very close, but he won't get it. It was so close, but no cigar. What a round from VLT. They had almost nothing, and they make it work.
That is incredible how close that was, Blair. SK Rossi, I thought he had done it, but it's the time that comes back against him. But more importantly, VLT winning a Thrifty at this point in the game can just win you the match, right? This is the kind of round you cannot afford to lose if you're over on the GE side of things. And it's going to sting even more if it cost him this game, because it was only a millisecond away from going the other way. Oh, it's so much in that one, but right back into the next. There's no time to rest. Straight into the action. SK Rossi, he's pissed off. He's got his operator in hand, and he's got himself an opening.
He's looking for more. This game's closer than a Gillette shave, Dinko. Shameless plug right there. And look at Rossi. What is he doing? The guy is just... He's just combat opping. That's not a shotgun. That's not your judge, Rossi. It's an operator. You know, you scope, you shoot, you take long-range duels, but SK Rossi, he defies the odds. He defies the game. He's like, I don't care what the rules are. I make the rules, and right now, opening things up, the Viper Spit getting deployed at B means that VLT might be forced to make their way back towards A, but SK Rossi finds another ace with a good trade. MW1 up close. He's kind of low in health. He's trying to find his skill into skills, which he will. Good trade, but Marzil sneaking in to Hellranger's own pit. He finds a kill. That is massive. And now the 2v2. Now the spike can get planted, but first, it needs to be retrieved. Where did it go? Where did it go is the question. Well, Lightning Fast answers nowhere, and now it's all on Marzil and know exactly where he is.
No charges left.
Oh, and Marzil try to get forward a little bit with the shots nearly connecting, but GE, they are in a very good position, having the man advantage, and this time really does not work in Marzil's favor. He's got to go. Cyber Cage up as well, and he's stuck on the box. He doesn't really have too much time to waste here. He's got to go for it immediately. Jumping down into the site, Lightning Fast spots him, takes him down, and we're tied up again, Blood. 10-10 as GE, they survived the nightmare of the previous round. They come back with a round one of their own, and now VLT are in a situation where some of them have credits, and some of them just don't.
Oh man, like I don't even know what to say. These rounds are so butt clench. I love that from Lightning Fast. He kept his eye on the clock. He's like 6 seconds. I'm gonna drop down. If I get a kill, we win the round. Even if I die though, as long as the final player doesn't show himself, and I do believe that was Kappa, they win the round because Marzil wouldn't have time to get the spike down. So brilliant play coming in. Again, SK Rossi being the difference maker with his operator. And now we have yet another timeout. It's actually going to be called by GE, Hellranger. Talking it out to his team. SK Rossi actually doing a lot of talking, which is interesting. He's actually talking a lot more than I would expect. It would be Kappa and Hellranger who would be, just kind of like marshalling the troops, saying, guys, we just need 3 more rounds. We got this. But SK Rossi seems to have a lot of input in this team. It's not just about him running around and getting headshots.
Ten to 10 on the board. And right now we're looking at what is really living up to be the best of 3 everybody said it was going to be, right? The situation we're in right now is incredible.
I'm gonna need a drink after this game because this is just so good, Tika. Such a fun game. All right, yeah, you're all the way in Poland. I'm all the way here in Bangalore. Yeah, screw it, let's do it.
Zoom call, man.
Zoom call drink sesh. But here we go. Right now, it is going to be yet another pistol purchase coming in for the side of for the side of VLT. The classic Viper Wall and Guiding Light combo. And MW1 is thinking about it. And GE are very content letting them get the spike down. Seekers have been deployed. They know they have a superior weaponry, but Dinko, if they take too long, that's when things start to get a little problematic.
That's starting to look a little rough. And now lightning fast. He's going to be hanging around with the Vandal, just peering over the top of smokes. And oh, look at this. SK Rossi always getting himself in a good spot. He's trying to take this wide angle while his opponents are distracted, but the rest of his team are taking everybody down anyway. And that orbital strike is still available for the post plant, but he's got to get it away. He's got to use it now if he wants to.
He's going to use it.
And while this time, he's got to really run it down to the final seconds. There goes the orbital strike. SK Rossi down.
No way.
Sheriff cracking skulls as well, but he finally goes down. But has he done enough? The time, it's close, but it's still won by GE. They nearly make it happen with the orbital strike and the Sheriff headshot, but just a second longer and it would have been theirs. 11-10 as GE take the lead yet again.
Take a bow, Matarasu. That was... He gave it everything. Sheriff, he gets incendiary kill onto SK Rossi. And if Rossi hadn't tapped the spike, hadn't got it halfway through, that was a round for VLT. That would have been a 1v4 clutch with a Sheriff for Amaterasu. That's how close it got, Dinko. But they will stave off that... What was a very scary round for GE. But now, 11-10, once more in the lead. SK Rossi once again looking to go for the contact play towards B mains. 3 players towards B for Global Esports, but instead, they opt to take it a little bit safe. After not finding the initial confrontation, they're going to be rotating back at least one player towards an A site.
A slow, methodical approach here from VLT. Taking tunnels. Now putting pressure on towards this B side of the map. SK Rossi has started off the proceedings with a kill. I love this cam as well. It's so good. It just, you can see everything.
Yeah, it's almost like a coach cam. But, well, I don't know how many people got that reference. But SK Rossi, here's the thing though, Dinko. If they push this side, the Blade Storm, oh, it's going to pop off. And then things are going to get very interesting indeed. What are they going to do here? They do have the flank. Now, the flank in the form of Amaterasu, if he finds a kill, a pick, it could be big. But his job right now, I feel, is try and draw the rotation. Because 3 plays on his B side, it's going to be too much to really attack, in my opinion.
Oh, SK Rossi taking one. Skills able to come in with a Bulldog as well. And actually finding pretty much everything here for GE. There's been no real contest for VLT. And that is very worrying because now we're into what is going to be the last round of the game. It's 12-10. GE could just take this in a 2-1 fashion in the series, Blood. And VLT, they've come close, but it really feels when the pressure's on, they just don't have enough in them, right? It just feels like GE just have more of those clutch moments, more of those factors, more of those players that can step up and deliver you rounds, wins in the most ridiculous fashions.
Absolutely. And it feels like Breeze just might be cursed for VLT. They lost on this map to Team Exploit just a week back. And I believe it was a similar scoreline. It was 13-10. So, a bit of homework probably need to be done here if VLT do lose this map. And even if they manage to pull off the win, I just don't feel super convinced yet for them on this particular map. Well, anyway, 12-10, map and match point for the side of Global Esports, and MW1 looking to take the fight. He's taking quite a bit of damage though, down to 77 points of health, waiting for the flashbang. Takes down the trap, but able to walk in through the cyber cage, and right to Ace finding lightning fast. This is a very quick round indeed. Ace finds 2, but SK Rossi pops off. He finds 3 skills with a third, and now the 2v2, and SK Rossi looking to finish this one all by his lonesome. He's looking for more, but he gets taken down, and MW1 with a massive 2k, make that a 3k, and finally, somehow VLT managed to claw that one back, but for a moment, Dinko, my heart was in my mouth because I felt like SK Rossi was just about to close it out again.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to do enough, but in the end, he just gets caught in position, right? He's trying to tailwind into cover, but ends up just tailwinding into the open at 12-11, and we're sitting in this scenario where last round of regulation, this could be overtime in this best of 3. And this could be real messy as well. GE, they have a chance to close it, but if not, then it's overtime coming up. The first overtime of the day here at VCC. And blah, there's another best of 3 coming up after this as well. So plenty of action on board. Look at this, Marcel. Okay, nice headshot. I love the read. I love that he's so ready for that.
Absolutely. And he's been a bit of a thorn in the side of GE when in that Halls area. And the most important round in this game so far. It's not just about getting the kill, right? One presence here, and how you lunatic, SK Rossi! That's illegal! He gets the kill, but MW1 coming in from behind. Neural active,
no.
They know where he is, and MW1, he assassinates SK Rossi from behind. The one player there is lightning fast, he's got nowhere to go, and that should be map. So rather, that should be OT, I say that, but Hellranger finds a kill. Still a 2v3, player advantage for the side of VLT.
Chance here to close it. VLT are trying to hold on, but GE fighting back, and now just one player left alone. Skills in the 1 versus 2. And that neural theft being used up, it doesn't even matter. Right to Ace with a headshot. Overtime here on Breeze Blood. That's best of 3. We knew it would deliver, but this is another level.
Well, yeah, like everyone has said, this is the game to watch. This is a game to for everyone to kind of tune in into. Well, there we go. You've just been blown away. Like, it's almost like map number 1 and 2 never happened. This map has been so back and forth. VLT, though, able to claw it back, Dinko. It looked like it was over, right? We saw in round number 23, we saw SK Rossi pop his blades. Looked like he was going to finish it off. Didn't happen. Over here as well, Marzel gets the opening pick. Then SK Rossi, again like a lunatic, walks in through the poison orb, gets a frag, but then from behind, the double flank seals the deal. And OT, 2 rounds in a row, is what both these teams need. But everything is equal now, Dinko. There's no advantage whatsoever. Same amount of credits, same amount of weapons, same amount of utility. And SK Rossi, he doesn't care about anything else apart from that big gun in his hand and is looking to find an opening pick. But Amaterasu has been a sentinel on that A side, despite the fact that he's not playing a sentinel. And Ace, the long-range duel, and he finds lightning fast. That is a huge kill to find.
A big kill indeed, and that really can make the difference. It puts you 1 step in the right direction. 12-12 scoreline. Who would have loved it 13th round here, GE, but here go VLT. They're making a real push for the comeback, and everything I said previously about maybe them slipping in when the pressure's on might just come back to bite me, because they are coming right back into this one, forcing it to overtime. They managed to close it out in this fashion. Well, you got to tip your hat to them. Looking like a real contender for that last chance qualifier for APAC. Amaterasu gets spotted by the recon bot. Right to Ace is actually followed up on his initial kill blade. He's got another one. 25 seconds left. They're starting to charge into the last few moments of defense.
This is huge. Dinko, spike out of no man's land. Oh, I love the re-aggression coming up. But Hellranger able to find Amaterasu, but they're sitting on the spike. 15 seconds. They need to make a run, and they're running straight into the waiting arms of Right to Ace, and he's going to give them the hug of death. 1 man remains, and it's going to be MW1, the jet-on-jet action, and MW1 comes out on top. 13-12 for VLT. They need 1 more.
Yeah, things are looking real good now. 13-12 on the board. And this is where we gotta see GE dig deep. VLT looking to try and close it here and now to take themselves this winner matchup. Of course, this is a double elimination format, so even if GE lose this, right, they're not out by any means. They just go down to the lower bracket, and they would have to play the loser of earlier on's matchup.
Enigma,
so who was that again? Enigma. Okay, yeah. My brain's
it almost feels like a lifetime ago, right?
It really
been
does,
so
right?
long. Well, MW1 taking a bit of chip damage from the shock dart, but he's going to be okay with that. Doggy dog out, doggy dog dead.
Yeah, it's not a dog didn't really get to live much.
Ooh.
Well, getting spotted by the spy cam, so they know where MW1 is, and that's going to reveal that their A side of the attack is certainly looking good. They did have an initial 4th player rotated over, but right through the toxic screen, a headshot onto Hellfire, and that is not a good kill to lose here. You've already lost the player. GE up to a good now. They can be tying the scoreline again.
Look at the rotation. They're slowly falling back. Amaterasu needs to be careful. He cannot be spotted with that spike because he is alone. Kappa. He didn't see anyone. Now they're probably wondering, oh, it's probably going to be B hit, but Ace coming in from behind. A snake in the midst. He's been spotted out, but he will be found out by the trap wall, by the tripwire. And Marzel opening up that site. He finds two. He's looking for more, but lightning fast will get the trade. But the B side is there for the taking. SQ Rossi in the meantime finding Amithrausu. This is pure chaos. This is confusion. And then amidst all the chaos, SK Rossi will stand tall. The 1v3 for MW1 with 20 seconds left on the clock. He has been fantastic so far, Dinko, but this might be a little too much of a tall ask for him.
This one, 13 seconds, 3 players. It's looking like it's not done yet, but MW1 getting caught in the open. Kappa brings him down 13-13. Once again, we're tied up. Nothing separating these two sides.
Overtime.
Can we get a best of 5?
Yeah, this feels like a best of 5 play already, you know. So maybe we play enough rounds. It's you know, equivalent to a best of 5. But we're just seeing everybody kind of equally trade out, put them in these situations where, you know, we're seeing these big rounds individually from both sides, and it's just putting us in these situations where we're just never seeing any team go ahead and take themselves a string of round wins consecutively. It's just, here's a round, here's another round, and then suddenly it is fight back straight away. So it's been cool to see this war of attrition. It seems like Lightning Fast is going for a Lightning Fast bathroom break. So this is a tactical timeout for him. We'll see if he lives up to his name and if he gets back in the next 30 seconds.
I always felt like whenever I used to play, you know, competitive games of matchmaking, I always feel like whenever there was a little bit of like pressure in your system where you need to go to the toilet, but you're like, no, I'm going to hold on in. I feel like you play better.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like it's like you're stressed
because I go to the toilet.
Nah, for me, it's like all my senses are honed in. I'm like, I really need to pee.
I need to finish this and go to the bathroom.
Exactly. So you're like, I'm going to win every round real quickly right now. So him going to the bathroom could prove to be detrimental for his team, but we're going to find out anyway. As ladies and gentlemen, OT number 2 on your screens. Anyone can take it.
Poison orb emitting.
Well, poison orb up, and that is going to allow Marzel to make right his way through it. Actually, he's just looking to take this full B control and annex it away from his opponents. I like that aggression. I like how he's using the snake bite and the toxic cloud, and now the attack coming through the archways from middle. SK Rossi is the first player to draw blood, and he often is that attacking player that just gets all over the shop, taking himself headshots left, right, and center. And that spike gonna go down. Lightning fast on a headshot. This is a clean, convincing round from GE. This is looking flawless so far, and it will be if they can close it out without losing a member. They're close to doing that. Guiding light going through to try and blind up some of the opponents reapproaching. Those toxins have had the chance to recuperate, and now they put up the screen again. That's going to hold them back. Right to Ace is searching for some kills. Lightning fast, getting in behind his teammate. And this one is done. Right to Ace is left alone. In towards Defender Archers. And it will be GE taking the 14th round. And now they're up to map point play. Brilliant shots to Right to Ace, but in the end, nothing really coming of it. 14-13 now. GE, could they pull it off now, Blah?
That was an unwinnable clutch, obviously. Even the 2v5, right? We had Lightning Fast sneaking in from behind, but that take from GE probably might have been the cleanest take we've seen so far from either two teams. That was so clinical, the way they dissected that side, and even Hellrager was aware that Marzel might just push out towards B main, so he catches him from the window angle. Just overall, a fantastic take from GE. It seems like even this deep into the map, they have so many tricks up their sleeve in that massive 400 IQ brain of Hell Rangers, but sometimes you just need to hit some headshots. You don't need any strats. And VLT, Dinko, looks like they're going to be heading straight for this A site, where once more it's going to be Kappa to hold down the fort.
Oh, spray going through. Kappa with a kill on the MW1. Now backing away Amaterasu. The kill on the Kappa himself. So we are getting these trades again, but GE are coming out on top of them.
4v3.
4 versus 3, but they've conceded the spike plant. They've got to make the retake happen, Blood. If they retake this, they win here on Breeze. They win the series versus VLT, their biggest opponent so far in this competition. Many seeing these two as the best teams we've got in this qualifier, and now they're battling it out. Tit for tat, 2v2, final moments now encroaching. It's on the lightning fast. Cypher on Cypher action. Can he close it out? It's Hellfighter taking him down. 14-14. We do not give up. We go again, Blah. Oh, this is just turning into an absolute slaughter. So many rounds back and forth, and this is just incredible.
This is they've left the ring, Dinko. Like, they started in the ring, they had the gloves on, you know, they had a referee and everything. Right now, they've broken through the ring. They're battling it out outside the arena on the streets. They have barbed wires wrapped around their hands. They're punching each other. It's a street fight. It's a brawl. The gloves are off. It's messy. It's brutal. And I love every single second of it.
Once again, we're at this common situation of resetting everything once more and going again. It's going to be this A-split attempt coming in from the attacking side of GE as they try to move through. Amaterasu is the first player to pick up a kill, but Kappa very quick to reply. Hellfighter though, double kill from his position. This is huge from him, and right to Ace as well. Because of the distraction set up by his teammate prior, he's actually allowed to stay alive in that spot and walk away with a free kill. So 3 players stand tall, and that is a fantastic quick round coming out of VLT. They hold strong, and GE could not make it happen on the attack. They tried to change it up. They tried something quicker, Bly, but it doesn't go their way.
It was such a good read as well. I like how they had that crossfire set up, and again, Ace's position at the at that cubby area towards the pyramids, right? Like they were not expecting that at all. All 3 members were so tunnel visioned on finding the Cypher, which is Hellfighter, and sure, he's had a very quiet game today so far, but he has been so impactful when it comes to a couple of these rounds like this, and this could be it, Dinko. Match point for VLT. They're in the lead right now, and it's going to be GE who have to bring this one back. And it looks like it's going to be a quick hit towards the B side. They've completely isolated the defense, so it's going to be a retake play. The spike's going to be planted. It's going to be a 5v5 close plan to decide which team, either it's going to be OT number 3, or we might be seeing VLT moving on the upper brackets. Everything on the line now for GE, and it's going to come down to our men. That is, of course, skills to make something happen. Running on in. Lightning Fast finds 1. Lightning Fast finds 2. They're making this happen. MW1 will fall. Lightning Fast with 3. They're making it happen, Dinko.
I can't believe it yet again. Lightning Fast making the difference. 15-14. Defuse starting to come through, and it will be secured. Another one. We just keep going. We're gonna sound like, I don't know, that's that song everybody keeps quoting. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on broadcast, but there we go. 15-15, and we're tied up again, and we go once more, Bly. We just keep going. We're never gonna end this game in Valorant.
Oh man, like, I'm just gonna let it breathe for a moment. I need to catch my breath. I need a sip of water. It does. How do they win? Wait. How do they get that retake, Tinko? Like, it's a 5v5 and Lightning Fast.
There.
Just like he puts on his fedora, being the Cypher, and is like, "Follow me, Jensen." Just runs in and just dismantles the post plant before it's even set up. So proactive on that retake. Like, the spike just gets planted, and they're like, "Yep, time for us to get some heads," and everything tied up. Dinko, this is a long game. This is a marathon.
Yeah, it was almost like a special forces operation, sending Lightning Fast in there, just like cutting down everybody. It doesn't really matter where they are, just everybody's just going down. But look at this aggression from Hellfighter. Ouch. And towards Cave, such a good angle. And that's going to grab that first kill, and he'll just drop back in behind his own cage. Really good stuff.
Early and advantage.
Oh my god, they can run through it. They just kept running, Bly. And that might actually catch them off guard, because I don't think they were expecting this play to be so quick. And now the Guardian Light's going through, Toxic screen up. There's not much resistance. They've got to make the rotation. And Hellfighter, well, he's fighting like he's fighting for his life in the pits of hell. He's burning in the corner. The snakebite comes through, and another 3K. These Cyphers are just going head to head, back and forth, over and over again in overtime. And now we go 16-15. Lightning Fast on 28 kills. I just don't know what to say. It's just, it's been incredible to watch all of these teams just combating back and forth.
The forward positioning there is just nuts. And like you said, he's like the Doom guy. right? Just battling through hell. He's like, yeah, screw you guys. I'm just gonna take the fight. I'm not a sentinel. I'm just gonna take these fights. I don't need to be a duelist or whatever. Showing what he's got. And now, Dinko, 16 to 15. VLT. One round away from closing out again, and once more it's going to be the B hit. No, and it's going to come down to skills. He's going to line up 2, lines up 3. What are these rounds? What are these plays? And skills, perfect timing on his seekers. Dinko, you got to hold me, man, because I'm losing it. 2 flawless rounds in OT on Breeze on the defending side. What the hell?
This is just ridiculous play. You know, I don't know if anybody knows how to play the attacking side anymore because these defensives have just been so impenetrable. A tech timeout coming through, so we have an issue, technically speaking. Maybe with our brains at this point, play, because you know we've been going for a little while. But 16-16, we're tied up again. We're gonna go once more in overtime, and it is these defenses that are just being so strong, and it really feels like we're watching the same round play out time and time again.
It's like
GE on their attacking side, attack A, VLT attack B every time, and we have the exact same round play out over and over again, and it just seems to happen. It's like, because VLT got onto this site the last time, they're like, all right, we shouldn't have lost that retake, let's just go B again. They try it, and this time they just get absolutely melted.
It's like you have these movies, right? Like these time loop movies like Groundhog Day, and then you have some TV shows where basically, you know, you wake up in the morning every day, and then on the same day, like you go to sleep. It's a very famous movie, Groundhog Day, with Bill Murray, right? I know it. So some of the younger viewers probably wouldn't know that movie. It's about basically
Edge
a time
of Tomorrow
loop.
is like the modern one.
Edge of Tomorrow, for example, exactly, right? Where you die and then you repeat the same day. Like you said, it's exactly like that. Also reminds me of Far Cry 3, where it was, I believe it was Voss, where he says, do you know what the definition of insanity is? It's when you do the same thing over and over again, thinking this time it's going to work. And it feels like that. This feels like insanity, because both the two teams are trying the same bloody thing again and again. And it's like, well, 5th time's a charm. It's going to work this time. The B rush. And no, it does not.
No, and they're going to try it again, I reckon. Where do you think G are going to go? Do you think they're going to go B, or do you think they're going to go A? Right now it's B. So they're going to change it, so that's good. They were going A a lot in their gun rounds.
Hey, okay.
Okay, so they might not be insane.
OT number 5, Dinko.
Okay, well, at least the rounds are only like... At least there's only like 2 rounds per overtime.
True.
At least that's something. But right now, 16-16. I said we could be done a record pace in the start of the second map, but now we're sitting here in the 5th OT of Breeze. MW1 has got off to a very good start for the defense. Oh, and he keeps going. Another good start for the defensive side. And we've seen that before, Blatt, every overtime.
Every single overtime, everyone chipping in as Amaterasu from distance. This time the Cypher will fall. And it's gonna come down.
Be flawless
to
again.
If it's another flawless round, I'm just... Come on, Hell, don't make it a flawless. It does feel like a time loop, doesn't it, Dinko?
Wait, what is happening? How is it a flawless again? Hellranger better change this up. He's about to walk through the sky smoke. He will actually go on the other side of it. No, there we go.
Hey.
Oh, nearly goes down, but he's actually been able to pick up the kill. Much more than that available? I don't think so, but we'll do his best to try and find something here. Toxic screens up. They cross loop them, and there we go. A nice little X marks the spot. And maybe that X will mark the spot of Hellranger's death place, because I really don't see him doing much more with 20 seconds left in this 1v4. He's going to try and throw some snake bites out to keep them back, dish out some damage, really trying his best to make something happen here, but eventually it will be the patience and the shots of MW1 that connect for a 17th round for VLT. Another chance here, map point for VLT. Can they win it here, or will we go to another overtime, Blair?
Listen, man. Sometimes when you're in a car and your brakes fail, you just strap on in and just go in for the ride, you know? You might go down in a car crash, but at least you can enjoy the ride. And right now, Dinko, I'm strapped in for this particular ride. I don't know how it's going to end, if it's going to be like 10 overtimes or whatever. I really don't care. I just want it to just keep on going. Because I'm losing my mind. And I feel like insanity is starting to embrace me. And I'm enjoying it.
Scout destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it as well. I mean, at this point, if we've already gone this far, let's just keep going, see if we can break some records. But right now, Marzul has slipped out through the edge of the toxic screen for VLT. This is good. No one's died yet for the attacking side. That's something that hasn't happened in a long time. And now SK Rossi, can he get the first pick for the defense? The answer is no. Marzul's come in with a headshot. Pressure now starting to mount, but again, lightning fast. He got his 30 kills, but that's all maybe that she wrote for him, because this could be the end. 17-16, 3 versus 3, overtime galore. But this might just be the final moments if the attacking side can continue to push forward. VLT have found another one. Amaterasu, the man that's done it, and Hellfighter in behind. Headshot onto the back of the head of Skills, and now it's all on one player, one man. Hellranger has got to make it happen in the 1 versus 3. A marathon of a game of Valorant, and a chance now to try and style tall, but it's not going to happen. Right to Wiz brings him down, and the winners of this match, it will be VLT. They take it, the upper bracket match too. I can't believe we got a game like that play, but it delivered so much.
You can see how much it means to them, man. You can see how much it means to each and every one of the players. I do want to see the camera for GE as well, because while it is exhilarating for VLT, it must be so soul-crushing for the side of Global Esports. That came down to just a flip of a coin, right? It just came down to a 50-50, YOLO, and yeah, they're going to have a little bit of celebratory circle jump as well. What a game, Dinko. I feel like this is my first day of casting a proper tournament, a proper day of Valorant, and I feel I have been very lucky. And also casting with you as well. Our first day of casting together, and I'm not sure what Martel's saying, but it's probably saying something nice anyway. But yeah, I feel like we've been very lucky and very blessed to have had the opportunity to cast this particular series.
Yeah, it's been incredible to get to watch this. And well, it's not done, because Blood, we have another best of 3 coming up after this one as well. And unfortunately for us, that's us done. We don't have any more action. That's going to be all on the Poison the Death, Necro and Sia. Over to you guys.
Oh boy, there's so much to absorb in that final map of Breeze, man. Complete hell-breaking lose, and we also saw some crazy plays. Now, this is where we really need to start off from the start, right? How things really started off from the gun rounds. We saw that Operator being whipped out by Rossi in 3rd round. And what are your initial thoughts on that?
I mean, it's not really surprising anymore. SK Rossi, he's like the pioneer of the entry fragging operator, right? He's been doing it for a few months now, so I'm not surprised. But like, it honestly on Breeze, it does work really well. We've seen players like Storax pull it off from Exploit Storm. Even MW1, he doesn't always go there, but from time to time can pull it out. But damn. We've seen it on Breeze before, going to overtime from a 12-10 comeback for VLT. I didn't think it could happen again, Necro. But it did. 12-10 down, VLT come back and win it again. What?
Dude, it went 16-16 in OT, and then later on, VLT, thank God they put an end to it, because it was just extending like a chewing gum. It wasn't ending ever, and it did really seem like if it just kept on going, right? In the end, gotta say, there was a great job being done by VLT reading the defense, or how Global Esports is really playing on that defensive side. They read them like a book, and in the end, they had a man, Cypher, pretty much lurking around all the way in the mid and catching that mid flank off guard. That's when that really happened. The mid flank fell down, their entire defense fell apart. But hey, take a look at the team stats over here. We do have 22.71k damage being dealt from the side of VLT. Well, of course, they are going to be leading on numbers, but on the other hand, the objective wins kind of favoring GE.
Yeah, you got to see a lot more post plans from Global Esports, a lot of retakes, very clean retakes as well. I remember the one where Lightning Fast just decided to go, hats off, all guns blazing, looking to just pop his Euro Theft and all that 5v5 retake. So you can see, as we expect, Lightning Fast on top for Global Esports. Right to ace, though. I mean, there weren't any clutches the way we saw back in Q1, but 33 kills on his Sky.
Oh my God.
This man has made Breeze his home ground. He has been continuously phenomenal on Breeze. He's been continuously active in his approach to the map. He's very proactive. The pop flashes were perfect today. And Right to Ace was a phenomenon to watch. But for me, like my personal MVP, I don't think it's actually going to be the MVP of the BO3, but my personal most valuable player of the Velocity Gaming organization right now has to be that guy, Marzul. Map 1, they brought him in. They got the win. Map 2, he switches up his playstyle, brings up the Viper. They get the win once again.
Exactly, right? In the second map, in the Haven map, they got Vibor back in the style, back in action, but then later on, when they switched up back to Marzul in the map of Breeze, clearly the difference was noticed, right? Marzul just brings in that fragging potential, he just adds on to the gun power, and that's what VLT really needs over here. But on the other hand, though, you can clearly take a look at Right to Ace as well, as you did mention, and the funny part here is that we were actually having a chatter about how Right to Ace isn't really having his day, but then later on, just on the map of Breeze, this man just pops the hell off. Lightning Fast as well on the other side, doing quite a great job. The MVP of the entire series, it seems like, of the entire BO3, it's going to be Right to Ace. He just stole it away in the end. He's like, all right, you guys thought it was going to be someone else? I'm going to be coming in and stealing it away.
Yeah, he's like, he notices they lost map 2 and he's like, oh no, we lost. Then he notices it's Breeze. He's like, oh, never mind, I'm going to pick up the MVP now. 59 kills overall, 33 of it were in this last map. So you can see across the 2 maps before that, he only got 26. Got less than what he got in this map in the first 2 maps. So, Right to Ace, clearly, you know, a raid boss when it comes to this map of Breeze, someone to be scared of, and it's very important tactically, like composition wise as well, because the Sky, we always talk about how crucial she is on the map of Breeze, but she's even more important when you're running that double controller setup. It's not like global esports where they have a lot of information with their Sova, Sky, and Cypher. With this Sky on Right to Ace, VLT, they run that double controller, which I prefer, if I might add. But continue, like, it puts a lot of pressure on this Sky because you have to get info, you have to be proactive, and you have to make sure you're utilizing your utility on time, finding a lot of value, and he checked all of those boxes one by one.
Oh my god, but also with that loss, that means Enigma is also going to be sweating quite a lot because they will have to face a team like Global Esports, and it's not really going to be that easy. And then tomorrow as well, we have some amazing matches lining up. I mean, VLT lost to Team Exploit in the past, but let's just see, are they going to be able to pull a win off against them this time? Though they should definitely do a lot of research. But for now, let's focus on the matchup that is going to be upcoming: Enigma versus GE. Incredible teams, both of them. But what do you expect from that upcoming matchup, though?
Just before we get to that, it's so cool how this bracket has panned out, because we've got the upper bracket final matches of the grand final playoffs from both of the groups. Group A upper bracket final match was Exploit versus Velocity Gaming. Group B upper bracket final match was Enigma versus Global Esports. I guess A greater than B, because both the Group B teams are down into the lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against each other once. And to answer your question, Necro, I am feeling a little scared for Enigma. I'm not going to lie. I think GE are going to be very angry, and they're going to be extremely frustrated. But a very important point is the fact that GE just played a grueling set of 3 maps, and they have to play right after immediately. Whereas Enigma, they've had a bit of a break. They've got some food in their bellies. They've got, you know, a lot of time to watch this matchup right now between GE and VLT and understand where they can punish GE. So definitely certain advantages for both of the teams. It's the only reason we feel a little scared for Enigma is because of the fact that the last time these teams met, well, let's just say that EG got a couple of blue and black eyes, you know, after that. It's the other way now. It's black and blue.
As even like Blade mentioned, right? This is a complete street fight going on, right? It was just absolutely vile. It was wicked, and especially Right to Ace in the final map. It just seemed like the beast set was unleashed, right? He was just fragging out. He's doing a great job. We also did see Right to Ace a lot of the times actually in the attacking side, preferring to get that mid control, and that's really important on the map of Breezy because it just opens up so many pathways around. But yeah, after that kind of a loss of GLT in that previous game, considering the fact that it was actually such a long game, one song came up to mind, and if you remember this song, I'm pretty sure everyone remembers this song. It's "I tried so hard, but I got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter." Now they're going to be moving down lower brackets, and let's see, Enigma, have you got the caliber to face off a team like Global Esports? What do you think so?
Firstly, well played, Necro. I did not expect that one, but well played. But yeah, as about your question, I think what I expect from this one is Enigma to try and understand that GE, when you look back to certain maps, like let's go over the entire series. Map 1 split, no chance of a Sova coming out again. I will actually be very disappointed if that Sova happens again. But in general, that's where you expect GE to go back to their original composition. Let's put a pin in that conversation for a second because we've got Skills and Right to Ace up on the screen. Right to Ace, I feel bad again because this is only because of Breeze, but rightfully so. They had a lot of rounds of Breeze and Ace pulled out a lot of kills. Skills though had a great impact on Haven, especially. I remember the amount of pressure he was able to create.
No, exactly. If you talk about overall consistency, right? I also do like how Death is kind of highlighted. It's really not a thing that you want to lead the charts in. But hey, that's been highlighted by Skills. So Skills definitely has a lot much more debts over there. But yeah, as you did mention, and as I'm mentioning it as well, we just saw a lot much more consistency factor coming in from the side of Skill. That's why the comparison was there with Right to Ace. Just that Breeze map was the difference maker. But again, a player comparison between SK Rossi and MW1. I mean, well, again, both of them tying up on debts. That's kind of sus. It looks scripted though.
Maybe it is. Irrespective though, SK Rossi definitely had a really great series. I think given the fact that last time these two teams played, he was shut down entirely in Qualifier 1, especially on the map of Breeze. It's really nice to see him back on that form when the team has committed so many resources to him. The Breeze Sober lineup in the side of Haven and Split, all to enable SK Rossi, did not work out in Split. I think mostly because they were not ready for the composition VLT brought to the table and we're trying to counter the older style of Velocity Gaming. But on Haven, where you could see they had a much more comfortable matchup, that Phoenix is something they played against a lot. They just took away the cake. I guess when it comes to Breeze, it's just the Right to Ace difference. There's literally nothing else. Don't get me wrong, every single player played phenomenally, but Right to Ace is just on another level. I need to find out which of these Caribbean islands he has a discount to or something. He must go there very often, right?
Nah, I mean, I literally just step into this man's stream sometime, and he's just like popping skulls like it's nothing, right? He's like literally smurfing in the Radiant lobbies. But now, getting our head back in the VCC here, definitely you have GE actually, GE actually crumbling down and moving down lower brackets. But now, again, one thing that really stood out, and I just remember right now after that player comparison. In each and every single second half, we saw GE trying to fight back up, and it actually, we have been having a conversation of this being scripted, and actually, this just add-ons a little bit to more of that susness.
I guess it does, but I have to warn you, Nekro, this is the case where you're gonna actually eject out one of the good guys and not the imposter, so we need a further emergency meetings before we figure it out. But okay, back to the conversation. Right now, GE just lost a best of 3 series. They're onto the lower bracket where they have Enigma Gaming waiting for them, and now what GE is gonna be thinking is, you know what? Whatever, it's over, we lost. Let's not think immediately about why we lost. Let's try to highlight the small things we definitely want to change going into the set against Enigma Gaming. But the overall review, all of that will happen later. It's about resetting their mentality now. It's about getting back into the normal stage where they don't treat this like, oh my god, we just lost and now we have to play this. We just remove the first part. Just treat it as we just have to play this. Be yourself, because I think global esports, statistically at least, have a huge edge against Enigma Gaming. But Enigma, you can't count them out. They do come up when it really matters.
Yeah, and exactly. Consider the fact that in this matchup, right, Global Esports has revealed quite a lot of their strategies, and I'm pretty sure Enigma Gaming was pretty much sitting back and just watching in the back lines, right, what Global Esports is doing. So Global Esports better switch things up against Enigma, because Enigma is a team, if they know exact what you're going to be doing against them, they will be punishing you hard, because you have a man like Rafael coming in, who's pretty much like SK Rossi, but he's a smaller version of him. But with that being said, it seems like we'll be back in action in a while, so guys, do not leave, because this is getting way too intense.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky on. 신경도 보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship. Well, it has been an exciting ride, but of course, Gillette as a grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. Pretty much the same duo over here, Necro and CA. It's not really going to be changing. We are going to be on that host and analyst desk all the time. And CA already has a big smile on his face. He's enjoying the day. Same thing going on with me. Definitely a day full of bangers, full of teams that are like a lot of unexpected stuff has been happening throughout. Marzul coming in the final days as well, considering the fact that he didn't even play in the playoffs, and now he's there in the grand finals. So that was a massive switch through, and it did really seem like it favored VLT because they just didn't, GE just didn't expect Marzul coming in through, right? Pulling that kind of a mystery card out. VLT just completely catching them off guard, and GE they did get caught off guard, right? Because don't really know how Marzul is going to be playing in the game of Valorant. Yes, in the past they have seen him in some other FPS games, but how is he going to be transitioning over to Valorant? No one had any clue, and finally Marzul coming in and showing his tactics and completely, dismantling GE, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. Back to this matchup, Global Esports versus Enigma Gaming. We're gonna have the lower bracket matchup here, and as you can see, the veto on the screen. Now, GE banning out Breeze. I guess they're just done with the map. They don't really want to play it, and EG is really strong at it. Fair enough, right? They just played over 34 rounds. Yeah, 34 rounds to be exact on that map. So they're not interested in going back to the Caribbean.
Yeah, they're bored
it's
now.
not
They're
really
bored.
a vacation anymore for them. Yeah, exactly. And EG banning out Split, as we expect. We've seen them ban it out against Exploit as well. It's a comfort ban for them, and at the same time, a good ban against Global Esports, given how strong they generally are on Split, barring the loss today, of course. But Global Esports picking up bind first is really interesting for me, Necro, because EG themselves very good at it.
Yep.
And when I look across the veto in general, I feel like both of the maps, Bind and Icebox, very favored towards both of the teams. It's Haven where I feel like GE definitely takes the cake. So I want to see if EG can take us to map 3 and surprise us, or if GE will just be comfortable with the veto and therefore the series in general.
Oh boy. Bind, Icebox, and Heaven. I mean, let's be honest here, CA. Let's snap back to reality here. Our main kind of predictions are here that Global 2-0, right? I mean, I don't know about you, but mine are, Global 2-0. I'm expecting them to wrap this up on the map of Icebox, but we still don't really know, right? Maybe the mini Rossi will pretty much shine in and just decide to completely, just frag out in general, because Raw Fuel has had his moments in the past. We do know he is player pretty much capable. He does have a lot of caliber built on himself, but I just feel like when he faces those big teams, right, I feel like we do see a little bit of confidence loss. But what do you think, so?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it's confidence loss as much as it is nervousness, and not necessarily because of the teams itself. I feel like it's because of the platform we're on right now. The top 4 of the South Asia region, and for Rafael, it's such a big task. Like, not just coming into a team wherein before he was facing an uphill battle, helping his team get to qualification. Now he's on a level ground. It's like the grand showdown. We've got a special stage and stuff, and Rafael has to fight on that even ground now. And I feel like in general, when you're a dark horse team, whenever the odds are against you, you're okay, fair enough, you give your best, But suddenly when the odds start favoring you, suddenly when people start noticing you, when you get a lot more attention, a lot more focus, that's when you're like, shit, I have to maintain that same level of performance. And that's where the butterflies really get to you. Having said that, I think Rafael is a brilliant player. So I think should be able to bounce back with this matchup. But the same can be said for Global Esports as a team, because after that loss, they sure as hell will be looking to bounce back.
Bounce back, I feel like it's not just going to be a bounce back. I'm expecting this to be complete obliteration, a demolition from their side, because they are definitely mad after losing that one, because they put their blood, sweat, tears in that one, and they still got defeated and moved down to the lower bracket. So I'm pretty sure they are not going to be happy after that. On the other hand, Enigma, they've got a decent amount of time to kind of figure out how GE does play in general. So I'm expecting them to have a lot of research done against them, and I'm expecting Enigma to pretty much not be the Enigma that we've been seeing, right? Considering the fact that the first map is going to be played on Bind, and we do know Enigma are quite comfortable. So I want to see Enigma, come out with those plays, pretty much well-calculated plays. I don't want to see that aggressive Batman that we saw last time.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the fact that you said G put their blood, sweat, and tears into Breeze, because I can only imagine what would happen if they went one more step and put in a controller, you know, an extra controller, because double controller is better. You never know. But I'm just joking. I think we've seen all of these teams carry around different styles of gameplay, and it's what we appreciate them for their identity as well as the uniqueness they bring to the table.
Exactly.
So, talking about uniqueness, though, with Global Esports and Enigma now playing, I feel like this is one matchup where the teams are remarkably similar in their playstyles. Now, you think Enigma Gaming, you think tacticality, you think one player popping the hell off, you think they are efficient, you think they're clean. All of those describe Global Esports perfectly. SK Rossi being that one player, they're clean, they're efficient, they love rotations, and that's exactly what Enigma do as well. So a lot of similar playstyles as well as similar thought processes, tendencies going into the game, which makes mind games doubly valuable. The team that comes out with the right read on the other will just walk away with what I think is actually going to be a really quick set of games.
Exactly, and as you did mention, both the teams pretty much do the things mirrorly, right? They pretty much do the things same. I just feel like in the end, it's just gonna be coming down to that diff, right? It's just gonna be coming down to that diff. Which team does it way better? And especially, I feel like over here in this game, I don't know why, I really do feel like the duelists are gonna be having a massive impact in turnout of the game, because yeah, as we do know, Rawfuel as well is kind of that jet that his team pretty much does heavily rely on Rawfuel as well. We have seen Rawfuel kind of going in and trying to find those opening frags. Once they do, they ask Rawfuel to pretty much come back and, you know, step back and hold down in the defensive side. On the other hand, the same thing is done with Rossi as well. Rossi is that kind of beast being unleashed in the start, and they're pretty much like, on the other hand, they're not like Rossi. All right, Rossi, come back. They're not like that. They're like, Rossi, do whatever the hell you want to do. Just make sure you're giving us a lot of value.
Yeah, exactly. And they invest a lot into him at the same time to get that. So you can see G are very clear with how they play the game, with how they like to get their win conditions and establish the clear advantages that they want in a particular map. EG, on the other hand, yes, they have been trying to get to that playstyle, and they've done it successfully multiple times. But there are certain times where the other team just knows them better. For example, earlier today against Exploit Storm, where if the team starts reading them, they collapse. Now, the same doesn't happen with Global Esports, because they are much more in tune. Like, it's not just plan A, SK Rossi, and then, well, there's nothing below me. Oh, no! It's plan A, plan B, plan C, and so on. But for EG, it didn't feel like there was a plan B today. When it felt like Rawfuel was denied his early fights, when it felt like Rawfuel was unable to pop up, they disappeared as a team, and I don't want that to happen again.
Exactly, relying on those individual plays. This is what G doesn't really do, right? Because there was a map, I think so it was the first map, where SK Rossi wasn't really able to perform out of his mind, right? But then you have a man like Hill Ranger stepping up. You have so many players stepping up from that team, and overall, it's like, all right, Rossi, you're not able to step up. It's fine, we've got you back. But hey, without wasting any time, this time it's not going to be playing Dinko anymore. We are going to be the one taking you through the final BO3 of the day.
Oh yeah, the OG boys are back, baby.
Hell
Let's
yeah.
go. First map gonna be Bind. In this, I have to remind you guys again, lower bracket matchup today. One of the first team from this top 4 stage, the VCC Grand Final stage, is gonna depart with just $3,500 in their kitty bag. It sounds like a lot, but given what they've gone through to get here, it's so disappointing to go away with only that much. So we'll see if one of these teams is able to really show us a strength of solidarity in terms of strength. You know, I want to see one team just come up together and stomp the other. Really, like I love close matches, but in this lower bracket stage, I feel like if one team stomps the other, then the confidence they're gonna have will carry on later the next match, and we'll get an even more intense lower bracket final. So I guess I am willing to sacrifice OTs in this match for 10 OTs in the next. That would be nice, though. I've never been to 10 OTs.
Well, OTs, yeah, you're expecting OTs over here, but I don't really know what to expect, right? It just, oh, you're not expecting OTs? Okay, my bad. Then I just miscalculated little things here. But in the end, yeah, I mean, Global Esports, we're expecting them to have a little bit of domination over Enigma, because they have faced them, and the last time they faced them, Batman was pretty much being really aggressive. Yeah. So hopefully that doesn't really happen again, as I did mention initially before. But hey, heading directly inside the game.
Look at this. Global Esports on the attack, Enigma on the defense, and immediately, talking about Batman's aggression, right? Look at where he is on the map! V-Log pushed in, Batman going aggressive, but same thing with SK Rossi.
Exactly. And with that being said, also the gunfights do start to initiate. They were able to find one, but now trades have happened back and forth. So the man advantage is looking pretty even on both these sides. Kappa does manage to find himself a decent info. With that also being said, this clearly does look like an A take. They have managed to sneak it all the way deep inside Newhall. That means they are trying to create a flank angle, and yes, they have done so. They are going to be sneaking all the way deep, and CT Easy finds one for himself, makes it look pretty much easy. Vexy now down to hold the defensive spawn, but he's not really going to be able to do so. GE are striking back, and they're fighting hard.
Kappa finds out the hard way that battle of gun versus bow is really hard. Caught out with his recon in his hands, makes it a 3v3. Now the rotation has come through for Global Esports. The plant has gone down, and it is a defender side spawn. Launch, so Hellranger needs to hold on, but he's getting flanked by that Badman push that came through initially. Badman is the X factor in this round.
Exactly, Badman definitely is the X factor, and guess what? Easy as well is good for a 2. He's not really able to find the third one, but it's going to be Badman from the back lines. He's going to be pretty much shutting the last man down, and that's going to be it. The first round being sealed in the favor of Enigma, and Global don't really see happy after that.
Yeah. Global definitely don't seem happy. It's just carrying on with losses, you know. All they see in their ledger is red. And unfortunately, they're not happy with it because their colors are not red. Actually, it's blue and red, so I guess they would want to see blue. But either ways, this is what I was talking about. Kappa fighting out the hard way. The bow and arrow versus gun, not so great a battle. And Global Esports, look at this, Necro. Once again, this is something that has become characteristic of them. When only a couple of players survive and when they've got a plant, they always force, and that's what they're gonna do right here. Kappa, the only player without a gun, because, well, he's the Sova. He needs to buy the drone, he needs to buy the shock dart, so a lot of utility investment, so instead has opted for the heavy shield frenzy.
Exactly. That also being said, Skills finds that opening pick there. Oh no, whiffing quite a lot of shots. That's why he wasn't really able to do much there. Rossi tries things out. Rossi will also being traded out by Lightning Fast on the other hand, though. That also being said, they do have the side control, as you did mention. Batman, again, he does have a massive flank, but he's expecting, I'm expecting him to be taken out. That's what exactly happens. And that all leaves down to Vexy now. He has a lot of pressure on himself.
Yeah, 1v3, this is almost impossible for Vexy, but does have a decent touch of utility on him. The Trailblazer could give a ton of information to start his retake off, but it would also leave him vulnerable. So instead, just going to walk in, slowly clear off one angle after the other. Now Vexy going to get revealed by the recon ball, pushes in, flushed out, and taken down as Global Esports, forced by, comes through. They pick up a round, they stall out the momentum, and they bring back some confidence in their favor, doing so beautifully, especially with the way they executed onto this side, understanding that the way Enigma play is segregated across the map, so punishing them for the same, taking Shower's control just like they did the last time around, but this time making sure they have someone ready for the flank and to push in a shot at the same time, much more synchronized in their execute.
Well, it seems like we're up for a technical timeout here, but this also gives us a lot much more time to talk about how things are really going to be looking like in the future, right? And now Global Esports, yeah, they have managed to even things out here, and they pretty much are looking quite good inside. So this also means Enigma now should be quite troubled, right? And considering the fact that the last time in the second half, Global has always been really dominating, are you expecting the same things happening in this matchup as well?
I mean, yes, I want to say, but it's not an expectation, more like understanding that statistically, yes, that's what is supposed to happen. But I do think Enigma Gaming have understood where they made the mistakes. And what I especially like is that they're sticking to their guns, right? Badman in the last few rounds has been very aggressive in his pushes. Yeah. He's still playing the anchor role, but he's doing it so with the idea of lurks. And this is really important objectively against Global Esports because they're a team that loves rotation. So if you've got that lurk on, it helps you shut down those rotations much easier. Now, having said that, the reason I said I love the fact that they're confident is because that particular playstyle did not work out at all the last time around. Global Esports kept shutting down Badman instead. So what I do like about that now is that they're investing a little bit of utility in the start of the rounds. Like if you notice on B-Long, they smoke it out, then they push. So they're understanding that Global Esports is likely to try and match what they did last time around, but they understand also why it's important for them to stick to their guns, because if they end up playing the way GE wants them to, well, it's not a fair fight when it comes to playing in GE's playground.
Yeah, that's for sure. But on the face of GE, though, I mean, it doesn't really seem like they are scarred after that, initial loss they had against VLT, which is really good. This just shows the sportsmanship in the players, right? Head Ranger definitely is in a little serious mood, which is understandable, especially being the IGL of the team. You should always try and be in that serious mood and make sure your team's on the right track. On the other hand, though, of course, each and every single player on the side of Enigma, they have their game faces on, which is pretty understandable as well, because Enigma throughout the grand finals, it didn't really seem like they have had a good day because they lost. I mean, it was quite a one-sided match against the Exploit, so I'm expecting Enigma to have, or at least be a team that has a little bit more pressure onto themselves than GE, compared to GE. But as you also did mention about that aggression, right, from Badman. Now, this time, Badman, we're seeing him kind of aggressing him from the B-long side. On the other hand, though, in the past, when these two teams collided against each other, we saw Badman actually aggressing in from the A side, A bathrooms, right? Now, this is a little switcheroo that has came in through, and so far, it's actually working in their favor.
I do expect even that will eventually change because setups are not the same in the pistols and the subsequent bonuses as we expect them to be in the buys. But talking about pistols and guns, this is going to be an eco round for Enigma Gaming. Global Esports, with that force buy win, have got the eco back in their favor. And finally, that technical timeout done. We're ready for the action.
We are definitely ready for the action already. We can see the pedal to the metal over here. Enigma Gaming, they were quite aggressive. Rossi, though, finds the opening. He finds the second one. He's going to be good for three. He's looking for the third one. He does that as well. Skills from the back line. We'll try to even things out. And it seems like Vexy, he has managed to find one that should at least help him retrieve a Spectre in the hands. But let's just see what he's able to actually do with this one. It's pretty much a done round.
Yeah. A done round and a done magazine, which will mean Lightning Fast able to easily clean up Vexy, leaving a disappointed SK Rossi. Like, I was coming, I just went through the teleporter, I was gonna flank him. Why did you guys have to kill him? That was my 4K Rossi moment, but it does not happen. Instead, he's gonna have to be satisfied with a 3K. And talking about that itself, SK Rossi, damn, someone calm him down. It looks like he's ridiculously angry as just literally pressed W down showers, got a double kill, jiggling behind those Radiant boxes, and then the updraft is like an eagle coming in on you. You're doomed, like, what are you gonna do? Oh no, you just face your death in the moment, and you're like, okay, fair enough. Well played, Eskerasi. And with that, Global Esports 2-1 lead. Now, this is their bonus here, Necro, as even though they've got a Phantom and a Vandal online, they've got more than enough money to go on to that next round, even if they lose here and get the buy. So, pressure definitely on Enigma Gaming here with respect to that economy situation. Not only do they need to find a win in this round, but they need to do it while maintaining most of their weaponry, because otherwise the eco will definitely tilt in favor of GE. Now, having said that, what I do want to talk about is, since we have another technical timeout, is the idea that right now Enigma Gaming are on the defense. And statistically, when we look back to EG, they are far, far better on the defense as compared to the attack. So, given the fact that Global Esports are playing a Breach Sova, I think it puts extra stakes on this first half because both of the teams are technically in their comfort position.
Talking about comfort positions, definitely does seem like Badman is a little bit comfortable, but he does hear a flood, pretty much flooding him through inside Hookah, and Rafael is, this time he's not really going to be able to hold it down that successfully. That's why Rafael being shut down, that is definitely a little bit of problematic factor. Rossi straight up walks inside Hookah, he has managed to clear it out.
Look at this, Vexy trying to get something back for his team, has B-long control, tries to go for the puff flash, but instead his position just revealed. He's going to back up now. Badman, under a lot of pressure, he's getting pushed. GE trying to take control of B-side, pushing both at once. It's up to Badman and Vexy.
Exactly, Recon darts out on the long side. Vexy does realize this is his time to actually fall back and try to play a little safe with his team. Badman, that's a great find. He tries to find the second one, but the trade comes in through. Kills is going to be the man who actually trade things out. Hellranger managed to find one. Trades did happen back and forth. It leaves us to final conclusion of a 3v2 situation in the fourth round. Not bad. You also do see that Viper's Pit being utilized from the side of Global Esports. They're really serious about winning this round because they do know if they win this round, that also means they do have the economy advantage and overall a mental advantage over Enigma.
1v2 right now, Heka. Still definitely doable because he has the wall, and I do not believe there are any snake bites left on Lightning Pass. Maybe one, because I did see him use one. So now Heka His position is known. He's known to be on site because of the sprays going in, and a lot of time has gone by. Now finally gonna set up the wall as he goes for the defuse, but he gets sprayed through, and the bullets find their way into his brain as Lightning Fast will take him down to secure a 3-1 lead now for Global Esports. With that buy round lost, Enigma in some hot waters right here, because they have to go for Nico once again, and I have to remind, this is their defensive hub. This is where we expect them to thrive, but thrive they have not. Instead, Global Esports just taking out all of their frustrations on them.
Exactly, frustrations. I mean, Global Esports, yeah, definitely. After that loss against BLT, the frustration should definitely be there, right? But with that also being said, well, economy pretty much broken on the side of Enigma.
I think Hellranger did not buy shields, which is very confusing, but I think he forgot. Shouldn't matter much because this is the Nico, and well, Lightning Fast is already the duelist Lightning Fast that we saw in the first set.
Well, Strategist jumps down right onto the side. Lightning Fast is good for 3. He's looking for the 4th one. It doesn't really seem like he's going to be taking his feet off the aggressive pedal here, but instead, Raw-Fuel manages to kind of find a single kill for himself. And yeah, with that being said, it's a 4-on-1 situation. This round also should be sealed by Global Esports, and yes, that's what exactly happens.
Yeah, 4-1 in the bag for GE as they look quite comfortable in this map so far. I have to remind that this is a Global Esports map of choice, so rightfully so, their comfort is noted. You know, you can see why they are looking a lot more comfortable. But look at that billboard. I see the Valorant Masters, and that's not exactly what these teams are fighting for. But on the same tour, I have to remind the viewers, this is the road to the VCT Champions for the South Asia region. The team that goes to the APAC Qualifier will represent South Asia, and then on so on. But back to the map in itself, you see that Viper Spit being set up on a shot. Now the counter Viper Easy going in. Sorry, Lightning Fast going in to contest. Easy just shuts him down.
Exactly, as you did mention, easily shutting him down. And also with that being said, he's looking quite good for now. Easy with that Viper's Pit all the time, utilizing on the A shard. This has also given him a lot of map control, and now he's looking to convert this map control into a lot of kills.
They're just waiting for the wall to go down towards that A showers area. As soon as the wall goes down, they get free showers control for themselves because there's nobody watching now. You do see Hika has a note of his timings, realizes that it's about to go down right about now. So he's going to set himself to jiggle around that truck and get info of if a showers push happens. Now, Global Esports going to group up there with the Sova ready to set up a drone, try to push out Easy out of his Viper Spit. The Hellranger with the Rolling Thunder now set up. The Execute is on. It's all down to Kappa to shut down Easy.
Oh my god, Kappa finding that kill through the Viper's Pit. That's absolutely huge. And that's a round-changing kill as well. The find that he had, that was absolutely insane. And with that orbital strike, Hika being forced out of his position. Raw-Fuel, though, finds 3 massive frags. He's able to find 3. Rossi also being shut down, and Raw-Fuel pretty much coming in huge inside that initial, or inside that previous round. And again, this also brings back to our conversation of having those individual plays. And Raw-Fuel just has a lot of impact, yeah, for sure. But Enigma is heavily relying on those Raw-Fuel plays.
It's just like, I feel for GE, you know, they're like, oh, we got the site, we killed the Viper, we can comfortably at least take 5 seconds before they get ready for the retake, because you're not expecting a lone raise to jump out of heaven and take a 1v3. But Raw-Fuel just casually does exactly that, picks up all 3 kills and secures the round for Enigma Gaming. But as you said, you can't rely on those random plays. You cannot rely on a player finding insane moments to consistently win out round. So we'll see if EG is able to use that as momentum instead to build up the team in itself. Now, once again, Global Esports going back to what's comfortable. This is what they started with. The drone to get SK Rossi aggressively into Hookah, and now with this Hookah control, the breach can come in, set up the utility for SK Rossi to enter the site.
Rossi tailwinds right inside the Hookah. They do have managed to get themselves that Hookah control. Now, how are they going to be establishing control on the B side? That's the main thing. Or that's the main thing that at least they're wondering. This is a great orbital strike. Deals quite a lot of damage on Lightning Fast. He just managed to get away in the nick of time. We do see all the squad of GE pretty much stacking outside B long, and that's where they're really deciding pressure heavily on them. Easy does have that control of the main, and he manages to sneak in quite deep, but he's being expected by Rossi. I'm pretty sure he is being expected.
But Easy decides when the toxic screen goes down, and he decides their fates as well. A 2-for-2 picked up, and in favor of EG, because they get to hold on to their positions, while GE is stuck in B long, now forced to take the teleport into the hands of Vexy.
But there is Vexy waiting. He has his arms open, and he's going to be welcoming them one by one. He's looking for the third one, though. Easy. Vexy pretty much this time, he is only going to be good for 2. On the other hand, Hellranger does not really expect anyone to be that this early in the U-Haul side. He did not really expect the rotation coming in through, and Hika, well, this time he's going to be the man to pretty much be quick on feet. Raw Fuel as well, whilst they're in the back lines, just in case if things go south.
Yeah, definitely. 3-4 now as Enigma Gaming with back-to-back rounds starting to rally back, as we talked about, using the momentum from Raw Fuel's huge 3K in the last few rounds. Back to pull back this round in itself, and a lot to do with Easy's push in here. Finding that confidence to use that toxic screen as bait. As you said, they were expecting him, but the fact that Easy decides when that toxic screen goes down, he knows in advance, as compared to GE, who have to wait for it, gives him a little bit of that peeker's advantage, and he's able to utilize that beautifully, pick up a double. Just with that, like shutting down that B-long control also shuts down Hooker at the same time, because you can't just execute all through Hooker, you will just get more down. So EG playing it beautifully, understanding the power points of the map immaculately. Now you see Global Esports, though, they're just going to go back to a heavy execute because they've got that Viper's Picker for them.
I mean, this map so far is going unexpectedly close, and Rossi, well, just as always, just strolling on a summer's day, walks straight inside. Oh my god, that's a great find from Brofil again. With those satchels, the bomb buddy out as well to try and deny that plan coming in through skills. So of course, that is going to be denying that plan, but Lightning Fast has his eyes locked in that position where he has found himself. Badman managed to find Lightning Fast. That's a huge find. That means the entire Viper's Pit is going to be shutting down. 2-on-3 situation. Enigma looking good on the man advantage, and they're pretty much looking to convert this man advantage in a round advantage.
The spike is stuck in pocket. It's one of the worst positions on the A side for it to be stuck on, because there's no way for them to access it except to actually take fight. So now, spreading themselves apart, Hellranger making his move in from Shower is going to try to find 1v1s, but Enigma are disciplined, Enigma are resolute. They will not give them 1v1s. Instead, very defensive angles being held as they just play with each other, make sure that they don't give up a free kill. Now, Kappa going to slowly but surely move in, waiting for that toxic plant to go up. Hellranger does find a 1v1 and a kill, but Easy trades back instantly.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Kappa being shut down. That was pretty much the game-changing kill there, right there. And Kappa being shut down. Yep, Hellranger's down too low. Nothing much can be expected from his side. He falls down as well. And Enigma, again, with a good round in their hands. None of us expected this game to be this close, at least in the first half. But again, as we did mention, Global Esports is one of those teams who does quite a great job doing a comeback, or at least dominating the enemy team in the second half. And that's what we're at least expecting.
Yeah, definitely. 4-4 on the scorecard. Now, we did expect Enigma to be much stronger on the defense, so I love the fact that they are showing that strength as they start to push back right now. Global Esports, though, that breach over, I want to see a lot more controlled aggression, like the way they were doing in Showers, you know, moving the breach and Sova as a duo. Instead, now changing up their setups, playing a 2-1-2, leaving Hellranger on his lonesome. Rossi's making the aggressive push, trying to move it on the back of the drone, and I thought Kappa was dead, but he actually manages to find the trade.
Oh, Kappa, he does. Those trades are definitely going to be a little bit of side relief on the side of Global Esports, but on the other hand, Enigma, I'm pretty sure things are still looking sweaty. Enigma do realize Global Esports being one of the big teams in this entire Grand Finals, taking them down is not going to be an easy task, so Enigma, they will have to give all they've got inside this matchup, but this also means in this game, they are also going to be revealing a lot of their strats that they have rolled up in the back. We do see that Rolling Thunder out, and they should at least help them get a spike plant, and also help them to find a little bit more kills.
Lamb's control being contested. Rafiel trying to hold on. He finds one kill here. Hellranger ends up killing his own teammate, and everything is falling apart for GE.
Yeah, not just everything. I feel like this is it. It's a 1-on-3 situation. Nothing much can be expected in this position unless Hellranger just makes something miraculous happen. He does spot that leg, and oh my god, Vexy all the way from the flank didn't really expect it to be there. And Vexy finds himself that frag. That also being said, that means another round sealed sealed in the pretty much account of Enigma Gaming. They have gotten themselves a round lead. This should help them quite a lot in that mental boost.
Yeah, and I'm really confused as to why Global Esports are repeatedly doing certain plays without knowing what EG are in terms of their defaults continuously have been doing in these last few rounds. We expect that B-long smoke. We expect someone to push that B-long smoke from the start. But GE, they don't wait for a second. Rossi doesn't wait for that drone to move in and he gets punished immediately. These are the things that GE cannot afford at all. But now on that eco, they're just going for a fast execute in Necro. They're just throwing everything into this B side, sending it.
Oh no. They're definitely throwing it everything, tailwinding directly on the side, but unfortunately, he's not really going to be able to retrieve those knives back because his teammate pretty much stole that kill away. 3-on-5 situation, Enigma are definitely not looking good. Also being blinded, Hika will be shut down. And also with that being said, they have the entire side control. It's 2-on-5 situation, and still Enigma are looking to commit because they definitely do have a lot of money in the bank. They're like, all right, if we do have this much money, let's just try and deal as much damage as possible. That's what they're really going for. But easy, huh? Getting quite a lot tagged up. Does realize, well, even dealing damage shouldn't really be that easy for him because he's already tagged up. He should be wrapped around anytime soon.
Yeah, it's also important for Easy to make sure that he doesn't give away any unnecessary ult points because at this stage of the half, we're at 5-4, 5-5 now with this round secured for Global Esports. With only those last 2 rounds left, every ultimate can make a huge difference. Now, Global Esports themselves did not invest much into this round, and the same goes for EG. So both of those teams at that even-Steven scoreline are going to be relying on those ultimates to try and find a solid lead for them coming in from this first half, not make it 6-6 in itself. So we'll see which teams are actually really close to those ultimates and can potentially rally on them, pivot on them, and find this lead. Now, talking about this particular round, what I was really scared about right here was Batman's push, but SK Rossi turning around on time. I feel like if SK Rossi hadn't taken out Batman and Batman had actually managed to find a kill on site before he went out, then a retake could have been possible. But once again, GE just defaulting back to fast executes, and they do it well, which makes me wonder why don't they do it again and again, because now they've gone back to defaults. That Viper wall being set up on A as SK Rossi tries to take B long.
Rossi looking to find one, does find one. That's a huge fight. Pretty much opening the B side open, splitting into 2. Rossi again looking to put the pedal to the metal. You also do see Batman wrapping up all the way in the back lines. Batman, this is not the way you approach a fight. You're supposed to take your gun out. I do understand you want to reach there as quick as possible, but still, especially when you do know there are enemies present there, you're not really supposed to approach it like that. On the other hand, you also did see a quick teleport coming in through. They are heavily relying on the lightning fast control onto the A side, and he's doing a great job, but it doesn't matter. Hellranger is good for 3. He finds himself a 3K in that previous round.
Yeah, Hellranger coming up huge as he finds himself a 3K, and I really like that initial round adaptation from Global Esports. They understand that they've got punished in B-Long before, so this time instead they use the recon. First, make sure that no one is pushing B-Long, then SK Rossi moves in. Once they take B-Long control, they set up the recon drone to get further information on the site. So a much more step-by-step, a much more clinical process put up by them, make sure they don't get punished again. So like to see that they are not out of, completely out of their style just yet. They are still playing true to their nature. Now 6-5 on the board. The eco is broken for Enigma Gaming, and it looks like Global Esports are ready to punish that aggressively. I do note, however, that Batman has his orbital strike, so maybe if they can delay for long enough, play on that orbital strike, we see a Thrifty come out.
Exactly. We're now playing with the Toxin screen. Do see presence, heavy presence from the side of GE without a doubt on the A side, but you also do have one man holding the back lines, making sure no one's really aggressing in through. Lightning Fast does find one, but get instantly traded out. With that also being said, Rafuel is stunned. SK Rossi's looking to peek him, and yes, he does in the nick of time, and that's going to be opening up the entire side. They have the side control in the hand, but also this judge can be really game-changing if only someone decides to approach Hika all by himself. Right face-and-face kind of confrontation, but I don't really feel like that's going to be happening. On the other hand, Hika also being spotted out, and that's not really great. Hika's position being compromised. Yep, he will be flushed out by Hellranger, just like always what happened against VLT.
2v3 now. Skills will find one, and Hiko with the judge. Well, this is next to impossible.
You tried a long range fight with the judge.
I think one of the 8 bullets hit, maybe. He like did 10 or 20 damage, maybe. Irrespective, as we talked about, those last 2 rounds were crucial for one of these teams because finding the momentum going into the second half can be huge. We've seen it across both of the sets today, that when a team ends off on the right note, they continue on in that second half. Similarly, they have an ability to produce the correct plays as well as the correct reads, especially to come out on top from that second half with the win itself. So what I want to see now is Global Esports continue their aggression. You still have that breach jet and you need to try and find areas of control. Using that, then relying on your Viper and Brimstone to anchor down. The Sova more of the flexible where he can play anchor or play playmaker, and it's exactly what happens. Flash and dash in, SK Rossi with the first blood.
Exactly, flash and dash combination, but instantly gets traded. I would say that's a good trade, right?
Yeah.
Viper being taken out the game already, so that means you don't really have to worry about that toxin screen on the A side. And you don't really have to worry about how much vision can be blocked with that toxin screen. So that's like a massive sigh of relief from the side of G. So that trade was definitely worth it.
Yeah, just think about it in terms of money, right? SK Rossi bought 1 Ghost, 1 Cloudburst, and had 1 Tailwind available to him already. He put the Cloudburst on the right, used the Tailwind to get in, and used his Ghost to get a kill. So all of the utility that he bought, it found value. The same cannot be said for Easy. That Viper just went down instantly, and all that he had was a Classic, so he actually had a ton of utility in his hand. So definitely a worthwhile trade. Also stops, definitely a worthwhile trade because it also stops Enigma Gaming in their progression now. Snakebite set up, Enigma Gaming, they're stunned.
Oh my god. He's way too crispy with his shots. Also, with that being said, Pain Shield's going to be forcing Lightning fast back from his position. What? This is the classic. This is the classic. The best gun in the game, as I like to call it. All the time, he can rely heavily on this gun. And Lightning Fast is not going to be scared. He straight up chases Vexy. Well, Vexy turns around, shuts him down. Vexy, though, I mean, I'm expecting this to pretty much be a con case because he's down to only 22 HP, and that's what exactly happens.
Someone needs to create a dance form across the art of jiggling with the Classic, you know? Like 1, 2, right click. 2, 3, 4, left and right click. Something like that. Because that's exactly what Lightning Fast does right there. Across a shot, it's just so beautiful. The first kill, of course, amazing with the aim, but these two right here. 1 right click, jiggles back and another.
It's nasty. It's filthy, nasty, disgusting. Call it whatever you want to call.
Oh my god, it's just pure... nutty plays from Lightning Fast as he continues his form. He was phenomenal on Breeze against VLT as well. 19-8 right now as he's become the incarnation of, I'm not sure which Viper. I guess maybe Angel from FVX where he gets very aggressive sometimes. Lightning Fast definitely establishing a day for himself. Now Eco for Enigma, but they are rushing in and they've got first blood necro.
Yeah, and a big boy down, a big threat down, Rossi. They should give them a lot of sigh of relief and a lot of mental boost inside this round, and this is what they exactly need because Global Esports have managed to kind of get a massive lead over Enigma. Oh my god, this also can be huge. Oh, Aftershock out to deny the plant through, but Hika manages to sneak away in the nick of time, so he's not going to be getting away with any damage. Instead, he's pretty much looking good. Kappa on the flank angles will be expected. Badman gains info, falls back in the nick of time, but is Kappa going to be expecting someone in the right lines? Yes, he does. He looks on the right side, but isn't really able to shut him down. But those shock darts, those utility utilization from the side of Global Esports is always to perfection. Stuns being used. That should help Skill to make a little bit of entrance. Yes, he does manage to find 2. So that's going to be clearing the entire U-Haul. And with that being said, it's a 1-on-3 situation. The defuse also being stuck and Easy. Well, he's just trying to deal as much as damage as possible.
Skills had 20 HP through the last 3 of those kills. He's still with just the frenzy. Okay, the last kill was on a Spectre, yes, but finds a double kill with just the frenzy or 20 HP. Well, I guess the name does track because the man's got them skills and with them he gets them kills. Kappa, as you said, a really nice shock top, but in general, a decent eco for Enigma at all. Not a great eco because they only found 2 guns, but 2 guns and a plant is a decent bit of money itself. So not a bad eco as they now go on to their buy round. And you can see the pressure on their eco definitely existent as SK Rossi's pulled out an operator now. I guess SK Rossi's mouse kind of disconnected, maybe very late coming into the site, and now deciding to just go over to the B side, leaving skills on that Brimstone to solo hold down A. This is very risky. We'll come back to A now as Enigma Gaming just holding on to their defaults. The Boombot to get an initial bit of information, find out that the Viper is playing that solo A anchor, and what this should tell them is that over on the other side is where you expect the operator, because rarely you'll see the Viper and the operator being played on the same side.
Rossi's probably like, all right, guys, I'm going to be staying in the back this time. Let me know if you guys need some help, all right? Well, his teammates are able to do everything they need. And Rossi, pretty much, she just doesn't really need to step up because other than Rossi, we have seen everyone having those insane plays, just like Kappa did, you know? And with that also being said, the spike has been dropped on the B site. And this means Global Esports have the entire spike control. And take a look at that. They're extending themselves quite far away, all the way on the B-long side. They have managed to find one, but Badman peeks out this time. And he's the one who wins the duel. Well, trades are happening back and forth, but also with that being said, leaves Badman all by himself, but not anymore.
Yeah, this might just be the beginning of the end for Enigma Gaming. You see the smiles are back online for GE. Much more comfortable as they win this buy round. It was Enigma Gaming's buy round, but GE able to pick it off as Kappa finds a huge double. And I think a lot of that because of the fact that that initial guiding light, we saw that tiny screen when that guiding light came through towards B-long. And we saw that it didn't really give away any information. There was no blind call because Kappa was holding the narrow garden angle. He was playing very stuck to the wall, wasn't blinded out. They didn't know he was there. They don't check the corner and they get punished immediately. The double kill picked up for him. That was the end of the round. And now with the eco gone for Enigma, it's slowly falling apart, Necro.
This is not called slowly falling apart. This is falling apart like, I don't even know. Like the pace is falling apart. It's quite insane. Is falling apart in the lightning fast pace, as we like to call it. And that's not exactly happening. But with that previous round, it does seem like the economy of Enigma as well has been hit quite drastically. And, well, Global Esports, just a casual cleanup day.
Yeah, just a casual cleanup day. It's one of those weeks where usually the house you go to has a lot of parties and there's a lot of trash and garbage, but this time they've all gone from vacation and they're worrying another mate because this one's is having just a great day. And I have to highlight Kappa. You can see the confidence really coming through in those last few rounds where before he was not willing to take such brazen peaks, but now he's like, okay, I will beat you on aim itself. So let's do it. Let me get myself on the board because I know for a fact in the other games I'm usually the last player on that frag list. So I'm gonna pad my stats while I can. Oh, again! Kappa! Again!
Kappa. Well, again, I feel like these initial... Oh, if this Viper pit's being popped, it can be really cruel. Okay, he didn't really pop it in the hookah, so... But still, he does have a decent amount of map control on his name, and that's what you really need. And Kappa again finds himself a 2K. With that Hunter's Fury being used, it also is able to tag up and deal quite a decent amount of damage. He's looking to find a third one. He's looking to find himself a 3K Kappa. Let's see if he's able to do so.
I think what's up is that Kappa needs a certain break, the kind of which I cannot mention on broadcast, but I think everybody knows what I'm talking about, and he's just in a hurry to get that break. But back to the round, 3v3 right now, because Badman's got a kill. The Viper spit set up by Enigma. They're trying to go for the plant, but the Orbital strike to answer still. Enigma with the side control, skills on the flank though.
Oh. Well, skills on the flank with the trigger discipline, and within a blink of an eye, we just saw so many kills just flying around, and easy. This time Viper's Pit being shut down as well. That hefty investment not really working out. 12-5 being the scoreline. And well, Global Esports on the second half again. I mean, yeah, in the first half as well, they were looking quite dominating. But on the second half, they're just looking immovable.
Yeah, Global Esports right now having a field day, and Kappa is the happy kid because he gets to go to the amusement park or museum. I'm not sure where kids go on field days anymore. I'm quite old. Fuck.
Garden.
Excuse me, but garden. Actually, that would be great because Bind is a dessert. But 12-5 now, as Global Esports haven't lost a single round on defense, Necro. This is why we kept highlighting that for Enigma Gaming, the defense is ridiculously more stronger than their attack. They're usually struggling on their attack. They take a lot of time, but this time using their ultimates to try to get themselves on, keep themselves alive in this map.
Exactly, and that's a great fight. Again, Kappa all the way, all by himself on the side. He's looking unstoppable. Someone stop this man. If he's isn't, well, he's going to be continuing to do so all the time. But finally, it seems like someone's stepping up from the side of Enigma. Easy finds himself a 2K, and now he's looking to get himself a third one as well. But is GE going to let that happen? Yeah, one man's down low. But let's just see if that does really happen. Rossi is the man who's low, but he doesn't really need his HP, especially when you do have an operator yielded in your hands. All you need to do is just connect that one-shot Rafael. Well, not really. I can't really say if that's his fault in there, but it's a 1-on-2 situation. I'm expecting G to take this round.
Yeah, Rossi just throwing out knives.
Oh
One
my
will
God,
finally
what?
connect. Yeah, it's
That
just a
shot was
jump with knives. It's just pristine crosshair placement, right? Once he knows that the player is in hookah, in his brain, he can narrow it down to the few positions he's at. I think the first knife not hitting on the this side of the hookah area, right inside if you're Badman, and the left, sorry, not Badman, right inside if you're Easy, and left inside if you're Rossi. That not hitting told him, okay, well, he's got to be on the other side. Another jump and left click and an easy headshot. It looks easy, right? But that's what SK Rossi is for you.
Easy.
Makes the impossible look easy. Exactly.
That's not easy because it's like a peekaboo game, right? Especially when you're not really using that up drop. You don't really have a lot of time to kind of adjust your crosshair with just that little window of time. So and still Rossi is able to do that, and that peekaboo as well in the end. Yeah, quite great, but. Again, the dominating win from GE, as expected. I'm not even surprised at this point. But on the other side, though, on the headshot percentage, well, Enigma are the one leading the charge, but it doesn't matter. You can get as many heads you want as long as GE is getting the win. That's all that matters for them.
Yeah, well, disclaimer of the day, guys. Enigma continues to lose maps, but they continue to win in terms of headshot percentage. This happened against Exploit Storm as well. It's got me, honestly, very confused how they continuously managed to have a better headshot percentage than the team that beat them. And not just beat them, but this kind of loss is what has happened to them throughout the day. 13-5, 13-7, 13-5 again. So, in general, Enigma are getting beaten very quickly, very quickly in terms of scorelines, maybe not in terms of rounds. So I guess the headshot percentage is that one silver lining where they're going to go away from the map. They'll be like, well, we lost, but we're cracked, so that's a bonus.
Well, it's like Global Esports are halfway done digging a grave for Enigma because after the second loss, Enigma are pretty much going to be packing their bags and going back home. Even though they are back home, but still, I mean, it's just a reference that I gave. But, well, here you do have the stats through. Easy, of course, was the man. As I did mention, he was doing quite a great job from the side of Enigma, so props should be given to that man. On the other hand, though, kills equally distributed on the side of GE. And Hellranger was like, all right, lads, you guys go pop off. I'm going to be chilling back as me being the IGL. I'm the big man. I like to perform in the big games.
Look at Kappa though, able to get himself onto the MVP spot. I think he was 9 and something when we went on to the second half. Definitely less than 10 kills is what I can say for sure. But in that second half, he just ran away with it. Lightning Fast style stole the MVP away from Lightning Fast himself. But all of the players of Global Esports had a phenomenal map here. Even Hellranger, he's at the bottom, but you can see in terms of the assist that he was the one continuously setting up SK Rossi to make the moves. He was the one creating that initial moment of chaos for SK Rossi to then tailwind in there and surprise them with his moves and his aim.
I feel like it's the skins, dude. I really feel like it's the skins. Enigma needs better skins. They need better skins.
Which ones would you recommend?
I would really say that Glitch Pop Dagger, the 1.0 set that we got initially, I feel like they should have, each and every single player should have that Glitch Pop Dagger, because we've seen a lot of pro players, using that Glitch Pop Dagger, and once they do, they're just absolutely insane, so I feel like Glitch Pop Dagger should be there in your inventory if you want to be one of the best.
So not the butterfly and the Balisong, I believe it's called, like not that as the newest one. Come on,
that is good as well. That is good as well. But I don't know what is it about that Glitch Pop Dagger, right? It just always stands out for me. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just a person who just likes a lot of flashy colors.
Look at that. Talking about something looking real good though. That trophy right there. Definitely looks real good to me. It makes you salivate, And I'm not even a player, so I can't imagine what the player's reaction will be. Just being like, oh my god, forget the money, forget the bragging rights. I'm gonna get my hands on that.
Yeah, anyone in the chat can also get your hands on that. Just take a screenshot, post it on wallpaper, and hey, you've got your hands on that. You can also make a cardboard cutting out of it.
But you now see how Necro does his plight making Valorant. Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, I want to be a Radiant. I pretty much print it on a paper. I just stick it on a photo frame. I'm like, yes, I am a Radiant now. I don't need to play the game anymore. I am a Radiant myself. Hey, enough of banter from our side. It seems like it's time to finally, just for us as well to kind of step back, relax, take a little sip of water. Hopefully you guys do the same thing because this has been a long day. We'll be back in a while.
Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on. power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark
The
on.
new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
Welcome back, gamers. This is the NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner and Talk Esports as our digital publication partner. And look at this. Again, we have our game faces on as well. You know, clean shaved and all looking good, really, you know. Ready to head inside the second map of the final BO3 as the first map is being taken by Global Esports. And CA, as always, just the common question I'm asking you. Expectations in the second map. Do you think it's going to be a 2-0 or 2-1?
Well, my predictions were Global Esports 2-0, so I do have to say yes, I do think it's going to be a 2-0, but I feel like EG will definitely look a lot better on Icebox as compared to Bind, and a big reason for that is just raw fuel on that Jet coming into Icebox as compared to that Raze. I just prefer him on the Jet a lot more. I feel like he gets a lot more maneuverability within the team to try and make plays as compared to the Raze, where he seems a lot more rigid and has to hold on to one particular playstyle. And then when he stops playing that playstyle, just complete solo mode. Like he's just like, okay, double satchel, let me try to find some kills. And that's not something you want to see on a Raze. On Jet, on the other hand, I would love to see those kind of plays.
I mean, Jet, of course, it's kind of an agent. It just really does focus on kind of like sure aggression of a player, right?
Yeah.
Jet is usually being yielded by a player who's like absolutely cracked out of his mind inside the game, and that's who really do play. But as you did mention, you know, Enigma should have a strong suit, but I mean, yeah. Get that match against VLT out the way, right? Get that match against VLT out the way, and Global Esports as well are quite insane. Now, over here, I don't really know how things are really going to be panning out here because Rossi, I feel like he's just going to be a beast unleashed, right? Just like how Trailblazer is being unleashed by the sky, it's just going to be Rossi pretty much just straight up running inside on the B side and just showing his presence all the time. Because one thing we definitely do know, Viper's going to be locked from both the sides.
I think right now what's going through Rossi's mind is very simple. He's like, you know what? I plan to win against Velocity Gaming, then go play a couple of compy games. I didn't win against Velocity Gaming, but I can still play a couple of compy games against Enigma. Press W all the way through and kill everybody. You know, have a blast, have a good time. So I think that's what he's treating this set as.
Exactly. Rossi, the W gang, is over here, and hopefully after this win as well, they are pretty much going to be moving up forward. I mean, I'm way too early to conclude. I'm gonna take my words back. Over here. Any of the team who wins over here will be moving on to the lower brackets. Will be moving on forward, and that also means that tomorrow in the upper bracket, if any of the teams do lose, that means they are going to be moving down and facing Global Esports. So that's like I would just say what I want to say is. These grand finals are pretty much up for insane moments throughout, so viewers definitely do not want to miss it. With that also being said, make sure you're kind of smashing that subscribe button down there. You always will get notified whenever we're going live. But now, with that also being said, we have gotten the call in our heads. That also means we are probably going to be seeing the Asian select screen soon. And CA, my friend, take it away.
So are we Randy Orton? Because we get voices in our heads, you know, like, I'm not sure how many of the audience gets that. I don't think Necro gets it, which means he was not a WWE fan as a kid. This Sky pick, definitely a troll. Don't you worry, guys. Lightning Fast is going to be back on stage on this map.
Yeah, Battle Sage, always just, walling out that tube. That's what you usually see. But, yeah, G on that defensive side. So, Lightning Fast, yeah, as you did mention, this is just a little troll. We also did see those troll picks coming out from Marzul as well, right? I mean, he was just, like, hovering over that room all the time, which was kind of playing with our minds. Let's be honest, it was kind of low-key annoying, right? Because we wanted him to play that.
Yeah.
We were, like, all the time when he hovered over it. We were like, all right, Marzul, do it. Lock it in, bro. We want to see some uniqueness over here. But then Marzul just switches back to Viper, and all our hopes and dreams get shattered.
Yeah, it's like you keep your eyes on a Yoru teleported throughout, and then suddenly a flash comes you in the eye, and the Yoru takes you out. It's as annoying as that, you know? Because Yoru, I feel like, again, I want to reestablish garbage agent, no doubt, but the fact is, he never gets played, so it's exciting to watch him get played. It didn't happen, though. So let's bring our heads and conversation back to this matchup. Global Esports was Enigma Gaming, now on to map 2, which is going to be Icebox. We see mirror compositions from both of the sides as they play the Sage, KJ, Viper, Jet, and Sova setup, that mostly post-plant alliance setup. So now I want to see if Enigma Gaming is able to find a lot more comfortability on Icebox, because I have to say this is their map of choice, but this is a map where global esports have historically known to be dominant. Not recently as much, but definitely historically.
Well, Euro fans in the chat are definitely offended, which are pretty much non-existent, so you don't really have to worry about getting any hate. And, well,
It's like Spurs
with that being
fans.
said, with that being said, well, proceeding on to the round over here, Enigma, well, that's a great playoff of the turrets, and yes, as we have also had kind of talk about this turret being the fifth, kind of turret being the sixth man in the team, and that's what exactly happened. Played off of those trades and skills, is able to find the opening.
See, when I'm IGLing and I'm on the attack and I notice a turret on the defense, I'm just like, no, go away. But talking about turrets, well, we have to talk about their owner too, because Skills is on a tear.
Oh, yeah, Skills is definitely on a tear, and it does seem like stopping him was one of the most toughest tasks. But for now, Easy pretty much gets the info that there is someone all the way back in the flanks. Easy's position still not being compromised. That means there is still anonymous factor being created by this line. Easy, though, he has the spike, so at least that should be a relieving factor for his team. But each and every single player is just waiting in the mid, waiting for him to kind of be here. That's a great snake buy to try and buy up of as much as time as possible. With that being said, yep, Easy being shut down, and Hellranger pretty much picking up a kill with that snake bite.
Yeah, the edges of this snake bite do end up getting their tendrils of poison into Easy and taking him down, which will mean the pistol round picked up for Global Esports starting off in a tremendous fashion. Now, as I was saying, if I'm the IGL on the attack and I see a Killjoy turret, I'm just like, team, rotate. Like, just instantly, please go away. Just not fight this turret. It's not worth it at all, ever, because that turret has almost as much HP as a normal person in like the map right now on pistol rounds. And the fact is that with a pistol, it's so damn hard to kill that turret without someone swinging in on you. So teams need to try and avoid. But back to this round as Rafios dashed in, but directly into the hands of Hellranger, who's picked up a double kill himself.
Oh, Kappa finds a crispy shot right onto his skull. Finds one now, is looking to pretty much for the last man. He's searching, he's on a tear, and it seems like, yes, he finally, his Easter eggs hunt is pretty much done this time. He finds the last man, shuts him down. With that being said, Global Esports getting themselves 2 rounds back-to-back. The Marshal being handed over to Rossi, I want to see some skull-cracking shots.
Yeah, let's see if that Marshall can produce the same level of impact that we expect from Rossi on that operator. I will say this butterfly knife itself looks pretty cool, but I was expecting a lot more. You know, I was expecting a lot more, and it didn't come out. So maybe future versions of the butterfly knife will get that. But
I
right
have an
now,
idea. Glitch Pop 3.0 butterfly knife.
Oh,
my
let's go.
God.
Right time to hire Necro as your skins designer. You know. But back to the round, we've got the buy for Enigma going on. They're trying for a mid execute, but so far Kappa is just breaking them apart. He's found one. The trade comes through, and now the mid to A approach is on because they've got a main control as well as split execute, and Hellranger in a very tough spot.
Look at that, already finding themselves an entry all the way in the back lines, but y'all also do have Rossi wrapping up all the way from the back lines. Hellranger finds too, who's looking pretty comfortable in that position, and Vault pretty much he will also get the last man down. With that being said, Global Esports, another round in their pockets, and Enigma, their rounds are just slipping away. It seems like they have some grease on their hands that they need to get rid of.
See, this is the thing though, right? That I really don't like about Enigma Gaming. It's the hesitation. As soon as you get Kappa, just W. Do not press anything except W, because you know for a fact that there's at least 2 players down at B side because of the initial info you got. You know for a fact that they have to have at least the turret watching mid, which means there's likely one more player, if not mid, near the screen's area. So you press W, try to eliminate that player immediately and clear outside, but instead they're slow. They let SK Rossi flank them and he takes them out. That hesitation makes them pay the price for that buy. They lose that, and now the eco is gone.
Rossi on that aggressive position as always. Rafiel expecting that aggression through though, but Rossi needs to watch out from his skull. And this time his skull will be pretty much separated from his body, head being taken out. But it doesn't matter. Lightning Fast has his team's back, and take a look at that. With a little bit of shaky aim, as long as you're able to deliver, that's what really does matter. He cut down to only 7 HP, as expected, gets shut down.
You know, there's something unique about Lightning Fast that I really appreciate as a relatively low elo player. You know, as a relatively low elo player, every time you talk to someone with better aim, they be like, unbind the crouch key. Lightning Fast just be like, nope, screw the haters. The crouch key works beautifully for me. It's not just something he does when he's spraying, right? Even on Breeze, I remember against Velocity Gaming, multiple times when he's holding an angle, he crouches and holds it, which messes up the crosshair placement of anyone trying to swing him. They know where he is, but they don't know where his head is. And instantly that crouch gives him that little bit of an advantage. So a very unique thing, because we rarely ever see pro players actually using that crouch key because of how many issues it can actually cause with your crosshair placements and spray in general. But it seems like Lightning Fast has found something special to make it work. We're talking about something special right now. The Viper Straight pop, but Enigma, no respect. The drone, they pushed in, they've got control of the site. Easy,
Yep, this is massive, but okay, well, man like Escarossi has his Sixth Sense ready. Smells out Easy being shut down. That also means the main factor that they were heavily relying on is not really in the game. Lightning Fast with a huge lurk on them from the backlines, makes some massive plays happen, and a flawless round from the side of GE, and EG are definitely on that struggling page. They need to find a way. They need to find a way to read Global Esports out, because that initial Viper's Pit just gave them so much advantage in that previous round, and it just helped them so much. Even though Easy managed to sneak in through that walk peak on that backside, you need to always expect someone, especially when you do have a map control and you don't really know where people are. I feel like you should always try and jiggle peek each and every single corner and try and bait out a shot.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, like, I'm really confused as to why Easy was even alone. If the call is to push the Viper out of her pit using the drone and to have players back up that drone, then the KJ is surely not the player you want to be sending along. You need someone with her to make sure she doesn't just get taken out now. Once again, a very heavy A execute from Enigma. This is something we got to see from them, not just against Exploit earlier today, but in general. They prefer this A side. They're going back into, but they don't have the weapons. And right now, they might just pay the price. Kappa is ready, and he takes it.
With that initial find, they should also give them a lot of advantage in the game. Spike being planted, 1 minute left in the clock. Spike goes down. Kappa getting healed back up to full HP probably, and yes, he has been. That also being said, Vexy, this is pretty much broken buys coming in from the side of Enigma. I don't really know what to expect. Are they going to be able to turn this around? It pretty much up till now, it just seems really impossible. But slowly and steadily, they're able to do so. But Skills pretty much shattering their hopes and dreams. And again, Skills is going to be the man who flips the table, or who flips the coin in their favor. Global Esports getting another round. 6 back-to-back rounds. 6-0 is the scoreline. And what do you expect, CA? Are we going to be seeing 13-0?
No, I think I can convincingly say no to that, and I feel like this may come back to bite me at the end of this map, but I do think they can at least secure 1 round, if not more. More is definitely what I expect, but at least 1 round is what I'm expecting from Enigma Gaming. So we'll see if it works out, because right now I feel like there's just no confidence for them. I think they are starting to see the end of the tunnel. They are starting to see that their VCC journey might be coming to a close, and with that, a bit of a demotivating factor, demoralizing effect maybe. But talking about the map itself right now, the interactions happening. As you can note, SK Rossi with the early updraft wanted to make sure he doesn't give the sound cue of him updrafting and getting onto that slightly more vertical platform. But look at this, Hellraiser on the huge look!
Oh my god, taps away skulls, finds 2, but only he's going to be able to find 2, so he's only he's good for 2. That's not really going to be enough, but still, hey, they do have 3 men alive. Easy flicking it back onto Kappa. That's a massive flick, and also a massive find, because with that initial find, this means they also get the entire side control in their hand. But Skills trying his best to deny it as much as possible, counter lockdown being used as well. And now let's just see how G is able to kind of counter it easily. SK Rossi from the flank being shut down. And this is where Skills does realize, well, the counter lockdown might just detain him anytime soon. So he falls back. But oh no, this is a little this is a little mistake from his side. He steps in. He thought it was pretty much over, but he wasn't.
Yeah, Skills not knowing the limits of his own lockdown, but right here, Lightning Fast got the revive on. He set up the wall and they're going for the defuse, and Skills is angry. He got detained. He's picked up the double. Lightning Fast should comfortably secure, Kappa should comfortably secure the defuse. And for style points, Lightning Fast will just casually, it's like, you know, one of those old Western movies with the cowboys and the sheriffs and all that, and the sheriff is randomly walking away, and the villain thinks he's won, but then he pulls out his revolver and just taps him in the head. It's literally like that. The wall comes down, an instant one tap. 8-0 right now for a global 7-0 right now for global esports, as Enigma just not finding any ground and Raw Fuel not finding a single kill so far.
Yeah, but the Jets this time are pretty much shut down. I mean, it's like Rossi doesn't even need to do anything.
Yeah.
Does he? Like, he just doesn't. He can sit back, relax, have his popcorns, pretty much take a sip of his coffee, tea, whatever he likes to drink, and in general, just sit back and have a great time playing the game, and that's what he's doing. He's just spraying around all over the place. But on the other hand, though, a team that is really under a lot of pressure, it's going to be Enigma, and if they do manage to make this clutch happen, I'm pretty sure, so yeah, we're going to be losing our minds.
Poison orb emitting.
The initial A presence was shown, and with Batman looking towards mid, the rest of the players now going to regroup to try and take B-long control. But take a look at Lightning Fast. He's playing along the edge of his wall, and I don't think they're expecting him. Pop goes the wall, and Pop goes Raw Fuel as well. A 1-for-1 trade though, as Easy picks one up, and Rossi with the instant turnaround finds an advantage. Now he's looking for more.
Even though he got tagged, Rossi's still standing tall like a mountain. He says, I'm not going to be backing off anytime soon, no matter what. Resurrection inbound, missing that crucial shot. This should hurt him later on. This should bite him in the back later on. But it seems like it doesn't matter. His teammates are there for the backup. And, well, Skills will pretty much do the job combined with Hellranger. The combo is deadly.
Yeah, the combo is definitely deadly. Devastating so far for Enigma, as an 8-0 scoreline is achieved for global esports. They're just trying to get this over with quick. They had some snacks planned for their post-win celebration after the VLT matchup, but well, that celebration isn't going to happen because they're in the lower bracket. So I guess it's just going to be a consolation celebration after this one instead. But the snacks are getting cold, you know, so I guess they're just upping up the pace. They don't want to have to reheat their food.
Yeah, it seems like, definitely. And Global Esports, after this dominating win, I mean, yeah, I'm a little too early to conclude this, but I mean, it's clearly looking one-sided, right? Up till now so far, and stealing away from in the nick of time from Global Esports, I feel like it's going to be really tough, pretty much next to impossible, so we might just as well say that maybe Global Esports is going to be taking this. But Raw Fuel, though, hey, he's trying to prove me wrong. Yup, he's trying his best to prove me wrong, but with that being said, that's a great tag. Hunter's Fury being used, and Skills is the man who finds himself a lot of control, and he's a man unleashed. He's a man possessed. He seems like he's not going to be stopped anytime soon. But Badman, well, still, he's the only man who's keeping his team's hopes and dreams alive, which will be shattered soon.
Enigma. So far, I've got all my predictions right today. Please don't let this be a 13-0. It'll be a random blip in my book. Hopefully, they can pick up a round. Because, as you said, Necro, not trying to make light of Global Esports' phenomenal play so far, it just doesn't look like Enigma is right now at their very best. And Global Esports, it shows their mental strength and their ability to come off such a grueling series, but come into this series with complete renewed vigor. You can see in the entirety of the team, they're playing standard Valorant. It's like you can't predict that this team just went to a 3-map series with the last map going to 34 rounds. So props to be given to Global Esports, as they've been very, very good so far. Now Hellranger is going to set up a Viper Spit, but this time they didn't have time to set it up on pipes itself. So the vertical part of this A site is open, not covered by that Viper Spit, and Enigma could look to use that rope to get in onto site.
I feel like at this point, Enigma should pretty much be like, all right, frick it, we're going it all guns blazing, because they do realize things aren't really able to pan out in their favor, especially if a man like Skills is alive in those late game situations as well. Skills is not going to let these things happen. Look at SK Rossi. He might just have a sneak up moment. Yes, he does. As we talk about that, will it be funny? No, he gets shut down by the second man, which is pretty much going to be Raw Fuel. He's like, all right, this time I'm not really going to let you find anything. On the other hand, Global Esports again, dominating pretty much this round as well is being dominated from their side. Still, Skills is alive in the game. That means Threat is alive because against Enigma, Skills is able to obtain a lot of things.
Easy's picking up one, and I think we might just get that one round.
That shot!
Lightning fast though, with, as you said, a beautiful shot to make it a 1v1. Now pulls out the Sheriff, wants to finish this off in a beautiful fashion. He's gonna shut down Rafiel. He finds one shot and the second as well. And that interaction speaks for the entire map. Never have I ever seen Rafiel running away from a fight like that, especially after he's been shot once and he knows the position. But you can see the lack of confidence really showing as he's just backing up. He's not even like running. Exactly, he's scared. He's not even running with his gun out and the crosshair set up, expecting Lightning Fast to push up. No, he's just running and just not thinking about what else could happen. Scared for his life, and that's exactly what I mean. It speaks for the entire map. It doesn't seem like Enigma have a shred of confidence in them left.
Yeah, I feel like over here that what they should really do to get over this kind of a mentality is like, don't think of teams how big they are. Just think of a game in general, and just think that you are facing another pro team. Do your research as much as you can. Don't think that, oh, they are one of the big teams. So, of course, if you do think that, then you will be scared. But it seems like CA this time has been proven wrong. And Rafiel is able to take that first engagement and actually come out on top.
Yeah, I love that too. I love the fact that they're being much more aggressive. As you said, it feels like they are starting to throw caution to the wind and embrace the nature of what they need to do, which is just pure aggression. The lockdown now set up. They've got the site, and Lightning Fast doesn't want to leave the site, I guess, though. Tried to find a kill instead. Did not happen. He got shut down, and the plant is done. 5v3 now. It looks like Enigma might just get one round on the board, Necro.
Yeah, that's what I was literally about to say. It does seem like Enigma might just be able to get at least one round up their sleeve. But let's just see what it does happen, right? Because Global Esports is a kind of a team who can pretty much steal it away in the nick of time or in the end moment. And Hellranger finds himself one, but is he going to be expecting someone to be right behind him? And no, he doesn't. And yes, finally, Enigma able to open their score up against Global Esports. This should, I'm expecting this shouldn't do anything for them because this is just the first round. On the other hand, Global Esports got themselves 10 back-to-back rounds. At this point, Global Esports, all right, they're like, all right, we're handing you over this one. It's fine. We don't really care about that one single round loss.
I mean, it will do a lot of good to the side of Enigma Gaming with respect to confidence. Rafiel especially, he found as many kills in that round as he found in the 10 rounds before that. So definitely going to be a bit of a boost in terms of motivation. That with the fact that I think he's got the operator on him. Hellranger does miss that smoke setup, so gonna have to pick it up. Thankfully, he can pick it up. Now a mid-to-B approach coming in from Enigma as they look to once again get the aggressive nature. Oh, but Rossi!
Oh boy, Rossi again with those monstrous plays, those BC plays, and then you have Skills as well. Today, Skills against Enigma Gaming is definitely having the day of his life. He's able to find himself through, trying to find a third one, but got instantly denied. On the other hand, though, Easy finds himself a massive 3K. It leaves him down to a 1-on-2 situation, but his back's a little bit exposed. Gets shot right in the butt, and Kappa is going to be the one to seal the deal.
I wonder why he didn't actually just hide behind the box and go for the plant. It's a little weird, but I guess in the moment he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna try to get the plant down. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, his backside was a little exposed, and Kappa is happy to register a couple of bullets in there, pick up the 11th round for Global Esports. And now moving on to the second half, I think everyone's just basically accepted that Global Esports are 99.9999, and I could go on with the 9th percentage gonna win this map. I'm only leaving that 0.0001 because in Valorant, honestly, anything can happen. Any sort of comeback is possible, but highly improbable here for Enigma Gaming, as they are facing not just an uphill battle. It's like trying to climb up a sheer steep rock climb, you know, where you're on one side of the mountain where it's completely flat, but you still have to climb it, and you have like maybe 1 or 2 footholds every like couple of kilometers.
Heavy A presence from New Santa Global Esports. And now, again, this is the second half being started. Enigma just doesn't really have a lot of rounds to make anything happen here. I mean, what can they possibly do in only 3 rounds? Initiating a comeback in those rounds, especially whiffing those shots like that against a man like Rossi, because you cannot really expect any kind of mistakes being made, at least from a man like Rossi.
Okay, though, Rafu
Oh.
locks onto the head of Kappa and takes him down to reduce the advantage that GE had by one more player. Now 3v4 on the map for lightning fast. Oh my god, Necro, he is on a huge look. Has heard the audio keys. Gonna go for the peak, but Vexy knows. Vexy takes him down. Suddenly it's a 3v3 and the retake definitely possible.
Retake's definitely possible. Now, if they do get the first round of the second half, this can be definitely massive, but it shouldn't really affect GE's mentalities that much, so Hika's always able to find one. That's absolutely fantastic. Rossi, though, is down low on HP. I'm not really expecting him to do much, but the time's ticking away on the spike. Well, they have it, though. No, they don't have the enough time. And with that being said, Global Esports, well, this is their win, and it's time for us to conclude it.
Yeah, one more round left for Global Esports to pick up this series win and set themselves into the lower bracket finals where they will be facing off against the losers of Velocity Gaming and Exploit Storm. But one more round there is, so still we will keep that point 0.00000 and so on 1% hope alive for Enigma Gaming and hope they can at least pull back a few, you know, try to end their run in the VCC in a somewhat respectable fashion and not a 13-1 would be the dream, but right now it doesn't look like GE is harboring any dreams or allowing it. Batman though finds a really clean first blood.
Oh, that's a good find from the Bucky as well, but Rossi's there to back it up. The connection play, as we like to call it, the contact play, and that's what really did happen. But hey, the aggression got expected by Rawfield. The overconfidence is clearly being shown from the side of GE. And hey, why not, right? Especially if you do have such a dominating lead over your enemy last, then of course that is expected. On the other hand, Hellranger has managed to sneak in quite deep all the way down to Kitchen.
Oh, okay. Kappa whiffing a couple of shots allows Batman to readjust, recalibrate, and pop Kappa off. Vexy finishes off Hellranger, and the 0.0001% is still alive, Necro, as Enigma pick up another round, doubling their tally so far from 1 to 2.
Yeah, 0.00000%.
You can keep going, I think.
Yeah, you can honestly like keep on going and try and figure out the odds because at this point, like Global Esports, the way they're dominating Enigma, it's pretty much impossible, I would say, at this point, like to actually get anything done.
Yeah, but now Enigma do have a bit of an eco advantage, 5 Spectres across the board as compared to Global Esports, who don't have all 5 of them on Spectres. But GE, they will resolve this disadvantage the classic compy way, W all the way through, but they get spotted, they get taken out.
Yep. Now, this is where Rossi's there to make a contact play happen. Yes, he does. He does manage to find himself a trade. He does the one pretty much being shut down. This also means Global Esports are left out with a lot of map advantage. And take a look at that. The map control is looking insane on the side of GE, but Easy able to trade things out. This can actually be game-changing. Rossi is still pretty much aggressive, and he's out for blood. He's hungry.
Oh, Easy is marking him, though. Easy was looking towards screens, but Rossi didn't go for the full peek. Instead, he's holding this hot angle, and Easy is gonna get caught off guard. The trigger discipline is there, though. Rossi holding on, finally will take down Easy, but the long-range nature of it will mean he took a lot of time to get it done. Vexy with the instantaneous trade. Now, 2v2 on the map. Look at these positions. Rawfield not checked. The nanoswarm doesn't land, but Kappa's shot will. 2v1 now, and suddenly the eco advantage for Enigma, it looks like it's not panned out whatsoever. This is map and series point on the line, Necro, and a 2v1 with everything on Vexy's hands. Will he keep up the hopes alive, or will they just be over as GE move on?
Well, Global Esports has been smurfing their way throughout this entire BO3 series in the finals one, so the turret pretty much spotting Vexy out, Vexy's position being compromised, and well, yeah, he was just making sure that spikes cleared from those nano swarms and stuff. So, yeah, that is quite a good play, but it doesn't matter. As soon as it gets spotted by the alarm bot, will be shut down. And Global Esports, well, are your winners in the final BO3. That means now they're going to be moving in forward in the lower brackets. But on the other hand, tomorrow is going to be the day, which is definitely going to be stacked up with such insane matches.
Yeah, tomorrow is definitely going to be stacked up, as you mentioned. The upper bracket finale between Exploit and VLT, and then the loser facing off against Global Esports. We are now down to the top 3 teams of our tournament so far. Enigma Gaming, unfortunately, will be departing as the 4th place team. They do get a bit of that prize pool, though, $3,500 in the bag.
Yeah. hey, $3,500 in the back. I mean, that's pretty decent amount of money, I would say. So Enigma, I mean, even though, yeah, they are going to be quite sad, but this should at least like keep make I would say like 10% of happiness to give it to them. Yeah, even though they lost, they got away with something, right?
Exactly, because their journey itself has been so rocky. It's been full of hurdles all the way through.
Exactly.
They lost the player in the midst of the VCC. Raw Fuel came in, stepped up, and they lost against EXO back-to-back before qualifying and beating them. So the fact is the Enigma, they've gone a long distance from where they started the VCC to where they've ended it. And while it may not be the ending they wanted, it's definitely an ending they can use to keep moving forward. But talking about moving forward again,
oh my god,
I assume you are also reacting with respect to the headshot percentages, because again, Enigma gets demolished, but they demolish with headshots. What?
Yeah, definitely. Leading the charts all the way up with that headshot percentage. Enigma, calm down. You have some cracked aimers, that's for sure. What you really lack in is that making those reads happen in that kind of initial moment, right? That's where they really do kind of falter down. And I feel like mind games, they need to kind of try and know that how to counter mind games, right? When to rotate, when to not. Because I feel like you definitely do see a lot of immature decisions coming out from the side of Enigma. But hey, it's fine. You know, I respect Enigma in general. Respect for them. I feel like at this point, each and every single team deserves equal amount of respect for making it up till here. Because imagine we started off with so many teams and coming down, funneling down all the way down to top 4 teams, and Enigma being one of them. Oh my god, I have some mad respect for this team.
Exactly, the respect that they deserve completely, because they've made an insane run happen so far. Unfortunately, the tournament doesn't end off in the greatest of fashions, as you can see on the scorecard. Except Easy, none of the players having a great map whatsoever, whereas on the other side, it just felt like GE were chilling. You know, they're like, okay, Skills, looks like you've got a hunger going on in you. Go ahead, fulfill your hunger. The rest of us will just clean up wherever necessary, and that's what happened for most of the map. Skills, very good in the defense and his ability to just hold down angles and shut down entry, but also just as strong on the attack in his ability to press W like the rest of his team. So in a global esports, that will be moving on to that next stage, and it is ramping up the action, but also it is starting to get a lot more intense with respect to what we expect from matches. Today's matches were actually relatively quick, with of course the exception of Breeze. The rest of the maps were 13-5, 13-6, 13-7, and well, this 13-2, and I feel like that's more of a day one thing. You know, this happened to us in grand finals playoffs too, where on day one everything was like snap over real quick, but day 2 and 3 it got a lot more intense and a lot more closer.
Hey, take a look at the MVP of the BO3 this time. It's going to be the man, the myth, the legend, Skills. As I did mention, Skills was having a game of his life, especially on the map of Icebox. He was definitely popping off with that Killjoy, doing a great job. And, well, Skills, he does deserve to be over here on the MVP screen, but, of course, in the final MVP, he's not really going to be there. But, yeah, in that initial series of BO3 against Enigma, did have quite a hell of a performance. But what do you really think, Sarai? See, and I feel like this is where you can be as mean and cruel as possible. Like, what do you think? So what were the mistakes were being made from Enigma, and what like they can improve, like try and improve in the future?
I don't think it's anything except confidence. It's the only thing that I see missing from them. They even have the reads. You know, you mentioned that you think you want them to improve their reads. I feel like they already have them. They just don't use them. I don't see them actually coming out to play. And I agree. Like, those reads really need to come out, because from my experience of watching Badman, I know for a fact that he is an IGL capable of outthinking the very best of the best in the nation, and he's done it before. It's just an issue where I feel like Badman, not just Badman being underconfident, but the entire team being underconfident plays into each other. And even when they have the right reads, they are hesitant in making their plays a little slow. But let's take a look at the brackets right now and see the matches we've got in store for us tomorrow, Nick.
Exactly. Let's take a look at how things are, how the storyline has built up after the day one, just to get you guys a little bit more clear picture of how things are really going to be looking like tomorrow, or how the day will be scheduled for tomorrow. So take a look at the brackets here. Of course, we did see TE winning against Enigma 2-0, moving it forward, and then VLT as well, winning it 2-1 against GE, moving it forward. On the other hand, on the lower brackets, Enigma getting again demolished with a 2-0, and well, GE is the one pretty much moving in the lower brackets final.
Exactly. Global Esports will be moving on to the lower bracket finals where they will await the loser of that Exploit versus Velocity Gaming matchup. And similar to what Global Esports had to do today, play those two matches back to back, that's what the loser of Exploit and VLT is going to have to do tomorrow. Now, that matchup itself is so damn exciting because it's a rematch of the Group A upper bracket finals from the Grand Finals playoffs where Exploit took down Velocity Gaming. Now, I will say, I feel like Velocity, especially after the win today, is going to have a lot of momentum riding on their shoulders and therefore is likely going to be better. But Exploit, they look fantabulous today, honestly. 13-5 and 13-7, I believe, were the scorelines by which they beat Enigma Gaming. They were dominant. They had some changes in their composition, so clearly they were prepared and they were ready to take down whatever team came out in front of them. So I don't think they're going to care at all that it's VLT. I don't think they're going to give a damn about the storyline. I think all they've got their eyes set on is that grand finals matchup for the APAC LCQ spot.
Yeah, exactly. Exploit and VLT, that matchup is going to be one of those where, like, if you come and ask me my predictions, I would say I have no clue, CA. I have no clue. I'm just going to be tossing a coin. Let's just see where it really flips apart. And, well, wherever the coins land, I'm probably going to be going on that side, pretty much being 2-1. But, yeah, both these teams, I feel like over here, Exploit being one of those teams that we didn't really expect to pop off in the start. And then later on, they just coming through pretty much from that qualifier too and just being completely undefeated throughout. And just popping off throughout, right? And insane performance coming through from their side. So Exploit is one of those teams that we all have our eyes on. On the other hand, VLT, I mean, I don't really need to talk much about that team, right? At this point, they have to be one of the most like famous teams in the entire SEA. So VLT, you better stay up to your name. You better prove yourself. If you don't, you are going to be moving down to lower brackets. And if you move down to lower brackets, that means the Val Classico, baby, comes in again.
Yeah, you know for a fact that Global Esports is going to be looking at this matchup with some hungry players, you know, spotting out every single error that either team makes, spotting out every single default that they can exploit and trying to get as many advantages as they could. So not only have these two teams got to be scared of each other between Exploit and VLT, they have to make sure that they finish off the series in a comfortable manner because they have another hungry team waiting for them just as it's over. It's like you get off from the pan right into the fire, you know. So tomorrow is definitely going to be a spicy affair for the team that ends up losing, and it's going to set up a lot of storylines as well as establish the fact that yes, this is gaming. Yes, we are watching players duke it out on virtual scenarios, but this is esports. These are athletes, and they spend hours and hours per day playing out these games, and you really see the difference in these teams being that athlete factor where certain players have much better stamina than others.
You know, there's a saying: if you can't really if you can't really outplay them, outwork them. You know, and that's what over here is being done, right?
Like that.
I mean, it's like everyone plays for normal hours, right? Even a guy like me plays for like 4 to 5 hours every single day. Let's be honest, like games. But then later on, what really separates these pros from normal players is that they keep on grinding, man. 12 hours a day, 8 hours a day, 9 hours a day. You know, it has to be like 6 hours plus. And that's what really does keep these pros away or from us. But take a look at the player comparison in front of us. Of course, it's going to be Rossi and Rafael, and this time Rossi is just leading the charts all the way up until Rafael just comes in and he's like, all right, well, I need to be somewhere up, so he steals a little bit that spot.
Yeah, I guess somewhere he wins out, you know. Something is better than nothing. Unfortunately, so not the case in this scenario. This something is most definitely not better than nothing. And for Rafael, it's just not been a good day in general. First Bloods as well. 1 across 2 maps is not what we expect from Rafael. Like 21, that I would not have been surprised by. But 1, definitely not something we expect to see from the caliber of this player. And it's unfortunate because of the stakes that were online today. But it happens, you know, it happens to the best of the best. And the fact is that this player only stepped into the main roster a few weeks back. So, I think what he needs to take away from this particular day is that I had a bad day. It's completely okay. I need to keep improving and keep building upon the momentum I have created for myself across the last few weeks. And the same goes for Enigma. They need to keep moving forward because this team still has a ton of potential to uncover.
Exactly. I mean, hey, Enigma, this is just the start, baby. This is literally the start. There's still a lot much more to come. You know, trust me. You need to keep on grinding. You need to keep on the pedal to the metal. And I feel like you guys have the lineup. You guys have each and every single player available in your roster. All you need to do is try and work together like perfection, just like how VLT does, just like how Global Esports does, and overall in the top tier teams, right? I'm not really ruling you guys out here, but still, there is a problem in your team. And I feel like at this point in time, they should sit back and, as you did mention, watch your replays, watch the WODs, try and improve always. There's always a space where you can always keep on improving no matter what, because we're human. There are a lot of human errors that happen, but it seems like, guys, that's going to be it for the Grand Finals Day 1. And yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to be having to say bye-bye alongside with CA. So it's going to be me, Necro, and CA signing off.
I'm getting freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이 freaky. Yeah, I'ma bring the crazy. Get that freaky, freaky on. 신경보다 같이.
The power of steel.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mic on. Get your mic on. Go. Get your mic on. Get your mic on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.